di samping itu juga ruangannya dengan kapasitas sesuai dengan kebutuhan daripada mahasiswa. Itu dari segi keuangan ini berbasis kinerja dan semua keuangan itu terpusat satu. Jadi kita dalam hal keuangan telah ditentukan oleh Yayasan Sejahtera Polri melalui rektor. Kita diberikan keuangan untuk menunjang kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi melalui RRA yang telah diberikan kepada Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Kemudian dalam bidang rumah tangga sudah juga berjalan dengan baik, di mana sisi fasilitas yang ada sudah ada dan semua sudah ditunjang sesuai dengan kesejahteraan yang telah diberikan oleh Yayasan Sejahtera Polri selama ini.
Bidang kemahasiswaan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Warmadewa memiliki segudang prestasi, baik bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Nah, untuk di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, bagi mahasiswa yang berprestasi, itu akan mendapatkan apresiasi dari fakultas maupun dari universitas juga mendapatkan oleh reward maupun apresiasi. Nah, untuk di bidang kemahasiswaan juga, mahasiswa yang berminat di bidang olahraga dan sebagainya, itu disediakan unitas yang untuk mereka bergabung di dalamnya. Dan kemanusiaan juga sering kita lakukan, ya antara lain kunjungan sosial terkait juga dengan kegiatan pada Fakultas Ekonomi, BEM Fakultas Ekonomi itu melakukan kunjungan sosial ke masyarakat yang membutuhkannya. Kemudian untuk pengabdian pada masyarakat, ya, setiap tahunnya mahasiswa ekonomi siapa baru itu melaksanakan sosialisasi mahasiswa. Nah, ini ceritanya desa yang kita tuju yang benar-benar membutuhkan tenaga dari mahasiswa untuk membantu membangun desa tersebut.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa menjanjikan Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berwawasan ekowisata, dan kompetitif secara global pada tahun 2034. Universitas Warmadewa yang berdiri pada tahun 1984 berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri Provinsi Bali sebagai badan penyelenggara perguruan tinggi swasta. Kampus yang berlokasi strategis di pusat kota Denpasar berdiri di atas lahan luas 5 hektar dengan luas bangunan 20.353,19 meter persegi. Memiliki program pasca sarjana dengan 7 program studi magister, 1 program studi doktor hukum, 7 fakultas dengan 14 program studi strata 1, dan 3 sekolah vokasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, yakni program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Menjadi universitas yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034 adalah visi Universitas Warmadewa yang telah diimplementasikan oleh masing-masing program studi, khususnya di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa. Hal tersebut terbukti atas raihan prestasi serta capaiannya baik di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa telah menyiapkan layanan pendidikan berbasis IT untuk menjawab tantangan serta permintaan masyarakat. Sistem pembelajaran e-learning dengan dukungan sarana prasarana penunjang seperti gedung berlantai 4 dengan fasilitas.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated. I have a note to make before we begin today's conference. I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this conference. Kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode to avoid interruption. Thank you for your kind, cooperative, and attention. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's start this international conference with a prayer together. Honorable for all audience, stand up please. The prayer begins. Praying can end. Deliver our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Sing the Warmadewa hymn, sing the song Sabta Bayu by leader. The time is yours. all attendees please sit back. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the Chancellor of Warmadewa University, the Honorable, the Chairman of Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali, the respectable Deputy Governor of Bali Province, Professor Cokorda Oke Arta Ardana Sukawati, Your Excellency, Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Warmadewa University, and also Deputy Deans of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Warmadewa University, the respectable Head of Accounting Department and Secretary of Accounting Department, the respectable Head of Management Department and Secretary of Management Department, and also the respectable Head of Economics and Development Department and Secretary of Economics and Development Department. The Honorable Professor Abhishek Singh Bhuti from James Cook University, Singapore, as a speaker in this international conference. The respectable Dr. Muhammad Razif Jamaluddin from University Technology of Mara, Malaysia. Your Excellency, Dr. Nilu Putu Indiani, SEMM from Warmadewa University, Indonesia. The respectable Manuvendra Chauchan, BA, MBA from Executive EA and ER, India, which will be available online. And the Honorable Hesti Aryani, BA, MA from Business Development, Switzerland, which will be available online. And also, the respectable Dr. Putu Ayu Sitalaksmi, BBAS, MSc, and the Honorable Dr. Imade Suniasto Amarta, SS, MPAR, as a moderator in this international conference, and the respectable all participants offline here and who join online of this international conference. First of all, let's thank the Almighty God, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, who has given us some mercies and blessings so that we can attain this agenda without any troubles and obstacles. Welcome to today's the 20th Warmadewa International Conference of Economic 2022. Economic Outlook Strategies in the face of a global economic recession. We would like to thank everyone here for making time to attend this remarkable conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speech from the Chancellor of Warmadewa University, Professor Dr. Dewa Putuwijana, DAP and ASP Park. The time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam, namo buddhaya, rahayu, rahayu dan rahayu. Honorable Deputy Governor of Bali Province, Honorable Chairman of Kesejahteraan Kopri Provinsi Bali Foundation, our distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have a great pleasure to welcome all of you and to offer a few words in this opening ceremony of an international seminar organized by Faculty of Economic and Business, Warmadewa University, highlighting the global economic recession. This event set the theme as economic outlook, strategies in the face of global economic recession. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, our world economic and society are now interconnected in a globalized world. However, globalization has its own benefit and drawbacks. It allows us to move freely in the open system, but at the same time, we are vulnerable to global crisis caused by an event in the other part of the world. The war between Russia and Ukraine this year has not only triggered to large-scale humanitarian and migration crisis, it has also added downside risk to global economic that is still dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. As we all have heard, it is predicted that next year we will possibly face a global recession. Through currently Indonesian economic condition is relatively strong, however, it still need to prepare the world scenario, especially in Bali, where we rely our economic healthy on tourism industry. So this international seminar is an important event where we can learn from the best expert in economy. We will be hearing presentation and discussion on the impact of global recession and what early mitigation that we can undertake. In this seminar, I hope that we can also start a discussion on the implication of this recession to our policy. I believe we will walk away from this seminar with a better understanding on the situation and be more prepared to the future crisis. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the organizer and in particular our honorable speaker. I hope this event will also bring us to further national and international collaboration. Finally, once again, my warm welcome to all of you. I wish you have a wonderful time during the seminar. Thank you very much. Om Santi Santi Santi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi buat kita semuanya.
The next agenda is welcoming speech from the chairman of Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali. The beautiful time is yours.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan untuk kita semua. Honorable Deputy Governor of Bali Province, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Cokorda Oke Arte Ardana Sukawati, MSI, Honorable Rektor Warmadewa University, Profesor Dr. Dewa Putu Wijana, BAP, SP PAK, all speakers, Dr. Muhammad Rasif Jamaluddin from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Profesor Abhishek Sig Betty from James Cook University, Singapore, Mavandra Kauhan BI MBE from Executive EA and ER in India, Hesti Aryani BE MA from Business Development Switzerland, Dr. Niluh Putu Indiani, SAMM from Warmadewa University, Indonesia. Partisipan, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, my speak the tema, global policy and local policy, strengthen community economic stakeholder through a people-centered development. Indonesia consists of approximately 14 ethnic groups with different customs. This diversity, if imaged well, will be a tremendous strength and wealth. These various customs and cultures develop according to their respective local wisdom. They have their own economic system according to their social, cultural, religious, economic, and geographical condition. People use their own ways to manage natural and environment. The habitual habit, the form with what is called local wisdom. Local wisdom is formed as a process of interaction between human and their environment in order to meet their various needs. This process of farming local wisdom are highly dependent on the potential of natural resources and the environment and are influenced by the views, attitudes, and behavior of local people toward natural and the environment. What is people-centered development? Many development paradigms have been implemented in many developing countries, but the results have not been satisfactory. So far, various paradigms have emphasized economic growth, equitable development, and order, but development distorts everywhere. In relation, a process prosperous society free from poverty, a new strategy or development paradigm that emphasizes human quality factor of needed. People-centered development begins with an understanding of human ecology, which is the center of development attention. People-centered development priorities the development of human resource and social system in society. The development of policies and practice on people-centered development must identify, maintains indigenous potential, and people-centered development provides a deep understanding that development must conform to its contemporary concept in order to convey in the diversity of social value, culture, and community identity. What is Subak irrigation system in Bali? Subak can be mentioned as an irrigation system with a form that is commensurate with the social cultural community. Subak achieves is a goal based on harmony and togetherness according to the foundation of Trihita Karana and maintains balance with its environment. In Perda number 9 of 2020 help concerning of Subak. It is start the Subak is a traditional organization in the field of water use and or plant management at the farm level in indigenous people in Bali, which in social, agrarian, religious, and economic, with historically continues to grow and develop. With Subak's religious rule, this has become the foundation for UNESCO to make Subak a cultural heritage. Local policy in Subak. Subak management using awig-awig is one of the implementation of people-centered development. The Subak system with implement Trihita Karana can support the economic productivity of the surrounding community and family and sustainably. Subak management that is carried out independently can support government's program in community development is the agricultural sector. However, supervision of Subak governance based on Trihita Karana, Parayangan, Pawongan, and Palmahan must still be carried out so that Subak's operation can have an economic impact on the humanity in a sustainable manner. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, The next agenda is keynote and opening this international conference from the Deputy Governor of Bali Province, Professor Cokordo Oke Arte Ardana Sukawati. The time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, namo buddhaya, rahayu, dan salam kebajikan. His Excellencies, the Chancellor of Warmadewa University, Honorable Chairman of Yayasan Kesejahteraan Kopri Provinsi Bali, and Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Economy and Business Warmadewa University, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us pray to the God, the Almighty, because of His blessing, that we can be gathered here together this morning in good health and full of happiness. It is such an honor for me to be here standing in front of you and to be a part of this conference. I am aware that this conference will discuss about strategies in the face of global economic recession. But allow me, in this very special opportunity, I would like to use my time explain the effort and strategy from Bali government facing the situation previously, especially during we have a very bad time, very difficult time during the COVID-19 few years ago. So ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 pandemic has caused significant impact to the global economy. The pandemic has infected more than 640 million people and claimed the lives of more than 6.6 million all around the world. The world never faced such a disruption ever before. The global economic growth is leading due to various lockdown and social distancing policy in order to curb the spreading of the virus. So, however, we must be thankful because the infection rate is gradually being under control. This is due to the success of mass vaccination program and the improvement of public health system performance. Unfortunately, as we still struggle with curbing the pandemics, once for all, now the world must face another great challenge. The wars between Ukraine and Russia has caused global economic downturn due to the instability of energy price. Energy crisis in Europe will be very likely to happen in the near future in this war cannot reach peace resolution soon. Aside from European citizens, the energy crisis will also impact the livelihood of many others due to its direct connection to economic growth. When most of us have not fully recovered yet from the pandemic, now we must face the reality of increasing inflation rate due to energy scarcity and other trade disruption. This issue deserves our full attention to be solved. Ladies and gentlemen, As the world tourism destination, Bali got hit the worst during the pandemic because the number of international visitors in Bali decreased about 100% in 2020-2021. The downturn in tourism sector heavily affects Bali economics. In 2020, Bali's economic growth decreased to minus 9.31%, ranks 34th of 34th province in Indonesia. And in 2021, the island economics grew better even with slight increase of minus 2.47%, but still ranks 34th. Since March 2022, COVID-19's condition in Bali, Indonesia, has been getting better, and the regulation for international travel has been issued. Direct international flights to Bali have been started to operate. This has an impact on increased tourism visits. Along with this, Bali economy is also increasing. In the third quarter of 2022, Bali's economic growth increased by 8.09%, a commendable achievement. However, Bali should not careless with the achievement. The challenge of potential global recession still need to be carefully considered and handled. The Bali government is fully aware that this island should not only depend on the tourism sector alone. For this reason, the Balinese economy must also be supported by strengthening other economic sectors. Bank Indonesia data note that 14 of 17 business sectors in Bali experienced positive growth throughout 2022. The top three among the transportation, 35.37%, accommodation, food and beverage, 25.69%, and electricity provision, 22.46%. Bali economic growth in the fourth quarter of 2022 is estimated to grow strongly, although slightly flat compared of the previous quarter. Some of the factors driving this growth are: first, the G20 summit event. Second, increased number of frequency of direct international flight to Bali. And third, government infrastructure development projects. And fourth, economic digitalization in the tourism and trade sector. Ladies and gentlemen, learning from the experience during the COVID-19 pandemics, the government of Bali province believed that relying on only one main sector is very risk affair. The government then launched the Bali Kerti economics transformation. In Sanskrit, Kerti means noble acts. Bali economic restructuring carried out through strengthening the agriculture, fishery, and aquaculture sector. Economy diversification, including development industrial sector based on a local potential such as SMEs and the creative economy. Tourism governance and the transformation of Bali tourism. The key to success of Bali economic recovery lies in our ability to continuously explore economic potential that can become new pillars of the economy. Bali Kerti economic transformation implementation by developing 6 main pillars. First, the agriculture sectors which depend on organic farming. Second, marine and fishery industry. Third, manufacturing and other industry with Balinese branding. Fourth, macro, small and medium industry sector. 5, the creative economy sector and digital companies. And 6, the tourism sector. By prioritizing these 6 sectors, the Bali Kerti economic realize the economy Bali Island that is in harmony with nature, realize the local resources, upholds local wisdom, environmentally friendly, oriented to quality, and is able to increase added value. It is enough for Bali to recover like it was used to before. We need to strive for more resilient economic development, which is more important. We must try to focus on other economic sectors that are still relatively lagging compared to the tourism sectors. In addition to tourism industry as Bali's leading sectors, the agriculture sector and SMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises must be chosen as supporting sectors are not less important. Bali has also the potential for masterpiece art from gift partners, sculptures, and others maestro. In other words, Bali can develop not only tourism, but also the agriculture sector, creative industry, and SMEs. Distinguished participants, in an effort to accelerate Bali's economic recovery, there are several recommendations which I think are important to note. Those recommendations are, first, encouraging the improvement of our competitiveness in my sector by offering attractive incentive and tour packages. Second, increasing promotion to open direct flight routes to Bali. And the third, the offering of Bali as a marine tourism destination and promotion tourism competition with the Bali and Beyond scheme. And fourth, increasing the export capacity of Bali's leading commodities such as handicraft and fisheries. Five, encouraging the sustainability of the economy diversification program, especially in the agriculture sector. And six, increasing inflation control program to maintain the stability of people purchasing power throughout the 4K program. Affordability of price, availability of supply, smooth in distribution, and effective communication. All efforts for the Bali economic recovery must involve to all stakeholders, from the private sector to local community. The government of Bali province is fully committed to continuously providing support in the form of regulation, stimulus, capacity building, and expansion of market potential for the Balinese economy. Bali economy must become more resilient than ever in order not being left behind when an economic recession occurs. We are fully aware that the current global economic conditions are interconnected. Thus, economics downturn in one country will have an impact to another. Therefore, effort to restore and increase economic resilience must be carried out by all countries. On the other hand, effort to stabilize the domestic economy will also have impact on other countries. So I hope what Bali is currently doing today may contribute to more resilient global economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my keynote speakers, at last let we pray to the God Almighty by saying, Om Awigenam Astu Nama Sidam. I declare that the Warmadewa International Economics Conference is officially open. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
The Deputy Governor of Bali Province is accepted to remain on the stage. The opening of the international conference will be marked by the striking of the gong. The Chancellor of Warmadewa University, the Chairman of Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali, Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Warmadewa University, and online speakers are expected to get on the stage. All of the people on the stage are welcome to take a group of photo. All of the people on the stage, please welcome to the return to the place. All VIP invited guests are welcome to take part in the free program. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the conference agenda. This presentation will be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Razif Jamaluddin and Manvendra Chauchan will be available online. And also, this agenda will be guided by Dr. Putu Ayu Sitalaksmi Bibas, MSc, as the moderator. Dr. Putu Ayu Sitalaksmi Bibas, MSc, is one of the lecturers in the Management Department, Faculty of Economics and Business at University of Warmadewa. She completed the Bachelor of Business, major in International Business at James Cook University, Singapore. Then complete her Masters of Science, major in Management Entrepreneurship at Edinburgh Napier University, Scotland, and has also completed his doctoral education and graduate with cum laude predicate at Udayana University, Bali. She is also an entrepreneur who has a lot of business in medical field and media publication field. She also be a trainer from Ministry of Tourism and Economic Creative. We invite the distinguished moderator to come to the stage. Please welcome Dr. Putu Ayu Sitalaksmi Bibas, MSc.
Tes. Thank you, Miss Dina, for inviting me today. Good morning, everyone. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. It's all due to respect to all the participant, lecturer, and also academic community at Warmadewa University. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today on the second Warmadewa International Conference of Economic. with the theme Economic Outlook Strategy in the Face of a Global Economic Recession. Good morning. My name is Ayusita. I'm one of the lecturers at the Warmadewa University. I'm going to play a role of moderator and preside on this conference. Before we presenting the materials, let me give you a little introduction. It's related to the material to be delivered by presenters. Basically, scientific forums like this are very important and interesting for us to follow because there is so much information that we will get. However, it should be noted that the information will be easier to understand if the discussion effectively. Therefore, I hope that the entire audience will be able to pay attention and follow discussion as well as possible. Well, next I present some of our cores as a follow. We give the material delivered for each speaker 20 until 25 minutes. As long as the speaker delivers the material, participants are not allowed to interrupt. The question and answer session will be open after the two presenters deliver their material. That's the rule we are going to use. Now, I will invite the first speaker. Dr. Razif Jamaluddin is a senior member of the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. He is the editor-in-chief for Team Journal for Hospitality and Tourism. He is also the EXCO member for Kuala Lumpur Tourism Association, the oldest tourism association in Malaysia. He is an active international resource speaker for tourism, event, and destination topic with regular sharing in the webinar organized by School for Hospitality and Tourism and Non-Government Association Asian Country. Dr. Razif has been appointed as Associate Consultant for UTM Strategic Business Unit UITM Techno Venture or UTV. Dr. Razif is one of UTM active consultant with more than 50 projects by government agency and private institution. Please welcome my old friend, Dr. Razif Jamaluddin to the stage. Okay, Dr. Razif, how was your feeling?
Fine, thank you. Thanks for inviting me. First of all, Om Swastiastu, everyone.
Om Swastiastu.
Rahajeng semang, kan kabare, becik-becik ya?
I teach you a lot, yeah?
No, I studied last night.
Oh, you studied
I took about a few hours to study on the Balinese language. Very tough. Very tough to remember.
Yeah. Actually, Dr. Razif is one of my eldest friend. We know 2 years ago, right, on the international event too. And this is the first time I met with him. And he explained more about tourism sector in Malaysia. He also joined our community service yesterday at Siangan Village, Gianyar Gensi, yeah? How was your feeling you joined us, the community service at Warmadewa University? How was your feeling? It's good or you learned a lot from the people in the village?
It's really impressive yesterday. And we also have similar activities there in Malaysia. And I can see that here you have lots of cultural the activities as well as cultural customs that you still preserve until now. So it's really impressive that we don't really have that kind of interactions. We don't really wear the traditional clothes like what I have yesterday. That's my first time wearing the baju adat. It's really, when I posted it in IG, then everybody loved the post that I've done. So I think keep it up to the university. It's really impressive, and I hope to participate more in the future. Hopefully.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Azif, for come to Indonesia, especially our university, Warmadewa University. So, the time is yours. You can deliver your presentation, and Dr. Azif will talk about tourism sector, about the recession. Okay, it's time for yours.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, good morning, everyone. Hi. Okay, so because I can't really see from here, it's very glaring in front of me here. So maybe I have to wear sunglasses when I speak here. Just kidding. Okay, so my topic for today is the impact of global economic recession in Bali tourism sector. Actually, it's more on the impact of global economic recession, but I'm trying to help you out on maybe you can try to connect what I will be presenting today to the situation that you have in hand. And I'm sure not all of you today have an experience in tourism, but Bali itself is known for tourism. And we in Malaysia, when we talk about Indonesia, we talk about Bali. So meaning we know Bali more than we know Indonesia. So that means how big is Bali for the foreigners like me, okay? So, let us look into we move to the next slide. So I have to finish by 10:45. 10:45, okay? So I have about 30 minutes to make all of you either bored or happy at the end of my presentation. Okay, so here, let us look about this economic outlook in 2023. When it looks so far, we need to anticipate what will happen in the future. And I'm sure you have people from economy, people from business, people from all facets of business disciplines, right? Okay, for example, in America, you have seen more, like hype about America when the president itself visiting your country this week. Okay, so that's why, but we want to know what really happened next year or what happened now. So for the outlook in the next year, so now we can see that currently the strong and mixed reaction for next year. Even though now the currency is really strong, for example, like Malaysia, before this, $1 America equivalent to 4.5 ringgit. But now, $1 equivalent to 5 ringgit. So see how big jump, how big, the strength of American currency. And then, because of the role of the federal government or the Feds, they tighten the monetary policy. They always keep the interest, for the benefit of economy. And then, we move on to the next one for the European. So the European, we can see that nowadays they are currently in a deep recession. So they are in political instability that may affect the currency value. So that's why, even though European is quite, you have many countries in European, and in fact, European is one of the major market for Bali, but now they are having problems. So we have to anticipate what will happen next. And then move along. And then for the job market, we can say that, I'm sure here we have people from finance or accountants, you know about bullish and bearish, right? So then nowadays, when we talk about the future economy, the sentiment for American is bullish. So meaning it might goes up. For example, like the job creation, the employment rate, and we can say that the economy is resilient in 2023. And for the European, move on. Okay, hiring may affect as a result of bearish. So now, when we talk about bullish, so the opposite way is bearish. So now for the European, it's more on bearish sentiment. So meaning there might be a contradictory economy there that need to be, we have to be more careful if, let's say, you want to bring more European next year. So might as well, we have to, be careful on the anticipation. And then we move on to the inflation. This is most important thing in the, the power of purchasing for the customer. So when we look into America, we can say that the significant decline next year, that will result in more domestic spending, and maybe they have more cash to spend by the American. And for the European, you can see that the expected, because of the bearish sentiment, then the European might save their money. So maybe they just spend for necessary items. So that's why we have to be very careful. If let's say you still want to focus more on the European to come to Bali, then you need to be very careful. Okay, now for Chinese. So Chinese is very interesting. When you talk about Chinese, it's a major market for most of the countries in ASEAN, including Malaysia. So Chinese is number 3. Number 1 for Malaysia, number 1 is Singapore, and then number 2. Number 1 is Singapore, and followed by Chinese. So see how big is Chinese market to most of Asian countries, and I think in Bali also, Chinese is one of the, maybe the major market. Okay, what happened next? Do we have any prediction? Can someone here tell me, what do you see? What is the prospect of Chinese segment to come over to Malaysia, to Bali? So far, we don't really have any information. So we need the figures. We need, if you have numbers, then we can do research, and then we can, something like we can draft something, or maybe come up with a framework. But now, I asked my friend in China, I contacted her and I said, so when China will allow their citizens to go out, for travel? And they said that by right, should be this year, after the Beijing 2022. So the Winter Olympic over. So 6 months after that, the government will allow. So that means we can see, a bulk of Chinese segment will come over to ASEAN market. But that's not happened. So meaning we have to keep waiting. Maybe next year, maybe year after next. So no, not sure about it. Okay, let us move on to the next one. Okay, how big is Chinese market? So the Chinese can survive on its own. The Chinese can survive with the domestic market. For example, Chinese has the largest internet users in 2022. So you imagine 975 million internet users. They have about 1.4 or 1.6 billion population, and more than 70% use internet. So if you imagine 1% market share equivalent to 9.75, just 1%. So that's why if you can sell to Chinese of $1 to just 1% of the population, that means you will earn about US dollar 9.75 million. You imagine how big it is. So I'm not sure the currency value 9.75 to rupiah. Maybe you can convert it. Okay. So another interesting point that I would like to share with all of you is that China is rapidly producing new billionaires. Despite COVID-19. If you can see here in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Southeast Asia, you can see people talk about business has to cease operation, lots of people has to be terminated, and then people has, going bankrupt. But that's not happened in China because they still can rely on the domestic market. Okay, let us move to the next one, the next point. Okay, that one I recovered. Okay, next one. Okay. I forgot to introduce my university just now. My university is, I could say that the largest university in Malaysia. Before this, when I talked to my friend, your rector, I always mentioned that we are the smallest university in Malaysia, but we are the biggest. Maybe you can just give a rough, guess what is the number of what is the population of our student in the university? Just guess. Maybe you can guess about 10,000. Anybody want to guess 10,000? Raise your hand. 10,000? No. 20,000? No. So meaning more than that. 30,000. So we move on. 40,000. So actually we have about 160,000 students. So we are the biggest university in Asia, with 160,000 population. Okay, now imagine, just now I mentioned about the domestic market, right? So let us look into my university. So my university has about now it's not 160,000. Last year we have about 189,000 students, and the total number of alumni that we have so far is about almost 1 million. Maybe by 2-3 years we will achieve that. Okay. So let's say if we can sell like 1% of good to the students, of 1 ringgit, 10 ringgit per month, 10 ringgit equivalent to about 35,000 rupiah. Okay, so we can, we can generate about 13 million per year. So that, imagine just 35,000 rupiah per month, not per day, per month. Okay, so now, move on. Move on, okay. Now, that's why I think it is important for you to understand, because Indonesia is really big. So you have more than 300 million population. So we are not blessed with that. You are blessed with the population. You are blessed with the island, more than 17,000 islands. And I remember my friends talk about a beautiful island and beautiful, scenery, mountain that I think, you can offer to the world. Okay, can you identify this? The captive market. What do you mean by captive market? Captive market is the low-hanging fruit, something that is in front of your eyes. So you just need to you can force them to buy. You can force them to spend. For example, here, the 3 captive market that you can do research in the future. For example, the family. So how big is the family segment in Indonesia? The senior travelers. So why it is important for senior travelers? I have one research with my colleague in Thailand. So we are currently doing on senior travelers' behavior. So because they have spending power, they are in retirement, they have money and also they have time. And when they travel slowly. They will go to, they will spend their money. Unlike the young travelers or the youth travelers, or we call it as budget travelers or backpackers. So this group are different. So that's why we try to see what is their behavior post-COVID-19. Okay, and one more thing is the youngsters. So this is what we call as captive market. That one, the photo there is not the Korobokan Hotel. That is just the photo that I took from the internet. Okay, move on to the next one. Okay, so this is one of my favorite books. Maybe those who, has anybody here reading this book before? This one just published, I think, about last year or a year before last. Anybody? No. You are economy, right? So many of you here are major in economy, right? Yeah, you should read this book. Even though I am not really a major in economy, I major in finance. When I read this book, it changed my perception towards economy, and I love reading economy, even though it is not my favorite subject when I was in the university before. Okay, so when you talk about this, so there are 2 types of economic, economic concept popular before, the Keynes and the Friedmans. When you talk about Keynes always talk about the fiscal policy. Whenever we have problems, especially in economic recession, then we have to change, or maybe we need to look into the macro and micro policy. And I know you know about macroeconomy and microeconomy. Okay, but Friedman always opposed that. Friedman said that we have to look in the long run effect of all initiatives that we do. For example, we have to create a steady employment. We have to create a long-term initiative for the benefit of people. So which one can we do? For example, next year, most of the market will anticipate that there will be, there will be economic recession. So what can we do with this? So are we going to have the Keynesian or the Friedman? Are we going to have a long-term plan or just a short-term to respond to the problem in hand? Okay, move on. So that's why it is important for us to understand these 3 categories. The categories of public finance and the private finance, as well as the personal finance, because all of this goes to the how people generate income for their life. For example, public generate income from tax and other incomes. For what? For nation building initiative. You know about nation building? So usually the government will spend their money for management, the infrastructure of road, for the education, for religion, or whatever, as well as for the development. They will develop, okay? And then for next one, for the private finance, is how the private companies generated income from sales, as well as they will use it for expenditures, for the day-to-day expenditures and for the personal finance. Okay, maybe we don't really go into this matter yet. For example, the personal finance. So how people generate income from their salaries and manage for day-to-day activities. Okay, so I hope all of you here, you stick with this. Let us save it for a while. Okay, you save in your mind or in your memory. Okay, we move on to the next one. Okay, so that's why it is important for us to understand about the personal finance, because it will affect the spending power. So whatever the government decided, it will affect the spending power of the people. For example, if the interest rate hike, then the people have slightly short of money to spend, to buy food. Sorry, not to buy food, but to buy for their necessities. And then the question now is the budget for the tourism industry. So how much budget can the government provide to elevate the tourism industry, especially in Bali, because you are matured. So because when you look into the product life cycle, I think everybody here know about product life cycle theory, right? So maybe you are no longer in the intro, definitely no. Growth, definitely no. Now maybe you are in maturity. We don't want to move into the next phase, which is declining, right? So how can we look into this? And then, next one. For when we talk about the private finance, how much can the companies give, give bonus, or how many employers can they recruit in the future, especially next year? Because maybe most of them are saving their money. They don't really hire because they want to save money. They cannot pay bonus. If people don't have bonus, it will affect the next one, the personal finance, which is when we move on to the next one. Okay, thank you. Okay, so to promote saving. So that's why when people don't have bonus, people are unemployed, that means they have to save, and how much can they spend for tourism? So will they travel in the future? If yes, how many days will they spend in other countries? How many days, if let's say before this people will come like more than 4 days to Bali, maybe they will cut short. Instead of 4 days, they will come about 3 days. And then the spending pattern. Are they going to go into, cultural activities, or maybe just renting a motorcycle or bike? So they don't really hire, for tour packages. Okay, so that's why we need to understand, move on. Okay, that's why we need to understand we need to understand, so the moderator asked me to extend until 11. Is it okay to all of you? Or you want me to cut short, to stick with the plan of 10:45? Okay, so, but don't worry, I only have about, I think, less than 20 slides. Okay. So, it is important for us to understand about macro policy. I'm sure when you look at the Instagram, Indonesia is really popular with IG. More popular than us in Malaysia. Like, whenever you see posting, you see, the, what do you call it? The replies, as well as we call, people always argue, right? People always try to argue, or haters, right? So, we don't jump on bandwagon. You have to understand, because you are knowledge seekers. You quest for knowledge. You want to be better in the future. You have to change Indonesia. Indonesia Raya, like what you sang just now, right? So, when you talk about it, you need to understand about micro policy. You have to read books about economy, so about monetary and fiscal policy of the target segment. If let's say the government decided or come up with certain initiative that might affect certain segments, so you need to know. Maybe you have to defend, or maybe you have to oppose, because you need to ensure that it must benefit the economy as well as it does not trouble the people. Okay. And then we also need to look into uncontrollable factors. For example, nowadays, it's like when I landed here in Bali, I thought that I will go to the beach. And in fact, until now, I haven't had the chance to go to the beach yet and to see the stunning sunset, as well as to step my foot to the sea. No, I cannot do that. Why? Because of raining. Because we can say that because of global warming, then the weather is unpredictable. Have you expected that Australia will have, now we recent news that flood happened to Australia. It's a very terrible news. And Australia is the big market to Bali. And in fact, you have direct flight from Australia to Bali. So that's why I would say that maybe because of the situation internally, the internal situation in Australia, that might affect their decision to come to Bali. Okay, it's not the economic factors, but because of controllable factors. And then, I also like to look into this future outlook of Asian, especially after the World Cup 2022. So you know, when is the World Cup? I think guys here know World Cup, right? So you support, which country do you support? Who's here support Brazil? I know everybody support Indonesia, but you are not competing in the World Cup, right? Who supports Spain? Okay, the lovely moderator here supports Spain. Others, Brazil, France. So see, maybe you don't really support football. Okay. So now, this year is the second time Asia will host World Cup. And we need to know what will happen next. Before this, when the fans, or we call it supporters, when they visited World Cup, they will extend their trip to other countries surrounding, or other countries in the same region. For example, before this, the World Cup happened. The World Cup was organized in in Japan and Korea, and then they extended their trip to maybe Bali, maybe Malaysia, maybe Singapore. Okay, so we want to see that because it's not really long. When is World Cup? I think today is Friday, Sunday. This Sunday will be the first match. Okay, so after 1 month of the big fiesta, is the biggest sporting event in the world, they will extend their stay. Maybe they will come to other countries. So have you done any anticipation of this? Or do you have anything to offer to them? Okay, and then, this is important. I think maybe I read about this in IG and all the comments. It's not reply, the comment. It's a comment that I read in IG about G20, or you call it GA20, yeah? G20, yeah? G20. Okay. So, it happened here in Bali, yeah? G20. So, do you, the students here, and as well as I would say the students might not really have the expertise to do it, but we have the docent there, all the academician, scholars. So do you have any initiative to do research post-event for G20? So what kind of benefits? Sometimes we always post, you see in the comment all negatives about G20. Why Indonesia has to organize G20? But do you really have the data to support your claim? So it is important for you to start looking at how can we, we do like a very academic practice. Okay, next one. Okay, so that's why when we look at this, we have to look into these three players, the stakeholders of the economy, the government, the industry, and the individual. Why? Because of, if let's say the government has depleted cash flow, then the industry also will have depleted cash flow. So it's like what you call domino effect. So you have to understand that we don't want this to happen. We always want to see the macro policy, the fiscal policy of the nation. So we hope that we have more money to spend on goods as well as on necessities. Okay? And then, move on. Yeah, please excuse me for a while. Please, the rest, you also take a drink. Don't watch me drinking. Sip the drink. Okay. Okay. This one, smart analysis, is one of my favorite tool. And I'm sure whenever you do analysis, whenever you do, what do you call it, business plan, definitely you will do 4 Ps, right? Product, price, place, promotion, SWOT, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threat, or maybe you will definitely use the Porter competitive forces model, right? So that's all important framework tool that we use for the business. And this is what I think this is quite useful for me. For example, when we want to anticipate for the future, we have to, come up with this matrix of SMART, S-M-A-R-T. Okay, SMART, number 1, specific. Okay, sometimes the word itself is so common, right? Specific. What is specific? We need to detail out what kind of specific things that we want to do. For example, the objective that we want to list must be detailed. You must know the targeted as well as the forecasted and the actual figure. You have to analyze how the numbers of tourists next year. What will be the anticipation? What will be the targeted number? If you have the targeted number, so from which countries, from which segment, can you detail out? Can you break down? So it is important, yes? Yeah? And then monetary details. So if you want to bring that segment to Bali, then you must have the initiative, the monetary initiative. You want to do promotion, so how much you allocated for the promotion? And then number 2, move on, M, measurable. So we need to be, you have to know how, you have to know the size of your projection. Okay, you need to quantify the outcome, whether it is bad or, whether it's good or bad. So meaning, when you talk about this, you know the number represent certain outputs. For example, A, let's say you study, you have A, B, C, D. Then it goes, it is the same with this. So you need to know the rubrics or the checklist, the threshold, the indicators of the performance. And then A, attainable. So is it achievable in the short run and potential extension for the long run? So because we need to understand the management constraint. So when we talk about doing things, we must know the resources that we have. So the most important resources are 3. Number 1 is the money. Do we have the money? Number 2, manpower. Do we have the manpower or the human to execute it? And number 3, the technology or the equipments. Do you have it? If not, we have to buy it or we have to invent it. Okay? And then, so that's why I would say that you look into that and also the benchmark for comparison. Like us, I mentioned earlier in when I started my speech just now, that Bali is, I think, is one of the leading island. It's the leading island. So you compete with Phuket. Like us in Malaysia, we don't have any island that can stand like, on the same pitch or on the same level with Bali. But somehow, I would say that you need to find the benchmark. So how can you compare yourself? Don't compare with, maybe you cannot compare with Langkawi, but you can compare with Phuket, you can compare with Maldives, you can compare with other countries. Okay? And then relevant. So the objective that you do must be relevant. So you need to understand the current state of the business and also the other. I think maybe some of you here have heard on the pastel analysis. Have you heard about it? Pastel analysis? Okay, incorporate that in the analysis that we have. So try to do assessment. So do you agree with, okay, you must list everything. We must have the checklist of pastel, for example. Okay? And then now, during pandemic, remember, people talk about revenge tourism. So after all of us have been at home for 1.5 years. Maybe people will, have panic spending, something like that. They call it as revenge spending after lockdown. Here called PPKM. I'm not sure. In Malaysia, we call it as lockdown, movement control order. Okay, so, but people change. People change the concept from revenge tourism to slow tourism. What is slow tourism? Slow tourism is that when they come to the destination, they will spend their time in a slow manner. What is slow? Meaning they will when they go to, for example, like the ecotourism that we have yesterday, they will spend about 2 days or 3 days over there. And then they will go to other village or other ecotourism destination, and they will spend another 2 or 3 days, and they will buy the goods or they will buy the products that produced by those communities. So that kind of ideas. So how can you look into that ideas, the slow tourism? Because slow tourism will bring more economic benefits to the people. Like yesterday, when you bring me to the Siangan village, I only spent about 2 hours. Yeah? And then I cannot buy anything. And in fact, I cannot see any products from the village. And I just heard about the concept, about the ideas of Suba, right? Suba. But I haven't seen it, and I haven't any photo of it. I cannot sell it. I cannot promote it or disseminate the information about it. And I haven't seen any products about it. So that is not slow tourism. That is, we call stamping. Yeah? You just go and you touch and go. We don't want that. We want slow tourism. And then time-based, time duration. So we must know what will be the timeline for us to achieve. Yeah? For example, we talk about the recession in 2023. It will happen not really long. It will happen like in 2 months. Maybe it will happen in the second quarter. Maybe post World Cup, about 3 months after World Cup, then the recession started to form, or maybe to appear. So we already anticipated it. But now, what is our role as academicians, as the people that, study or teaching in economy, or in business and management? Okay, so, and sometimes here you may say that, why did I challenge you? Why did I challenge you? Why did I say so many things? Because, okay, let me go, because I need to also prove about myself. Move on to the next one. Okay, actually I have, what do you call it? Lots of experiences working in the government as well as in the private sector as the consultant for projects, for training, and then I'm the permanent member for the impact study for public event in the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, as well as I've done several researches and training for, plus year is the highway. In Malaysia, we call Project Lebuh Raya Utara Selatan, or the highway, the main highway in Malaysia. So to train the business operator on quality, and then I'm also the chief editor for the Team Journal and the chief editor for the Campus Business Review and the KL Talk. KL Talk is Kuala Lumpur Tourism Association. This is the oldest, and then we want to, because this is a tough job, what we want to do is we want to help KL to become, to be great again. But it's it's a very tough job. And in fact, it's quite long time to go for us to achieve that. And also the committee member for the Tourism Productivity Nexus. Okay? So that means, what I want to say to you today is that you are all, maybe some of you here is still student. And the docent or the academician here, so you have to play your role. You have to go out. You need to send proposal to the government, maybe to the foundation, and then you must have you must have solid proposal, solid ideas, because your findings should help the foundation and the government to, to solve the problems that they currently facing. Okay, next. Okay, I would like to share with you about one of the research that I have conducted in 2014. I cannot share. Maybe you argue with me, why is it so long time ago? 2014 is not recent, because in research we must use recent data, right? 5 years back. But I cannot reveal something that's still new, because we have contract, but this one is already obsolete, and the event is already, maybe they don't really organize it again in the future. Okay. So what is the impact of event? So that's why sometimes we cannot just simply rely on the natural, or what we call organic way of grow, right? Like plant, they grow organically, right? But for the tourism industry, sometimes you must have initiative. For example, like this, can you specify any events? Maybe you call it the major event, local event, or like a big event, okay, for the tourists. For example, this is one event that I was the consultant as the impact study. And so when we do the research here, it shows that more international tourists came to the event than local. The ratio is about 52-48%. More international tourists. And most of them spend or stayed more than 9 days. You imagine, if let's say they spend one day about 2 million, 2 million is big, 1 million rupiah, how much will they spend for the cost of stay? And then they spend approximately about $2,400 during their stay. And we look at the breakdown of spending when we research them, we ask them, and then they mention that they spend 30% during the event, 20% after the event, and 50% in KL. KL is our capital city, so they will also go to the capital city and spend about 50% of their budget for, to maybe for shopping, maybe for sightseeing or whatever. And then the largest segment age between 26 to 40 years, more than 60% are youth travelers, okay, because they love sporting. And then 31% have income of more than $10,000 per month. And 32% came with 2 to 3 traveling partners. And 71% stayed in, this event happened in Langkawi between 5 to 10 days, and 93% stayed in the hotel. Why I mention this? Because you imagine the economic contribution or the economic generation that this event has, contributed. And then next one. So please, you not move. Okay, sorry, this is the thing that I mentioned earlier. Maybe you can have a snapshot of it. Okay, go through a little bit. Okay, now we are in this. Sorry, we have to move to the next one. Okay, please stop here. Okay, go to the next. Press one more. Please press one more. Okay. Okay. So I mentioned earlier, the average spending is about $2,300, and then the direct impact of the event is small, about $400,000. But what about the indirect impact? So indirect impact is all about the ticket, the t-shirts, everything that happened during the event. But how about the traveling? There are other expenditures, like meals, like for transportation. Move on to the next one. So the indirect impact of 2.3 million for athletes. Okay, this event, we have about less than 500 athletes. But the number of accompanying partner and also the spectators that contribute, we not measure that yet. Okay? So, in a nutshell, you look at just now I mentioned about the tourism, So tourism is important because of the social impact. Okay, remember, we cannot really target the mass market. So we have to target the specific market, especially next year. So we cannot just simply sit back and relax and enjoy whatever that comes to our shore. So we have to be active, right? Don't rely on the mass market. So you have to find the niche areas. And then next, community-based. This is important. You have done it. And I would like to congratulate you for Warmadewa University, especially to the Faculty of Business and Management, for having this ecotourism, Subak ecotourism that I have experienced yesterday. But like I mentioned earlier, how can you monetize the initiative that you have in the form of bringing tourists? Can you bring international tourists? Very difficult. But you can bring domestic tourists, especially students, youth, family. You know, maybe they also can learn on the traditional way of making things. Like I mentioned yesterday about the interaction between human to nature. You can also do that, right? And whoever experienced yesterday, maybe you still remember it. How can you offer that kind of activities or experience to the people outside there, especially to your fellow Indonesian, fellow people? And so remember, we have to rely on the domestic during the economic recession. Okay. And next one. And for I have this one experience that I call the name of this distinguished guest is Michael Mitchell. So he was the organizer of Olympic in Angeles in, I think, 1992 or 1996. So he was the organizer, so meaning how big the company that he has. Okay, and he talked about this, the number one step. Maybe it's quite small, and if you can get my slide later, then you can read on it. Okay, so number one, he said that whenever that we do what we have, we need to look into the macroeconomic objective. And we have to move into the rural rejuvenation, like what you have done yesterday. So you are on the right track. So keep it up, okay? And then poverty alleviation, cultural preservation and advancement, regional identity, targeted geographic development, and so on. The list is, so you can do this. You have the items, you have the dimensions or sub-dimension. But how are you going to write on it? So research needs to be done. Submit your proposal to foundation. I will endorse it. You can share with me. I can, look at it, maybe offer some improvement to the proposal, and you submit and you can do it here. Excuse me. Okay, and finally, is this the final one? No, not the final one. Still have about 3 slides, but never mind. I will go through very quick. Okay, here about the destination positioning. Okay, now, you look at this, we call it as mapping, perpetual mapping. If I'm not mistaken, because there are so many things in my mind right now, and I forgot what they call it, but it's mapping, mapping or matrix. Okay, so let's say we must have, excuse me. Yeah, I have sore throat because of the weather here. It's unpredictable. Sometimes it's very hot in the afternoon and suddenly rain in the evening. Okay, so here, what I would like to share with you here is that, okay, you have to do mapping on certain aspects of or certain characteristics. For example, the X and Y axis you see there on the generation against their motive of traveling. For example, who would like to go for getaway, for culture, for city, for playful, and for adventure. And then, do you agree with me on that? For example, I would say that the future segment or the generation Z they have lack of purchasing power. When they go out, they spend less than 5 days, they spend less than 100 days per day, and their spending activities are more on essential. They rent bike, and they just pay for the entrance fee, okay, something that they afford to do. But for the bottom one, you can see the segment, this segment that we want to have, and you have the culture, you have the getaway, right? So maybe you can look into this. The segment with purchasing power, and they prefer mid to long duration, between 5 to 2 weeks, and then they spend more than 100 days on average, spend on not only the activities, but also for the souvenirs, handcraft, for good foods, and they travel in a big number. So maybe we look into that, okay? And I think for my last slide here, and I would like to, okay, look into next one. Okay, that will be the next one, the final slide that I would like to share with you. Okay. So the key takeaways, to all of us today is that in the future we have to expect unpredictability. So we must have the micro policy and thing that I would like to share with you on the supply and demand in the local areas that will create economy. So you have to study the impact of G20 on the local economy during and post. During, nowadays we can say we are still in G20, but how about 2 weeks after that? So just now your Vice Governor mentioned about G20, lots of investment for developing infrastructure to beautify islands, but what will be the impact? So because maybe in the future, Bali can host another big event again, so that's why I would say if we have the inputs or we have the findings, then share it with government, okay? And so I think that's all for me today. If you have any question later, please ask the moderator and I'm happy to answer it. Matur semua, thank you so much and terima kasih.
Okay, please give applause to Dr. Azif. Thank you. You can drink first. No, just sit here. Okay. I would like to say hello to our online speakers. Mr. Mavendra Chauhan.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Mavendra. Are you here?
Am I audible?
Yeah. Wait, I can't see your face. Mr. Mavendra?
Am I audible?
Yeah. Will you please, the operator, please give me the screen of Mr. Mavendra? Okay. Hello, Mr. Mavendra.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. We are here in Bali. You are in India. Let me introduce you first, yeah? Mr. Mavendra Chauhan is an ASEAN Youth Friendship Network alumnus, a finance graduate with a background in international study, undergrad in Spanish and Latin America studies, an active former student leader in India, most Jawaharlal Nehru University with world largest student organization, work in risk assurance and risk finance audit with the firms like Amazon.com and KPMG. Also a member of the National Digital Communication and Strategy Team of the Youth Wing of India ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay, it's all about you. Okay, so I think we are same. We connect with Mr. Setiawan, yeah.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Satya.
me also alumni of AYFN before. I joined the program to South Korea and Thailand. How about you? You joined which program?
I joined a program and that was in Bali itself, the first one, and second one I joined it in Thailand. So yeah, I've been to the beautiful city of Denpasar.
Okay, sure. Okay, so you have a time, 30 minutes to explain about your presentation. You can share the screen. After you finish your presentation, I will give the audience time to ask you and Dr. Azif. And then we have online audience too. If the online audience want to have a question, please raise the hand, and also the audience from the offline can also ask the question to the speakers. Okay, I give time to you, Mr.
Yeah, sure.
Mavendra.
I would not be presenting anything. I'll be talking directly because the first organization I worked with was Amazon.com, and that taught me one thing, that do not present. I mean, they had a whiteboard policy, and I have a habit of going through that. And yeah, I'll be talking directly. And yes, good morning, everyone. So it's morning time in India, and good afternoon for everyone in Bali. And it's great to be here. It's great to be connected with such lovely and enthusiastic audience. And I was listening to Doctor's presentation about tourism impacts, and yeah, we have so much common elements. What we talked about tourism impacts in Bali and what we have in India. So yeah, I'll be primarily sharing India's perspective, what we went through in the pandemic, and what I think somebody has raised hand. Jerry Kusuma, do you have any question? Okay. So yeah, we have a lot in common. Like when COVID struck us, we all were affected the same. So there are basically two things which we'll talk about through what we call as an economic crisis after these 2 years, starting with the COVID crisis globally and then the Russia-Ukraine war. So first of all, India's impact. I'll start with the recent things and then I'll go back to COVID. What is generally perceived across the globe, across the people, across the world, that India has not been hit that hard with the Russian and Ukrainian conflict because we share good relations with both the countries and we are kind of a neutral platform. So,
Sorry, Mr. Mavendra, I can't see your slide.
I am not presenting. I'll talk directly.
Oh, you just, okay.
I told you. So, yeah. It is generally believed that India has not been much affected with the Russian and Ukrainian conflict. But on the contrary, India was a country which was affected the very first time because of one reason, that we had more than 20,000 students from India who were studying medicine in Ukraine and the bordering parts in Russia. So when this conflict started, there were more than 20,000 students who were struck in Kiev, Kharkiv, and different parts of Ukraine, and they were studying medicine in colleges, and their colleges were telling them to stay back and everything is normal. And there were students from first, second, third year of their medicine studies. They went there with dreams and aspirations, and they did not go from very well-off families from India. They were people from middle class or upper middle class families, and their families anyhow sent them abroad to study and study medicine in Ukraine. There is a huge number, and when they were struck there, say 20,000 students struck in a foreign land in a war-hit zone, created chaos in India. In many families who had sent their children out, the neighbors, the people in the city, they were out on streets demanding our government to bring them back through war-struck area. And government of India launched the mission Ganga, Operation Ganga, to bring back the students, to evacuate more than 20,000 students from Ukraine. They managed it diplomatically through talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, to create a green passage, and all the neighboring countries, our central ministers were sent as special envoys to the PM. In the neighboring countries of Ukraine, people were there. Our ministers were there with the teams in neighboring countries. Our embassies were functioning even in the 4 neighboring countries of Ukraine to bring back students. So yeah, we were the people who were impacted for the very first day of the war hit. We brought back our students successfully, and unfortunately, there was one casualty of our Indian student in Ukraine during the war times when it initially started. So yeah, and the economic impact it brought with us is that 20,000 students came back to India with an uncertain future. They went out to study medicine because the government colleges in India do not have those many seats to accommodate everyone to study medicine. And they went to Ukraine to study medicine. When they came back, they were very uncertain about what kind of a future they'll have. Will they be able to complete their degrees or not? So yeah, that had an economic impact too. And they came back at a time when Indian universities had still not opened up. after COVID. So yeah, this was one impact which we directly had, one crisis that directly hit us through this Ukraine and Russia conflict. And then supply chain issues. Obviously, Ukraine has been a very great producer of food materials, which they usually supplied to African countries. When the supply chain disrupted in Ukraine, one impact was about demand. The demand shifted towards India because India too is a very very huge producer of food grains, especially wheat. So the demand shifted towards India, and then there was an Afghanistan crisis that time when US pulled out of Afghanistan. So we had to send aids there itself, and then we had demands coming out from through United Nations, through directly through our African counterparts, through BRICS, to supply food grains to African countries because there was a supply chain issue through Ukraine. So yeah, and then energy crisis, of course, because India buys most of its energy needs as far as petroleum is concerned. So with Russia getting involved in such crisis and war, there was an impact on energy at itself. And then the other thing was that after sanctions on Russia and sanctions going globally around this very conflict, dollar became stronger, and that directly impacted Indian rupee because we buy most of our energy, like petroleum, crude oil, everything. Most of 90% of our uses we buy, and we are a country of 1.35 billion people. That is world's second most populous country. One out of every seven people in the world is an Indian. We are 1/7 of the world population. So yeah, our energy consumption is huge, and when most of the petroleum and oil uses we buy from foreign countries, that obviously hit our foreign reserves when this crisis struck. So this is about Russia and Ukraine conflict, which directly or indirectly impacted us. And then secondly, there is one thing that we share good relations with both the countries, and perhaps very few world leaders were in the line of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who could talk to both the presidents on the same day consecutively. Like our government had a phone call with President Putin, and right after that with President Zelensky, and appealed to resolve this matter as soon as possible, because war is not a possibility. War is not a solution in 21st century. And then again, shifting back to COVID crisis, going back to 2019 and 2020, India has always been a very strong believer of the fact that 20th century may have been the century of Europe, of the West, but 21st century is definitely the century of Asia. It is the century of Asian countries uprising from most of the countries which were considered third world and developing, getting developed, improving in most of the performance indexes. So, right, this was a condition in 2019 when the incumbent government got re-elected and they came back to power in 2019. And there was a lot going on. There were a lot of major projects which were put in line, and suddenly this COVID struck. So we had seen the impact of COVID in China. We had seen the impact of COVID hitting in Italy. We had seen the impact hitting in United States, which had considerably better infrastructure health-wise than India. Because India's 70% of the population resides in villages. We have 70% of rural population which lives in the villages, and the healthcare services in the villages is not as good as that is in the cities and towns. So when there were just 500 cases in a country of 1.35 billion people, our national government decided to impose a complete nationwide lockdown without any leverages. It was completely restricted. Nobody, be it a minister, be it a farmer, nobody could move from the places they were at. And they were not allowed to cross even the village boundaries, leave alone any other thing. Highways were shut. Everything was totally shut down. Only the essential services were allowed, and that too for 2 hours a day. And that too, from one family, people could not go consecutively for 2 days. So people had to plan it that way. The administration had a very tough time managing a population of 1.35 billion. Keeping them inside home is a very big task when you have a huge population of people who have migrated to other places to work. I'll explain the dynamics of the country. The western part and the southern part of India is heavily industrialized. We have industries in the southern parts of India. We have industries in states of Tamil Nadu, then in Kerala, and then we talk about Maharashtra, Karnataka, Bangalore, which is called the Silicon Valley of India, also lies in the Western India. And Mumbai, which is the financial capital of India, also lies in the Western India. Gujarat, which is the most industrialized state of India, lies in Western part. So most of the people from Eastern India migrate towards Western India for work. towards southern India for work. If they are working in IT sector, corporate sector, or industries, automotive sector, they'll be migrating towards south. If they are in other industries, they are migrating towards west. So there is a lot of unorganized sector labor which migrates from eastern parts of India, from the villages of India, from the northern parts of India towards the south and west. And when lockdown struck, there were many, like millions of daily wage workers who used to earn every day and eat every day. They were struck, there was no work, industries closed, shops closed, markets closed, and they did not have enough savings to survive for even a week. And during that period of time, it was not practically possible for any government to provide immediate relief to anyone. So the lockdown was imposed in on 24th March 2020, and biggest crisis that hit was managing workers, the migrant laborers who were staying away from their home, 1,000 miles away from their home. A few weeks they could control, governments could provide, civil society provided food. There were people coming out and helping them out with food or a little bit of monetary help. But later on, what happened? The moment they exhausted their savings, the moment they thought that there is nothing to do here, why are we living? We should go back to home. But there were no transportation services. For the first time in the history of India, railways were shut down. Indian Railways. Like Indian Railways is a huge network. We say that the population of United Kingdom, the total population of UK is the number of people anytime you can find in the trains in India. That is so big network of trains we have. So yeah, Indian Railways were shut down for the first time, and that was not even shut in war times. We had wars with China, we had wars with Pakistan. It was never shut, and when Indian Railways were shut, people realized that there is something very serious, that the railways have been shut. So yeah, there was no possible practical way for any migrant laborer to go back home, and their homes were 1,000 miles away. So they started walking. So imagine 10,000 people, migrant laborers, restless laborers, walking and decided to walk for 1,000 miles for 10 days straight to reach their homes. And that was a very big challenge during the outbreak of COVID, to control them, to facilitate them, to bring them back home safely, or to accommodate them in the cities they are working in. And obviously, in the times of crisis, you always want to be with your loved ones, with your families. So nobody wants to be stranded alone in some different city. So yeah, then the government started an initiative called Shramik Express. Shramik is labor, and labor express trains, which were basically focused on bringing back the laborers free of cost to their hometowns. So that there were like hundreds of trains announced after that, and they were brought back very systematically organized, different state governments, very different districts. So yeah, those Shramik Expresses helped a lot. So that was first crisis of bringing them back home, and then the second crisis. What work will they do now? They do not have any savings. If they come back to their hometowns, they'll be kind of non-contributors to the rural economy, because rural economy mainly depends on agriculture. So if they come back home, what will they do? What will they earn? So the government decided to facilitate them through two means. Blessing in disguise was, people were stranded outside and everything was shut. So there were certain projects on rural grounds which needed to be completed. Say there is a borewell thing to be done. Say there is some road network work to be done in the rural parts of India. So government launched and escalated all such projects. That if there is anything needs to be done on the government part on infra level, and we need manpower and we need laborers for that, government introduced. There is a scheme already running, National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. So that is called Manarega on the name of Mahatma Gandhi. So government accelerated the Manarega scheme, and they said that anyone who has returned to the villages from the cities, any laborer can apply in their rural government office to get work and work within the village, because there are certain government things coming up, the repair of a school building maybe. So any such maintenance and the regular things which had to be done were accelerated so that the people get jobs in the villages. So yeah, that one step of empowering rural people with whatever possible way, that helped a lot in containing the rural outbreak of COVID and rural crisis. And then secondly, one very big decision which was taken by the government of India to provide food security for all during the times of COVID. So yeah, there was a scheme launched, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana. That means PM poor people's, that is basically focused at people who, more than 80 million people, 800 million people, 80 crore people were provided free of cost food grains, have been provided food currently, even like it's 2.5 years and they are being provided kg of different combinations of different food grains every month. They are being provided free of cost. So that is 800 million people, 80 crore people in India have been provided food security right from the time of COVID, free of cost. And that has helped a lot in containing rural distress in India, what we call. So yeah, this is the first big crisis was containing migrant laborers, and then there were solutions to it. And second thing was one thing which was launched by the government of India is Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme. So Atmanirbhar is something which we call self-reliant. So when the supply chain was struck, we realized that we are somewhat dependent on China for certain things, say automobile, say raw material for medicines. So there were certain sectors which we realized that when the supply chain issues happened with China after certain parts of China were hit. So we realized that we barely need to create something which gives us the power, the autonomy to control certain sectors. Like India is a pharma giant. We produce medicines more than anyone in the world. During the times of COVID, we have supplied medicines to the globe, even to the United States, hydroxychloroquine, and the medicines which were very much required throughout the globe. The vaccines India manufactured have been sent across the globe through UN, through direct transactions. So yeah, but the problem was raw material which we used to use in our pharma sector used to come from China. The semiconductor chip which we use in our automotive sector, in our mobile manufacturing sector, used to come from China. So there were certain sectors which we identified that this will hamper us if there is any such situation which comes up. So yeah, we started Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, and government introduced PLI, that is production linked incentives, that if a company comes ahead and takes responsibility of one product, that I'll produce this at such a scale that we do not need to import this, government will give tax benefits, not only tax benefits, but subsidies as well to produce, to establish that infrastructure to produce that very product. So a lot of entrepreneurs came up, a lot of unicorns came up, a lot of startups came up with certain projects that, yeah, this is one product I'm picking, and I'll produce this product at such a scale that we do not need to import that. So significantly after COVID, when we realized that we need to produce our own products in certain sectors, we need to have self-reliance in certain sectors, our exports grew exponentially and imports came down in certain sectors. So this was one silver lining which came after Atmanirbhar Bharat. When we talk of medical equipment, India did not manufacture a single piece of PPE kit before COVID struck. And by the time we were into COVID, 7 months passed, and we started exporting PPE kits after fulfilling the needs of entire 1.3 billion population and all the medical supplies. We started exporting medical equipment. We started exporting testing kits, which we initially took from China. We did not have any testing kit. So we started exporting that out of India when we started manufacturing that. When we talk of medicines, the general medicines, the paracetamol, Fabiflu, flu-related medicines, which were very much in demand during those times, we produced it at such a scale that, barring few months in the second wave, we have been exporting those medicines to across the globe. And then after the medicine sector, even the vaccination, Indian companies like Serum Institute had a tie-up with the manufacturers of Covishield, the Oxford people, and they got that rights to manufacture that. So most of the medicines which were manufactured, the Covishield manufacturer, which was, I think, not the Pfizer one, the other vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine. So AstraZeneca vaccine had an Indian version of it, which was called Covishield, and that was produced by Serum Institute of India, and that was produced in such volumes that we have been able to, and there was one indigenous Indian vaccine, that was Covaxin, that was manufactured by Bharat Biotech in India. So these two vaccines, the combination of these two vaccines, we produce at such vast numbers that we have been able to vaccinate 100 crore people, 1 billion people with 2 doses. So 2 billion doses of vaccination successfully done in 1 year in such a big country. And we started with booster doses, and then COVID is kind of contained in India. We had, in a country of 1.35 billion, we have not had a single death in last 1 week. Last death we have due to COVID was like 1 week ago. And that only was not primarily because of COVID. There were other complications too. So yeah, this vaccine is one thing which we can claim that we very successfully vaccinated 1.35 billion people when initially things were being done. The Western media wrote us off that India has such a huge population. How will they be able to manage? And the countries who have poorer economic conditions, specifically in Africa and a few countries in Asia, they believe that they would not be able to survive this crisis. But yeah, we can proudly say that we came out stronger. We understood, we learned from the situation, and what our Prime Minister says, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi uses a quote, "Aapda mein avsar." That opportunity in the times of crisis is what we need to see to come out of this distress. So yeah, that was an Aapda mein avsar that we started with Atmanirbhar Bharat self-reliant scheme, and we became self-reliant in certain sectors. Not one, not two, but many sectors we became self-reliant. So yeah, there are certain sectors when we talk of COVID recoveries. What we can see is there are certain sectors which picked up after that. Like hospitality sector was very badly struck during COVID. Tourism sector was badly struck. But what we heard in the previous session with Professor, revenge tourism got so much that between the first and second wave, we had all the tourist destinations full. We could not get hotels. We could not get anything because everybody was into revenge tourism, that we have been locked up in homes and we'll be going. After that, there was one new phenomena came with India being a very big market of the services sector. We are a big producer of the services sector. We are into the information technology, and we are into the corporate sectors. We have a lot of US based and global firms here which take our services as consultants. So we have a lot of consultants in India, be it IT, be it finance, and everywhere. So a lot of system of work from home came in. People started working from home who were working in corporates, and that is a huge number. Like millions of people in India work for corporates, work for multinational firms. So there was a work from home system, and that encouraged tourism as well, because people say, even myself, I went into the mountains. I was there for 2 months and I worked from the mountains. I had my laptop, I was working for my office, but I was staying in the mountains in a homestay. So this culture started in India, working from mountains, working from beaches. So yeah, this is a slow tourism trend that started in India again. So in the mountains, you go, you find affordable tourist hostels, you found affordable tourist long stay places. So that guarantees some sort of stability to the tourism operators. That yeah, people are coming here, they're staying, our basic expenses are sorted. If even if that is a tourist season, if it is not, so that has impacted. Yeah, and then again, there is one more thing. India has become an electrocracy. India has 37 states total when we even talk of union territories, and in which 29 are complete states. 8 are the ones which are controlled by the central government. They do not have separate elections, but 29 states have their own elections, their own state governments, their own chief ministers, their own cabinet. And for such things, our constitution has a provision that any election cannot be curtailed for more than 6 months. The governments are elected for 5 years, but nobody, in no circumstances, that can continue for more than 5.5 years. So during the times of COVID, it became very difficult for us to conduct elections, and there were many elections due in many states. So we had 10 state elections during COVID crisis. And that if we would not have those elections, that would have been a constitutional crisis. The governments would have to be dismissed, and then central government would have to take control, and that would even result in a graver situation, not having a state government to operate on a state level. So yeah, we had 10 state elections with the participation of like 20 crore people, 200 million people participated in those elections. 10 states went through their state elections during the COVID crisis, and we successfully did that. Obviously, trying to maintain whatever COVID norms possible. So yeah, these were a few things which happened, and especially automotive sector. So I'll conclude by talking with what we did with automotive sector in the interest of time. So India is the second largest consumer of automobile, the passenger cars, and after the COVID struck, just a moment, yeah. After the COVID crisis struck, we saw a V-shaped recovery in automotive sector because people started avoiding the use of public transport. So yeah, that was a quick introduction to the automotive sector's recovery as well. And I see that the time is almost up. So just 2-3 minutes left. So if we have any questions, I am happy to answer if we can right now, or even if I can get the questions, I can reply them back, even through email or anything. So yeah, over to you, ma'am.
Okay, Thank you, Mr. Mavendra. You finished your presentation already, right? Thank you so much for delivering all your material about the recessions in your country. Give applause to Mr. Mavendra. It's far away from us, from India, delivered to Indonesia. Okay, the third speaker is one of my campus dean before, when I take my bachelor degree in Singapore. Yeah, 7 years already, sir. We never met before. I'm a little bit nervous because I know Prof. Abhishek very well. It's very strict, you know, when I was take my bachelor in Singapore. Okay, let me introduce the third speakers. Professor Abhishek Dalip Sin Bahti is one of the professor in James Cook University, Singapore. He is a campus dean at James Cook University, Singapore. He finished Bachelor of Art in Economic at University of Bombay, India, and also graduate MBA in Tourism and Hospitality Management at Australian Institute for Business, Tourism Institute of Business Australia, Adelaide, and also take MBA in the Marketing Management, Maastricht School of Management, Maastricht, the Netherlands, and take PhD in Business, Tourism and Management at James Cook University, Australia. So, please welcome Prof. Abhishek Sin Bahti to the stage. Hello, Prof. Abhishek. You just arrived in Bali? Yeah. I will help you. How was your flight?
Yeah, I can. You can hear me now. Hello, everyone. Very good morning. Yeah, I'm fresh from the airport. I boarded the flight at 6:55 a.m. in the morning. I wanted to be here yesterday, but there was an event at the British High Commission's residence, and I had to be there. When the High Commissioner of UK invites you, you have to be there. So I was at an event at their residence last night. So I'm very glad to be here, and so good to see you, and so good to see my old friend Razif here. You know, as we were coming down from the airport, some of the Warmadewa staff who were with me in the car, they were explaining to me about the history of the university and the good work that they're doing here. So I can see that there are some faculty members and there are some students, and I would like to congratulate each and every one of you for your good work here. Well done.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Abhishek. After Prof. Abhishek will explain the slide about the recession, yeah, and then we also have online audience that can answer, can give Prof. Abhishek and Dr. Razif and Mr. Mavendra question after finish this session, okay? So, Prof. Abhishek, the time is yours. Okay. Okay, for the operator, please open Prof. Abhishek's slide.
Yes, I'll do it here. That's fine. Because of the glare, there's a glare there. Yeah. I think for everybody else, you can see the presentation. But before I talk about my presentation today, I'd like to give a brief introduction of where I've come from. So James Cook University is an Australian university. We come from Queensland. So if you're familiar with Queensland, it's on the east coast of Australia. And they have 3 campuses in Australia, in Cairns, Townsville, and Brisbane. And then, of course, the Singapore campus is James Cook University's international campus. In Singapore, there are many institutions, but there are 6 local universities. Many of you would have heard of universities like NUS, NTU, SMU, which are very highly ranked in the world. And James Cook University is the only non-government university in Singapore. So we are the only institution with the university status in Singapore. Our campus was opened by Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott. So that is the only campus outside of Australia to be opened by a Prime Minister, which is really nice. We have a lot of students from from many countries, I should say. About 60 countries are represented on our campus. And we have students from Indonesia, not many from Bali, since you're probably one of the few ones there, but we have a lot of them from Surabaya, from Jakarta, Medan, some of the bigger places and also other places. And the student population is growing rapidly. My work in JCU is related to, my research is related to tourism recovery. And when we talk about tourism, it's a multidisciplinary area. A lot of people think that tourism is hospitality, just looking at having good time. But tourism also gives employment to many people. There is drivers, hotels, people in restaurants, attractions, guides. Many people, they make their livelihood on tourism. And because of tourism, we can also protect and grow our culture. Earlier on, Bali had the opportunity to host the G20 summit this week, so earlier in the week. And the tagline for the G20 summit was also about recovering together, And I think that's an important one. And that's what, even when I was talking about, when I was approached by Aisita about making a presentation, I was wondering, what should I talk about? Should I talk about, how recession can be overcome in tourism or tourism recovery, or should I talk about it in general? Then I thought, hey, if you want to overcome recession, nothing beats innovation. Innovation is new thinking. And whether times are good or bad, innovation can help you recover and can help you make good progress. So then that's what I did. I tried to look at innovations to overcome recession, and I focused on high-tech technology of the future, and how technology of the future can make a difference. And some of the ideas that I'm going to share today, they definitely are from a think tank that I work with. It is called Ecosystems. And they have a plan, Ecosystem 2030, as you can see from the slides. The Ecosystem 2030 is all about using technology to become more resilient. So, recession. Is recession happening? Some people say yes, other people say no. In September 22, Ned Davis Research Group said that there are 98% chances of a global recession, may happen or may not happen. But 70% of economists that were surveyed earlier this year, they also said that recession is going to happen. Of course, the technical definition of recession is when there are 2 terms, consecutive terms, with a downward growth trend, And it is not about recession, which is something that should worry us, but whether we are ready for recession and how we can overcome recession. I think that's an important bit. So if you go to the next slide, can we change on to the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So here, I'm focusing on innovation, and here I would like to make a quote from Harvard Business Review, and which says, as you can see from the slide presentation there, the sense that a recession is coming is growing. If it does, will it cause innovation to slow? This is really important, yeah? Does recession mean innovation has to go down? And the answer is no, not necessarily. Innovation has to grow. Innovation has to become even more important. And if you're familiar with the old popular, big names in history, Winston Churchill, who was one of the prime ministers of the UK, he once said, we should never waste a crisis. If there's a problem that happens, never let the problem go away. The problem gives you an opportunity to improve. And I think that becomes really important here, right? So if there is a recession or if there is a problem, how we can overcome that problem, how we can innovate. So let me focus on innovation and recession. And as you can see from the bottom end, what happens in recession? Usually, there is reduction in flow of capital. That means money is difficult to find, But when there's money is less, how can companies still do something good, something better? And how promoters can do things with minimum resources, that makes recession a very big opportunity. So when I'm looking into, overcoming recession and innovation in recession, I'm going to quote Mark Zuckerberg, I'm sure some of you would have been familiar with this name, Mark Zuckerberg. So, yes, people know him. Most of us, I've been communicating on WhatsApp, owned by Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, owned by Mark Zuckerberg. So Mark Zuckerberg has mentioned it, as you can see on the right-hand side. The technology gives us the power to express ourselves and experience the world in ever greater richness. Beautiful quote. How we can become different, how technology can give us the power to express and become more stronger. And I'm going to focus in this presentation, those who are here in the room and the ones who are listening online, I'm going to focus on mobility. As I was coming from the airport to the university campus here, the distance is not a lot, but because of traffic on the roads, it takes a longer time. And this is not limited to Bali. If you go to bigger cities, like let's say Jakarta or Kuala Lumpur, Surabaya or Singapore, urban places are growing, and with the growth in urban places, the challenges of traffic, the challenges of managing mobility has become quite a difficult matter. So I'm going to spend the next 15-20 minutes, if I have the time, on few things. First, autonomous vehicles. You would have heard of self-driven vehicles. Where is it now? Where is the conversation? Is it really happening? I'm going to talk about urban air mobility. Gojek is very popular here. Similarly, in some other countries, you have Grab and you have Uber. Uber was the one who made this, and-share transportation. And Uber is now getting into urban air mobility. And I'll explain to that in a while. We're going to talk about micro-mobility. And several students here and academics, you can help me whether micro-mobility is popular in Bali, popular in Indonesia or not. And then we're going to spend a little bit time on how all these things are contributing towards smart cities. And of course, what are some crowdsourced ideas? Now, crowdsourced ideas is really important. Sometime back, I was in Jakarta about 4 months ago. And in that conference, it was made to me that Indonesia has the largest proportion of unicorns. Unicorns are businesses that have become $1 billion businesses over time. So this has happened because they were able to raise a lot of funding from crowdsourcing. And so probably these are a few things we'll focus on. Next slide, please. So the first topic here is autonomous vehicles, And as you all know, AVs are where, cars can drive on their own. And the challenge, as I was saying earlier, is that as cities continues to grow, our mobility demand increases. And with traffic, it becomes even more difficult. But is autonomous vehicles a reality? Well, the thing is, yes, it is going to happen very soon. As you can see from the slides there, the self-driving cars are expected to reach 33 million units by 2040. And it's not very far, only about 16, 17, 18 years from now, and there would be many more self-driving vehicles. And it will happen that by the end of this year, Tesla itself have made available about 1 million cars, not all over the world, but in some places where it is possible to have self-driven cars. So folks, it is happening as we speak. Self-driven cars is a reality. If you move on to the next slide, when we talk about self-driven cars, it's not that there is one formula or one size. You can see there that there are 5 different levels of self-driving cars. Of course, the 5th level is one of the most difficult level, but it's definitely possible to move from level 2 to level 3. Level 2, which is partial automation, and level 3, which is conditional automation. Now, what is conditional automation? Where the car can drive itself, can provide a brake, and even use the steering. Yeah, so that's conditional automation. It is difficult to get the car to control everything. We are talking about autonomous vehicles, right? So, all road, weather, and traffic conditions are difficult to simulate based on the current analytics, yeah? We're talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, so it's a bit difficult to do so. But few things can be done, and conditional automation can definitely be done. And it is possible for sensors in the car to look into optical, thermal, and ultrasound images. I'm becoming a bit technical here, but it's important because we are talking about innovations. We are referring to doing something new. And when you do something new, you can overcome any problem. Recession or no recession, doesn't matter. So we have to be doing a breakthrough work. We have to do things differently. And, as you can see from the writing towards the end in the red, that by 2025, in 3-4 years' time, there has to be a 6-fold increase in what is known as Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, ADAS. So there will be places where you can have such type of innovations. Now, you might ask me, why do you want autonomous vehicles? Is it any good? Yep. And there are several advantages, several benefits of autonomous vehicles. So next slide, please. So here you can see here, AVs, autonomous vehicles, they have many benefits. First, it reduces congestion on the road. It becomes easier to travel. Second, it reduces cost because not everybody has to own a car. 4 or 5 people can share a car, It's like Gojek on the go, where your car becomes can be shared and many people can use the same car. Yeah. Third, and a very important thing, global warming. It reduces carbon growth or carbon emissions. So emissions reduces by 80%. Huge improvement. And of course, it frees up parking spaces. With less cars, your cities, your towns become more cleaner, better. So there are many advantages. But the top 3 in terms of traffic, in terms of reduced cost of transportation, and in terms of reduction in global warming are the 3 main benefits of autonomous vehicles. And, a very important thing, road safety. Once the technology is up and running, it will take time. In next 10 years, 15 years, it will be there. You will also see less accidents. So when there are fewer accidents, there are, less deaths, and there's less demand on hospitals. One of the biggest challenges with healthcare, what happened during the COVID pandemic? The hospitals were not able to take on more people because they were 100% capacity. So if If accidents are fewer, there's less demand on hospitals, then hospitals can focus on old people who need help, who's got cardiac problem, who got cancer and other types of issues, and they don't have to deal with people who are suffering from other things. So that's basically about autonomous vehicle. And if you think that this is not happening, it is happening as of now. And in the next slide, which I would like you to see, look at this. Autonomous vehicles were very new, or they're very new. It was only in 2018 in California that it was raised, but very soon Austria, then China, especially Shanghai in 2019, October 2019 in Singapore, they are trialing autonomous vehicles, and there are 100 buses operating in Singapore as we speak, in a limited area, not in the entire city, but a limited area. There are 100 buses which are driverless. And then many other countries as well. You can see Finland, Sweden, South Korea, Spain, and many other countries are now also going for autonomous vehicles. So it is happening, and we all require more innovation in this, and by doing so, by becoming technologically advanced, we can overcome the problem and overcome recession through this. The next very important element, next slide please, is my favorite, urban air mobility. And this is going to be wonderful. So you see the picture there, can you recognize? Would anybody from the audience say, what is this picture? Which building is this? I know, you know, Sita. Yes, Marina Bay Sands in Singapore, yeah? So this is, why people like this building is because it shows that there's a ship on top. And my house is not very far from there, and I actually saw they put the ship on the three buildings. This was 12 years ago when they did it. It's quite unique. But imagine you can get in your own helicopter or your own UAM and get to the top of it. Now this is again future of transportation. Yep. So globally, over 50% of population lives in urban cities. It was earlier in the week that the world population increased to 8 billion. It took 48 years to double the world population. So 50 years ago, the population was 4 billion. Today, it is 8 billion people, and it is anticipated that in another 20 years, it will become 12 billion. That's huge. So there'll be many, many more people living in the same planet. So if road surfaces are becoming more crowded, air is the next frontier that we need to look into. And again, there has to be lots of innovation, lots of new things that needs to be done in order to grow urban air mobility. So urban air mobility is called UAM. And UAM is when you have your own individual vehicle to travel. It's just like having your own own drone. Yeah, it could be driven by yourself, or it could be driven automatically. So the next slide shows us that the urban air mobility doesn't mean that it is limited to just the urban spaces. Indonesia has very big farming community. It can be used by farmers. Farmers can use the drones, and farmers can use such equipment to check their crop, check diseases, check the growth of it. Telecommunication and energy companies, which have their facilities and installations in jungles, in forests and hills, they can use these drones. Insurance industries, sometime back when there was this tsunami and Aceh province and many other provinces were affected, many insurance companies, many medical companies used drones to find what was the damage, whether there are people who were alive and they needed help. So again, all these are examples of how air mobility can be the next frontier, can become the next big example. And many people in this room, as businessmen or people who are going to be future businessmen, you should be looking at air mobility. The next slide gives us some examples. So look at the picture on the right-hand side. This is a prototype by Uber, something like Gojek, yeah? And not just Uber, many other companies, Airbus, Boeing, Bell Helicopters, Toyota, Hyundai, many companies are getting into this air travel, and they want to provide, something called, next slide please. Yep, this. It is called eVTOL. So E is electric, VTOL is vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. So something that can go up and down like that. So eVTOLs are becoming the future of transportation. And imagine a medical taxi. A taxi which is eVTOL, and it has to go 20 kilometers in 10 minutes. Ambulance cannot do that. If you are in Jakarta, 20 kilometers will take you 3 hours to go. Or if you are in, we had the previous presenter from India. If you're from New Delhi, it will take very long time. But if you're traveling by air, you can do it much faster. You cannot have aeroplanes, you cannot have helicopters. So using these eVTOLs is a very good way to do that. And these eVTOLs is the future of personal transportation. It's just like your drone, but drone with more power. Incidentally, on the flight, when I was coming to Bali this morning, I met with another JCU graduate. She was sitting next to me. She was coming here for a holiday. She says, I see you, I remember you, I recognize you, I'm from JCU. I said, how do you know I'm from JCU? He said, no, yeah. So she recognized me. She's from France, and she said that in 2024, Paris is launching an air taxi. This example, which I'm showing it now, Paris in France is going to launch that in 2024, which is not very far, 18 months away. So people in this room, imagine, and those who are joining online, imagine what technology can do for us. How easy it will become for us to travel. If you don't want to use the road, we can use the air and use air transport in traveling, saving energy, and many other things. So, what is stopping us from doing so? And the next slide makes a very good assessment, especially on the right-hand side. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but I'll spend on the right-hand side. Social acceptance or overcoming psychological barriers. The biggest challenge of personalized air travel is we ourselves. People are not confident of sitting on a... Imagine my chair just takes off right now and goes away, I'm not confident of doing so. And this is one of the biggest challenges, that the acceptance of VTOL, eVTOL is limited. But as I said, it's a matter of time, and things will improve into the future. So this is, again, a very important innovation to overcome recessions. Let's move on to 2 more slides and go to the green one. Just skip this. Yeah. The third bit which I want to talk about is micro-mobility. So the first one was autonomous vehicles. The second one was air mobility. And the third one is micro-mobility. Something all of you may be familiar with this. So micro-mobility is how people are using inexpensive, cheaper modes of transportation. So whether it is, a scooter, whether it is a board, a skateboard, a bicycle, or it's an e-scooter. So all these are examples of convenient, short-duration transportation methods called micro-mobility. And in many places, these micro-mobility are becoming quite popular. Yep. In fact, if I do a survey of many people, millennials are the ones who are born in the last 20 years or so, many millennials do not want to own cars. And they don't want to own cars because they think it is expensive, but 60% said they don't want to own a car because they don't need it. Now, why don't they need car? Because they can do transportation using other ways. Just like in many big cities, Singapore has mass rapid transport, MRT, which is the train system within the city. And by 2030, Singapore wants to have train station every 200 meters. So a person will only have to walk about 200 meters, which is about 2 or 3 minutes, to get to a train station. So if you only need to walk 200 or 300 meters, why do you need a car? You need a micro-mobility device. You need a scooter, a bicycle, or e-scooter just to go the short distance. So micro-mobility devices are also becoming very popular, and many people, many countries are using it. Why is this useful? The next slide gives you all the examples that how micro-mobility devices give you the benefit of it. But I'll just focus on the last 3 bits on the left-hand side. If you look at 1 kH, which is 1 kilowatt hour of energy, if you use a car, the 1 kilowatt energy will only go 1 kilometer or slightly more than 1 kilometer, 0.8 miles, about 1.2 kilometers. If you use 1 kilowatt energy, an electric vehicle like a Tesla electric car can go about 4 miles, about 6 kilometers. But an electric scooter can go 120 kilometers. Imagine, where is 1 kilometer and 120 kilometers? So the same energy can be used 100 times. That's the power of micro-mobility. So again, this becomes an innovative space, where innovations happen when there is a need. So let's move on, and I'm going to skip a few slides completely and go to smart cities, please. Yeah, good. Yes, I think this is important here. So the 3 case studies, they were the 3 case studies I just spoke about, Case studies about innovation to overcome recession. AVs, micro-mobility, and the middle one was, of course, air transportation. All these are examples of smart cities. And why should there be smart cities? Because smart cities help us live better, use less resources, they make us use less time, reduces our stress, and makes everything more accessible. So smart city makes our life easy. Why shouldn't we all aiming to live in smart cities? Indonesia also has a very grand plan of having several smart cities. And the type of innovations that I spoke about are some good examples of smart city or urban infrastructure design that can help smart cities develop. So few developments of smart cities in the next slide. I know most of you are business students, but in engineering, there's a new, now it's not new, it's been there for now 5-10 years, a new era have come up, which is a combination of electrical and mechanical, called IoT, Internet of Things. And the growth in Internet of Things has made smart cities much, much more powerful. Houses, rooms, houses can do, they can have smart lights. Lights can switch on and switch off when people come and go out of the rooms. The aircon can adjust temperature when there is nobody in the room. And many such things can happen, Temperature reading, power usage, traffic count, how many people are in a building. All these are some data, examples of data that we can collect because of Internet of Things. And that Internet of Things has helped us become better. This is a technology in smart cities. Another important technological development is battery powers. So the second one, which is the first one on top. Batteries have become much better. So storage power of batteries has become much better. In fact, I'm sure some of you would know that Australia, Indonesia, and Singapore are working on a project to have solar panels in North Australia and then use cable, undersea cable, through Indonesia into Singapore. So some of that electricity will be used in Indonesia, and bulk of it will be used in Singapore. So imagine electricity being generated through solar panels in Northern Territory in Australia. Then they will put it all together, will go from cables into big batteries in Indonesia and in Singapore. So you need good batteries to store all that electricity, all that energy. And this is only possible now because we have this technology. So somebody has worked on it and did that. 5G, we all have handphones which are 5G compatible. Yeah? Most handphones at the moment are 4G, but when 5G technology will come, it will become very different. Yeah? The way, sorry? Oh, there you go. So yeah, Sita just told me that that in G20, it was all 5G here in Bali's and in the entire conference, the event, which is great. So 5G has a lot of benefits as well. So again, we get used to technology in our hands, and it's 4G, sometimes 3G. 5G will make it even much, much more better. There's been a lot of advances in data science, yeah, through machine learning, artificial intelligence. I'll not get there, but that's also making things better. And finally, blockchain. Blockchain is very helpful in finance. So of course, the cryptocurrencies are not doing very well at the moment, but crypto is not the only application of blockchain and smart contracts. There are many more applications of this. What I want to share with you all is that all these are new technological developments which is now making easier for cities to become smarter. So smart cities is the future, and most governments, are trying to become smart in some way or the other. Smart cities help us, all the people living in cities, to be much more happy and have an easy way of living. So that's the point of it. I don't want to spend much time, but this is a building from Shanghai called Shanghai Towers. It's the second tallest building in the world. Which is the tallest building? Anyone? Anybody here? Which is the tallest building in the world? No. It's in Dubai. Burj Khalifa, thank you. Yes, the Burj Khalifa is the tallest building. And on some days you can see, if you go on top, the clouds are under you. I've not been to the top of Burj Khalifa. I've seen Burj Khalifa, but not gone to the top. But this building is unique because the shape of the building is such that it cools itself automatically. This is engineering, yeah? This is called Shanghai Towers, and it has many different benefits to it. Because of its shape, because of its design, it saves 54% energy consumption in lighting and in cooling the building. So there are many advantages that can help smart city become a better place. Now, my final slide here is things that young students in this room here, or some of my academic colleagues, you would like to be interested in. Some new technologies that will help us all make the world a better place and not worry about recession, how deep will be, how long will it last, but look at innovations that makes our lives better. There are experiments happening as we speak where roads are charging the cars. So one of the biggest challenge of electric vehicles is that you have to keep charging them. But the more you drive the car, the road automatically charges the car itself. So there are lanes which are being trialed in, I think, Northern Europe for that. The smart urban mobility, so I talked about autonomous vehicle, air mobility, all of that. Sustainable urban agriculture, very important. During pandemic, Singapore realized that food is the biggest challenge that Singapore has. Singapore is a small country, as you know, and it grows no food. 100% of food is imported from other countries. Yeah, even from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from many countries, Thailand, everything, rice, wheat, vegetables, eggs, everything is imported. So it became very difficult for Singapore to get imports when there is no airlines, there is no road transport during the pandemic. So that's how many other governments have also realized how to become more smarter in your agriculture and make it, try to have, try to use the space, the land more efficiently, try to build vertical farms, one top of the other. Japan does it very well, and now Singapore's doing it as well. And the final frontier is what we are doing today, making use of technology for telepresence. So this conference is in person, and we are also doing it online, so it's hybrid. So the hybrid is an example of telepresence, where it is possible for people to participate in person and remotely. And the remote participation is possible now because of growth in education technology. And as Ayusita was saying, if 5G is what is the future, then telepresence will become even more stronger. It's not just in education. Telemedicine is becoming very popular. In many poor countries, the patient doesn't have to go to the doctor. They call the doctor, and over the phone, they diagnose and give them the medication. So there are many other examples of telepresence. And again, this is an opportunity for us to explore many things and talk about it. So go to the last slide, which is my closing slide. Yep. So thank you for your time. In this session, I did not want it to make it as an economy or economic-based presentation, but I wanted to share with you all some of the developments related to technology, about innovation, and how through innovation we can overcome any problem. Recession is nothing. We can overcome any problem if we continue to innovate, if we continue to think differently. And innovation doesn't have to be very big. It could be very small, and it could be very big as well. Big companies like Uber, Grab, and many others, they all came during recession. So, don't worry about recession. As long as we are thinking innovatively, as long as we are looking at new things, we can overcome recession and make the world a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Abhishek. Okay, I invite Dr. Razif come to the stage too with me and Prof. Abhishek. And we open the questions, and Prof. Abhishek or Dr. Razif and Mr. Mavendra from India is still there, yeah? I will open the question to the online or offline participant who want to ask them about the innovation and also recession and tourism sector in Bali or Indonesia. As the Prof. Abhishek mentioned before about the innovation, Prof. Abhishek is more than important, and no worry about the recession. If we can give a small impact of innovation, it will be good, right, for economic. And Dr. Razif also mentioned about the economic in Chinese traveler or something, yeah. I will have a question for Dr. Razif first. Okay, Dr. Razif. How do you think ASEAN market can contribute the growth of the Bali tourism?
Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. Sita. Okay, first of all, we live in Asia. Asia is one of the growing segment in the world. And if you talk about Asia, nowadays there are, the rising numbers of middle group. So middle income group. So meaning they earn more than $2,000 or maybe $1,500. So they have more demand. So if you look at the theory, for example, like Maslow theory, I know students here learn about it, right? So we have 5 level of needs. So nowadays they look for more beyond necessities. So that's why I said that when you look at it, you look at the opportunities to serve this middle income earner, especially from India, from Malaysia, from Thailand. So that's why I think it's good time for us to to try to offer what kind of activities or maybe products that can cater for this group. and they cannot buy the T20. So in Malaysia, we have B40. B40 means the 40% with low income earner, and M40 is a middle income earner, and T20, so it is a high income earner. So now, this middle income earner cannot really buy the product that offered to the T20. So that's why it's an opportunity, for example, like this market, Bali, to start offering products that suitable to this group. And then I also would like to look into the kind of, product, the kind of package or activities that's suitable for the ASEAN market. For example, you can give a seasonal discount, for example, for ASEAN. Those who holding the ASEAN passport can get a better price, and also the market itself, Bali itself, should know when is for example, the holiday in Malaysia. Do you know when is the school holiday in Malaysia? When is the long holiday in Malaysia? So that's the high time for you to offer products at maybe slightly at discounted price, or maybe offering better package like Singapore. So we need to know that. So we need to exchange information. So I think that's for a start. Maybe
Okay.
Dr. Abhishek can elaborate more.
Thank you, Dr. Azif. Okay, I open the question for the audience, offline session or online session. Who want to ask the question, please raise the hand. On the online also, we have how many person online session? 900. Yeah, 900 people join online session. So we need to say hello first to the people who, can you say?
Yep. So I just want to add to what my esteemed colleague Razif mentioned. So when you talk about what has the pandemic done to tourism, tourist behavior has changed. How visitors used to think, let's say before 2019, and now they think in 2022 is different. People are now much more responsible. In fact, one of the articles that I've recently published in one of the journals, CIT, that article was more about responsible tourism and traveling within the region. And my research was based on data from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, exactly what you were saying earlier, that many tourists, especially from Singapore and Malaysia, they don't want to travel to Europe, North America, or Australia, but they want to travel within the region. Why? Not because it's cheap, but because it has less carbon emission. When you fly very long distance, of course, every time you fly, I flew this morning, but every time you fly, there is more carbon emission. And as compared to taking a bus or a train or a ferry, from Singapore, you can go to Batam, Bintan, you take a ferry, or just drive across the causeway, go to JB, go to Malacca, or further up to KL in Malaysia. A lot of Malaysians can come to Singapore for the weekend. So when you're traveling short distances and you're not using air travel, you are reducing your carbon footprint. And many people are very careful about it. And also, that with tourism, they can develop local communities. So many small businesses, many shops, they have suffered during the pandemic, during COVID. So it is now responsibility of us, if we are going to travel, why don't we travel to nearby destination and spur growth there, rather than going 5,000 kilometers away, and doing the same. Your benefit is the same. You want to get away from your home, you want to have a good time. And you can have that good time in Bali. You don't have to go to Las Vegas to do that, yeah? So why not do it here?
Thank you, Prof. Abhishek. Okay, have any question? Okay, please. Okay, please open the mic. Okay.
Is that for me? Yeah.
Okay. This is the moderator for the second session, Mr. Sunyasta. It's
It was
with
very
me on
interesting.
the Doctor of Tourism too.
Yeah. Thank you, for the time given to me to Dr. Ayu Sita, right, as the moderator today. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Prof. Abhishek, oh, thank you. It's nice to meet you now offlinely, right? Even I do this one onlinely. Because I remember last year you were here, right, in our first conference, right? So maybe after this one, yeah, I will meet you soon on stage probably. All right. So thank you for Prof. Abhishek again, to Dr. Mod Rashid, and also Mr. Markena for great enlightenment, right? Knowledge and experiences shared to us today. And on this good occasion, I'd like to raise a question dealing with Bali case. Why Bali case? Because well, it's held in Bali, and probably the result of this conference can be considered as a recommendation to our government of Bali, right? Well, in Bali, we have just started a new life after the pandemic. We all know that, and we Indonesian society, particularly the Balinese, we feel proud that the G20 that occurred, that held a couple of days ago, could be held in Bali this year. Of course, from this agenda, we feel that Bali is starting to rise again, right? We feel that economic conditions will return to normal again soon, right? But what is the fact, right? Today, we discuss about economic outlooks. There is a global economic recession, right, coming, right? And the IMF forecast global growth to slow from 9.0% in 2020 to 3.2% in 2020 and 2.7% in 2023. Yeah, this is the weakest growth since 2001, except for the global financial crisis and the acute pace of the pandemic. So, gentlemen, my question today, well, I dedicate to all of you. Even I feel very interesting with the innovation, one of the innovation explained by Prof. Abhishek about the micro mobility, right? Hopefully, this idea could be implemented directly in Warmadewa University, right? So, gentlemen, my question, do you believe that a global economic transition will happen soon? Next year? Do you believe in that? That's my first one. The next question is how the downturn might impact tourism industry. We know that Bali, our leading sector is on tourism, right? Which has been busy at the moment, roaring back to life right now, especially after the G20. What would the ramification for the hotel industry, airline, tour operator, drivers, I said this now, and tourism in Bali, also in Malaysia, right? India, and also maybe Singapore, right? That is the second question. The last question, what does actually G20 mean to overcome globalization that might happen soon, right? Might be happen, maybe we not, right? Ladies and gentlemen, that's all my question. I wonder if three of you gentlemen, as the distinguished speaker, could share your thoughts with all of us today. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Mr. Sunyasta, would you please make yeah, can you write down your question, or you just give me know what you want to ask them, because they know you can't get the point that you're asked. It's like the sound in your something like that.
So what's the first question about
your first
timing
question,
of recession?
Just make it short. Okay. Okay, it's okay. Because the sound, like something. Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay, thank you. All right, Prof. Abhishek and Dr. Mod and also Mr. Martendra. My first question is, do you believe that a global recession will happen soon? Maybe next year.
Yeah,
Do you believe in that?
Okay,
Because Prof.
let's
Abhishek
let's
very
take one question at a
optimistic.
time.
All right.
Let's,
Because
yep.
Prof. Abhishek very optimistic, right? We can overcome this one. Yeah, that is my first question. Thank you.
Yeah, that's you know what? I wish I had a crystal ball in front of me and I can say, okay, this is when it's going to happen and what it is. Well, in my presentation, I did start by saying recession may happen or may not happen. Now, for those who are students and professors of economics, recession is about decrease in growth. Most people are saying that there will be recession because of inflation, that the price levels are so high. Now, price levels could be high because of demand push or cost push. Yeah? Sorry. Demand pull or cost push. So demand pull is a situation in USA, which is the largest economy in the world. There's no shortage. Over there, the demand is too much. So if the demand is too much, how can you have recession? So no one is saying that the USA will have recession. Federal Reserve, which is the central bank of USA, they are increasing interest rate because they want the demand to come down. They want the demand to come down. That's why they're increasing interest rate. They want people to save and not to spend. Whereas the problem in Europe is different. In Europe, the energy cost has gone up 3 times, 4 times. The problem in China is also similar. Chinese economy has slowed down. But that is going to change, in my opinion, because now that President Xi Jinping has been appointed as the president for another term, there is more stability. They are relaxing the COVID quarantine rules as well in China. So I'm seriously not convinced that recession may happen. Is inflation happening? That is for real. Price levels have gone up double digit, 10%, 15%, and in some places even 20 to 30%. So whenever price level goes up, general public, we feel the stress and the pressure. Yeah. But as I said earlier on in my presentation, if we become smart, we will be able to overcome any problem.
Yeah, I would like to echo what Prof. Abhishek mentioned just now. So actually, we also depend on the sentiments of the the investor or sentiments in the stock exchange. So that's why nowadays, if you look at stock exchange, the prediction by Goldman Sachs mentioned that next year will be bullish in America and also bearish in Europe. And because it depends on the sentiment and also the current situation or the current economic development progress in America as well as in Europe. And what can we say right now is that if, let's say, the investor is not really bullish with the market, definitely the recession will occur. So now because I think maybe for all of us here today, maybe you can start, I think one video or one documentary that can help us understand more about this is downfall, the case of Boeing. So that is one of the best case study that I will ask my student to watch. Because it all depends on the sentiments of the market. But right now, the sentiment is mixed. So we hope that by next year, America can keep the bullish sentiments consistent, meaning up until end of the year. Because if not, if let's say the interest keep hiking, and then it might prompt people to save because they cannot really buy, they cannot really demand things. So I would say that so far, we just look into sentiments. So there's no perfect or solid information that we can rely to say next year will be recession or not. But as of now, we have to keep, get ready for bad things to happen. But somehow, we pray that things not happen as what predicted. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Sunyasta, you still have a second question, right? Okay. Wait, I can't see it. Wait, The next question then is how a downturn might impact tourism industry, which has been busy back to life right now. Would you give me the reflection for B for the hotel industry, airline tour operators, driver, and tourism Bali, Malaysia, India, and also in Singapore. And yeah, you answered this one first. After this, about the G20 event.
We answer the second question first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, about that's a really good question. So actually, post-pandemic is something that we expected the market to rebound very fast. So even though the earlier prediction that the market will rebound in 2024, and in fact, we see many travelers coming to our shore, for example, to Bali, to Malaysia, or to Singapore and Thailand. But somehow, I would say that the market still not, restart yet. So it just like this one, we call it as still in the early stage. And I would say that if you look at for example, air ticket fare, it's quite expensive nowadays. And for M40, I would say the biggest segment for ASEAN, traveling within ASEAN, and I would say they cannot afford to buy a ticket, for example, from Malaysia to Indonesia. Because before this, for one ticket, we can buy less than 500 ringgit. But now it goes up to Malaysia to KL to Jakarta, almost 1,000 ringgit. So you have to slash by 50%. So it's not that when the price goes up by 50%, or 100%, then the demand will be, that is a very simple theory of economy, right? The demand and supply. So that's why I said, so when look at the sentiment nowadays, we can say that it is not really, we are still in the early stage of rebound, what call it? Try to get to the pre-COVID level. But for me, in Malaysia, we already started to think of 2025 will be the year that we can rebound. So now we are still restarting, and I would say that maybe we still have to keep, developing the industry, and then the product, the package, and then try to groom the new industry to start with a new product. Like what I see in Bali, for example, you have a new market in Canggu areas. So which really, like me also, we don't really, I'm not sure about you, Prof. Vishak. I just knew about it yesterday or during my trip to Bali for this time. So that's why I said, so if you offer new products, definitely people will come. Because the most important thing is to invite or to attract revisit. So if for the first timer, maybe they don't really have budget to come. But for those who already come, so maybe they want to revisit, they want to experience new products because they know about Bali, but they haven't been to these new products yet. So I would say that how you create content in TikTok, for example. So research has shown that people in China nowadays look at TikTok as one of the source for getting information. So how many of us really, or the product developers or the product owners have the TikTok content? So you need to have that, and then need to make sure that it must be, must reach the target market. So far, I would say that when I visited Bali, maybe I haven't searched for the information, but sometimes it can appear, sometimes you don't really ask for it. At TikTok, FYP or the hashtag. So if it can appear while I browse the TikTok, then it might prompt, first timer or those who already came for revisit. So I'm not sure. Maybe that could be my take for this. Yeah.
Well, I totally agree with you, Prof. So, tourism is facing a double-prone problem. The first one is increase in cost, which is inflation. All types of costs are increasing. And second is supply chain is still very much constrained. So, the lack of mobility of workers, many places, many tourist centers, they don't have sufficient workers. So with the lack of workers, they can't operate 100%. The salaries have gone up. And so that's more from, so the workers is more from the supply side. From the demand side, it's more to do with inflation. So people who are going to travel, their budgets are shrunk, as what my colleague Razif was saying earlier. If everything goes up, then the plan need to be slashed by 40%, 50%. So automatically the expense will go down. And people, when they're traveling in families of 3 and 4, that means the cost will be even more expensive. But then the solution lies in how ASEAN can come together, how the tourism organizations in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, and other countries in ASEAN can come together and try to encourage regional travel. As I was saying in my earlier remarks, if people are traveling outside of ASEAN to Australia, to Japan, or to Europe, it's very expensive. Why don't you travel within ASEAN? Yep. Of course, visa-free is one thing, but as Razif was saying, come up with some special package for people within ASEAN. Give them some promotion, and those things will encourage tourism to rebound earlier. Of course, downturn has delayed everything, but if you take some steps, and one party cannot take this, one party cannot make it happen. It has to be a collaborative effort of all or many group people together. And through that, then they can continue to grow tourism, they can continue to aim for full recovery of tourism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is the last question for Prof. Abhishek, Mr. Mavendra, and Dr. Razif. What does actually G20 means to overcome global recession that might happen soon?
Okay. So the first I would like to start with in tourism or in any event that we have. Okay, it's not all about rainbow and butterfly. So meaning sometimes we cannot simply say that if let's say one thing happened, then all the good things will follow suit. Okay, we have been in China. I remember that the first time we met in Xiamen. So they hosted the BRICS meeting that comprises of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and one more as I forgot. So all the big economy in the world. So what happened next? They have to work hard. So the country has to work. China, or not really China, Xiamen has to work hard to make sure they want to bring more people to visit them. But because when you look at China, most people attracted to visit Beijing, Shanghai, or Shenzhen, or Guangzhou. But because not so many people know or keen to visit Xiamen. But unlike Bali, you already have your names, you have your brand. Your culture is so popular around the world. Like people, I remember people in Europe, after they graduated from high school, the first place they want to visit is either Bali or Phuket. But now, why G20 is important? Just to make sure that people keep knowing you. So you want to let people know that Bali is not only a culture, Bali can host big event. Because this is a really big event, and I say it goes without saying. By right, and if I look at it, I think it should be many benefits, various benefits can be earned by Bali after the G20 because of the development of the facilities, the road, all the public amenities. So I think, so now how you promote it, how you make it appear or visible to the people. So that's important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Razif. How about Mr. Mavendra? You still there? Mr. Mavendra? Hello, Mr. Mavendra? Okay, we're still waiting for Mr. Mavendra. Maybe you can answer.
Yep. So I'll give an analogy, and I would like you to remember what time do you see more advertisements of KFC and McDonald's? Probably during lunchtime or dinner time. Why? Because they want to make their brand fresh in your mind. So in marketing, it's called being top of the mind. Yeah? So that's what G20 will do to Bali. Bali is a very established tourism destination. But because of the gap for last 2 or 3 years, people may have forgotten about some of the international tourism destination. But by having an event like G20, you are able to bring it back to the top of the list and say, hey, if the world leaders are going there and they have a very good summit, we should also plan a trip to Bali and go there and try and have a tourism thing. So events like this, they are very, very helpful. One, in refreshing your branding, and two, enhancing awareness. Even many other people who did not know about Bali, now they will know because, all major newspapers, magazines, television channels, they have mentioned Bali at least 3 days continuously for the G20 summit. So that makes a big thing. Yeah. Sometimes some cities can get lost in the country's identity. When you say Indonesia, there are many, many more destinations. But when you say Bali in specific, there's only one singular identity. So I'm sure and I'm confident this will help improve Bali's image and will bring future flows of tourists into the island. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Abhishek. Hello, Mr. Mavendra. Is still there? I think it's disconnect already, Okay, no problem. Okay, I think the question is enough, right? The time is ready for lunch. I think you are really hungry now, especially Prof. Abhishek, because come from Singapore, fly to Bali, and then after this to airport directly to the campus, right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to thank you to the presenter, Prof. Abhishek, Mr. Mavendra, and also especially Dr. Azif, already come to our university. Warmadewa University is finally we meet, and because last year we only do the online, right? Online conversation. Thank you for coming to our Faculty of Economic and Business. Hopefully, I will visit your university, James Cook. I really miss James Cook University, Singapore, the vibes and the food and the Milo at the canteen, I really miss that. And also, Dr. Razif, hopefully I will, and all the lecture from our university, especially our faculty, will come to visit University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Okay, hopefully this connection always like G20 tagline, recovers together, recover stronger. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and also all attendants who have participated online and offline in this seminar activity. Finally, I as a moderator apologize if there is only have a wrong word. Hopefully we can meet again in another seminar. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give time back to the MC, Miss Dina. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sita. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the next event is awarding certificates and awards to research persons and moderators, which will be given by the chairman of the International Seminar Committee and Deputy Dean. To the speakers and moderator are expected to remain on stage. To the chairman of the committee and deputy dean, please welcome to come on stage. And don't forget the certificate too. Make applause to all of the speakers and moderator. The speakers moderator, the Deputy Dean can back to the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the event in session 1 today. VIP invitation, lecture, and call for paper. Participants are welcome to have lunch on the menu that has been provided. And for other participants are welcome to take the event free. See you in the second session at 12:45. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. Baik, hadirin sekalian, untuk tamu VIP, dosen dan juga partisipan yang mengikuti call for paper dipersilahkan untuk menikmati santap siang yang telah disediakan. Dan seluruh peserta bisa mengambil acara bebas. Terima kasih.
Pusat kota dan pasar. Luas bangunan 20.353,19 meter persegi. Memiliki program pasca sarjana dengan 7 program studi magister, 1 program studi doktor hukum, 7 fakultas dengan 14 program studi strata 1, dan 3 sekolah vokasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, yakni program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Menjadi universitas yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034 adalah visi Universitas Warmadewa yang telah diimplementasikan oleh masing-masing program studi, khususnya di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa. Hal tersebut terbukti atas raihan prestasi serta capaiannya baik di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa telah menyiapkan layanan pendidikan berbasis IT untuk menjawab tantangan serta permintaan masyarakat. Sistem pembelajaran e-learning dengan dukungan sarana prasarana penunjang seperti gedung berlantai 4 dengan fasilitas lift, Wi-Fi, ruang kelas dengan AC dan juga LCD proyektor, ruang pertemuan atau rapat, sekretariat, serta perpustakaan yang berbasis digital. Didukung dengan kualitas tenaga pengajar yang berpengalaman dan kompeten di bidangnya, sudah disiapkan untuk mencetak lulusan yang unggul dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Di samping itu, para mahasiswa juga dibekali keterampilan khusus seperti keterampilan perpajakan untuk program studi akuntansi, keterampilan perbankan untuk prodi ekonomi pembangunan, serta keterampilan bisnis untuk program studi manajemen.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa itu bersama-sama berdirinya dengan 5 fakultas yang lain pada tahun 1984. Dalam perjalanan memang ya, Fakultas Ekonomi selalu menjadi favorit ya, karena memang jumlah yang ingin kuliah di Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa itu selalu menjadi barometer keberlanjutan daripada universitas. Adapun visi yang kami tuangkan di dalam pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi ke depan, itulah menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa sebagai suatu lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang bermutu, ya, berwawasan ekowisata, berdaya saing secara global di tahun 2034. Dan ini memang memberikan nuansa bahwa ke depan kita tidak saja hanya berharap ya pengembangan pariwisata itu hanya menghadirkan wisatawan yang datang ke Bali ya, untuk menikmati Bali, akan tetapi mereka juga peduli dengan lingkungan yang ada di pengembangan pariwisata. Jadi sehingga lebih menekankan pada ekowisata. Dalam kaitan untuk pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi, ini memang beberapa unit-unit yang terkait dengan kompetensi yang dituntut oleh para lulusan sarjana itu sedang kami dorong dalam kaitan pengembangan daripada pelatihan di masing-masing prodi. Tadi sudah juga kami sampaikan di perbankan itu lebih kami dorong nanti bagaimana mengimplementasikan teori-teori perbankan itu tidak saja sebatas teori, akan tetapi secara praktis, sehingga nanti akan menjadi kompetensi mereka di dalam menyelesaikan studi untuk ISP. Dan itu tidak milik ISP saja, tapi ke semua prodi. Ada manajemen perbankan, ada keuangan masalah perbankan, ada perencanaan perbankan, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, kemudian di manajemen, lebih mendorong kepada kewirausahaan. Ini pun dalam kaitan untuk kompetensi. Bagaimana memunculkan jiwa entrepreneur ini. Jadi kami sedang mencoba berkoordinasi dengan praktisi-praktisi yang ada itu untuk mencoba mengembangkan bahwa di dalam pelatihan itu tidak saja kembali teori tetapi implementasi daripada teori itu sendiri. Kemudian di akuntansi, kami sering disasar oleh DJP ya, daerah mengenai tentang pajak ya, dari dinas pajak yang ada di daerah untuk mensosialisasikan, jadi menyadarkan masyarakat, menyadarkan para pengusaha dan lain sebagainya untuk sadar dengan pajak. Ini sekaligus sebagai kehidupan bernegara yang baik itu harus sadar untuk membayar pajak. Nah, ini keunggulan-keunggulan yang memang kita tawarkan di masing-masing prodi.
Baik ya, jadi saya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya, jadi sesuai dengan job yang diberikan ya, sesuai dengan OTK ya. Jadi saya membidangi masalah tridharma ya, yang di dalamnya ada pendidikan, nah, kemudian ada pengabdian masyarakat, kemudian ada penelitian gitu ya. Nah, kemudian untuk bidang pendidikan itu ya, jadi kita di wakil dekan 1 ya, kemudian bekerja sama dengan prodi ya, jadi masing-masing prodi ya untuk melaksanakan ya sebagian ya dari tugas-tugas pembelajaran ya. Nah kemudian termasuk juga bidang penelitian ya, karena memang untuk apa namanya ya penelitian itu kan ada di Wakil Dekan 1 juga. Nah sehingga apa yang akan kita rancang itu ya, jadi apa yang akan kita buat itu ya akan selalu nanti dikoordinasikan ya dengan Bapak Dekan. Nah kemudian supaya nyambung dengan prodi, jadi dari prodi yang ada. Nah termasuk juga di bidang pengabdian masyarakat ya, jadi baik pengabdian masyarakat nah kemudian maupun penelitian itu ya, jadi harus ada roadmap-nya ya, supaya nanti apa yang kita laksanakan atau apa yang akan kita lakukan ya sesuai dengan roadmap yang ada gitu ya. Nah kemudian yang lainnya ya juga tugas kami di Wakil Dekan 1 adalah monitoring ya, jadi monep itu ya istilahnya ya, bersama-sama prodi ya terkait dengan ya proses pembelajaran, kemudian ya penelitian maupun pengabdian masyarakat ya. Nah, barangkali ya secara garis besar ya jadi itu tugas kami ya selaku Wakil Dekan 1 ya. Nah kemudian untuk kedepannya juga ya, jadi terkait dengan pengembangan ya jadi masing-masing prodi. Jadi demikian kira-kira ya.
Kalau lebih dirinci lebih jauh, jadi yang menjadi wewenang daripada Wakil Dekan 2 sesuai dengan pasal 12 yang ada di OTK yang bertindak, yang pertama bertindak untuk mewakili dekan dalam bidang pengambilan keputusan mengenai keuangan, administrasi dan umum, sarana prasarana dan rumah tangga. Kemudian wewenang yang lainnya juga memberikan penilaian di dalam SKP, yaitu sasaran kinerja daripada pegawai. Kemudian yang ketiga, wewenangnya juga melimpahkan tugas yang diberikan kepada bawahan sesuai dengan bidangnya masing-masing. Adapun setelah kita wewenang ada, kita juga harus memberikan pertanggungjawaban kepada publik, yaitu mengenai pertanggungjawaban penyusunan laporan akuntabilitas dalam bidang administrasi dan umum, bidang keuangan, bidang sarana prasarana, serta bidang rumah tangga. Bahwa dalam bidang sarana prasarana di sini sangat bagus. Kenapa saya katakan sangat bagus? Karena semua sarana dan prasarana pembelajaran, terutama ruangannya sudah ber-AC, kemudian ada LCD. Di samping itu juga ruangannya dengan kapasitas sesuai dengan kebutuhan daripada mahasiswa. Itu dari segi sarana prasarana. Sedangkan dari segi keuangan ini berbasis kinerja, dan semua keuangan itu terpusat satu. Jadi kita dalam hal keuangan telah ditentukan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri melalui rektor, dan kita diberikan keuangan untuk menunjang kegiatan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi melalui RKA yang telah diberikan kepada Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Kemudian dalam bidang rumah tanggaan itu sudah juga berjalan dengan baik, di mana di sini fasilitas yang ada juga sudah ada dan semua sudah ditunjang sesuai dengan kesejahteraan yang telah diberikan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri selama ini.
Bidang kemahasiswaan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki segudang prestasi, baik bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Nah, untuk di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, bagi mahasiswa yang berprestasi, itu akan mendapatkan apresiasi dari fakultas, maupun dari universitas juga mereka akan memperoleh reward maupun apresiasi. Nah, untuk di bidang kemahasiswaan juga, mahasiswa yang berminat di bidang olahraga, seni dan sebagainya, itu disediakan unitas yang untuk mereka bergabung di dalamnya. Kegiatan kemanusiaan juga sering kita lakukan, ya antara lain kunjungan sosial terkait juga dengan kegiatan Badan Kekeluargaan Fakultas Ekonomi, BEM Fakultas Ekonomi itu melakukan kunjungan sosial ke masyarakat yang membutuhkannya. Kemudian untuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, ya, setiap tahunnya mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi, khususnya mahasiswa baru, itu melaksanakan bakti sosial mahasiswa. Nah, ini tentunya desa yang kita tuju yang benar-benar membutuhkan tenaga dari mahasiswa untuk ikut membantu membangun desa tersebut.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berwawasan ekowisata, dan kompetitif secara global pada tahun 2034. Universitas Warmadewa yang berdiri pada tahun 1984 berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali sebagai badan penyelenggara perguruan tinggi swasta. Kampus yang berlokasi strategis di pusat kota Denpasar berdiri di atas lahan seluas 5 hektar dengan luas bangunan 20.353,19 meter persegi. Memiliki program pasca sarjana dengan 7 program studi magister, 1 program studi doktor hukum, 7 fakultas dengan 14 program studi strata 1, dan 3 sekolah vokasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, yakni program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Menjadi universitas yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034 adalah visi Universitas Warmadewa yang telah diimplementasikan oleh masing-masing program studi, khususnya di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa. Hal tersebut terbukti atas raihan prestasi serta capaiannya baik di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa telah menyiapkan layanan pendidikan berbasis IT untuk menjawab tantangan serta permintaan masyarakat. Sistem pembelajaran e-learning dengan dukungan sarana prasarana penunjang seperti gedung berlantai 4 dengan fasilitas lift, Wi-Fi, ruang kelas dengan AC dan juga LCD proyektor, ruang pertemuan atau rapat, sekretariat, serta perpustakaan yang berbasis digital. Didukung dengan kualitas tenaga pengajar yang berpengalaman dan kompeten di bidangnya, sudah disiapkan untuk mencetak lulusan yang unggul dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Di samping itu, para mahasiswa juga dibekali keterampilan khusus seperti keterampilan perpajakan untuk program studi akuntansi, keterampilan perbankan untuk prodi ekonomi pembangunan, serta keterampilan bisnis untuk program studi manajemen.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa itu bersama-sama berdirinya dengan 5 fakultas yang lain pada tahun 1984. Dalam perjalanan memang ya, Fakultas Ekonomi selalu menjadi favorit ya, karena memang jumlah yang ingin kuliah di Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa itu selalu menjadi barometer keberlanjutan daripada universitas. Adapun visi yang kami tuangkan di dalam pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi ke depan, itulah menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa sebagai suatu lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, berdaya saing secara global di tahun 2034. Dan ini memang memberikan nuansa bahwa ke depan kita tidak saja hanya berharap ya pengembangan pariwisata itu hanya menghadirkan wisatawan yang datang ke Bali ya, untuk menikmati Bali, akan tetapi mereka juga peduli dengan lingkungan yang ada di pengembangan pariwisata. Jadi sehingga lebih menekankan pada ekowisata. Dalam kaitan untuk pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi, ini memang beberapa unit-unit yang terkait dengan kompetensi yang dituntut oleh para lulusan sarjana itu sedang kami dorong dalam kaitan pengembangan daripada pelatihan di masing-masing prodi. Tadi sudah juga kami sampaikan di perbankan itu lebih kami dorong nanti bagaimana mengimplementasikan teori-teori perbankan itu tidak saja sebatas teori, akan tetapi secara praktis, sehingga nanti akan menjadi kompetensi mereka di dalam menyelesaikan studi untuk ISP. Dan itu tidak milik ISP saja, tapi ke semua prodi. Ada manajemen perbankan, ada keuangan masalah perbankan, ada perencanaan perbankan, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, kemudian di manajemen, lebih mendorong kepada kewirausahaan. Ini pun dalam kaitan untuk kompetensi. Bagaimana memunculkan jiwa entrepreneur ini. Jadi kami sedang mencoba berkoordinasi dengan praktisi-praktisi yang ada itu untuk mencoba mengembangkan bahwa di dalam pelatihan itu tidak saja kembali teori, tetapi implementasi daripada teori itu sendiri. Kemudian di akuntansi, kami sering disasar oleh DJP, ya, daerah mengenai tentang pajak ya, dari dinas pajak yang ada di daerah untuk mensosialisasikan, jadi menyadarkan masyarakat, menyadarkan para pengusaha dan lain sebagainya untuk sadar dengan pajak. Ini sekaligus sebagai kehidupan bernegara yang baik, itu harus sadar untuk membayar pajak. Nah, ini keunggulan-keunggulan yang memang kita tawarkan di masing-masing prodi.
Baik ya, jadi saya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya, jadi sesuai dengan job yang diberikan ya, sesuai dengan OTK ya. Jadi saya membidangi masalah tridharma ya, yang di dalamnya ada pendidikan, nah, kemudian ada pengabdian masyarakat, kemudian ada penelitian gitu ya. Nah, kemudian untuk bidang pendidikan itu ya, jadi kita di wakil dekan 1 ya, kemudian bekerja sama dengan prodi ya, jadi masing-masing prodi ya, untuk melaksanakan ya sebagian ya dari tugas-tugas pembelajaran ya. Nah, kemudian termasuk juga bidang penelitian ya, karena memang untuk penelitian itu kan ada di wakil dekan 1 juga. Nah, sehingga apa yang akan kita rancang itu ya, jadi apa yang akan kita buat itu ya akan selalu nanti dikoordinasikan ya dengan Bapak Dekan. Nah, kemudian supaya nyambung dengan prodi, jadi dari prodi yang ada. Nah, termasuk juga di bidang pengabdian masyarakat ya, jadi baik pengabdian masyarakat, nah, kemudian maupun penelitian itu ya, jadi harus ada roadmap-nya ya, supaya nanti apa yang kita laksanakan atau apa yang akan kita lakukan ya sesuai dengan roadmap yang ada gitu ya. Nah kemudian yang lainnya ya juga tugas kami di Wakil Dekan 1 adalah memonitoring, jadi monep itu ya istilahnya ya, bersama-sama prodi ya terkait dengan ya proses pembelajaran, kemudian ya penelitian maupun pengabdian masyarakat ya. Nah, barangkali ya secara garis besar ya, jadi itu tugas kami ya selaku Wakil Dekan 1 ya. Nah kemudian untuk kedepannya juga ya, jadi terkait dengan pengembangan ya jadi masing-masing prodi. Jadi demikian kira-kira ya.
Kalau lebih dirinci lebih jauh, jadi yang menjadi wewenang daripada Wakil Dekan 2 sesuai dengan pasal 12 yang ada di OTK yang bertindak, yang pertama bertindak untuk mewakili dekan dalam bidang pengambilan keputusan mengenai keuangan, administrasi dan umum, sarana prasarana dan rumah tangga. Kemudian wewenang yang lainnya juga memberikan penilaian di dalam SKP, yaitu sasaran kinerja daripada pegawai. Kemudian yang ketiga, wewenangnya juga melimpahkan tugas yang diberikan kepada bawahan sesuai dengan bidangnya masing-masing. Adapun setelah kita wewenang ada, kita juga harus memberikan pertanggungjawaban kepada publik, yaitu mengenai pertanggungjawaban penyusunan laporan akuntabilitas dalam bidang administrasi dan umum, bidang keuangan, bidang sarana prasarana, serta bidang rumah tangga. Bahwa dalam bidang sarana prasarana di sini sangat bagus. Kenapa saya katakan sangat bagus? Karena semua sarana dan prasarana pembelajaran, terutama ruangannya sudah ber-AC, kemudian ada LCD. Di samping itu juga ruangannya dengan kapasitas sesuai dengan kebutuhan daripada mahasiswa. Itu dari segi sarana prasarana. Sedangkan dari segi keuangan ini berbasis kinerja dan semua keuangan itu terpusat satu. Jadi kita dalam hal keuangan telah ditentukan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri melalui rektor, dan kita diberikan keuangan untuk menunjang kegiatan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi melalui RKA yang telah diberikan kepada Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Kemudian dalam bidang rumah tanggaan itu sudah juga berjalan dengan baik, di mana di sini fasilitas yang ada juga sudah ada dan semua sudah ditunjang sesuai dengan kesejahteraan yang telah diberikan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri selama ini.
Bidang kemahasiswaan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki segudang prestasi, baik bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Nah, untuk di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, bagi mahasiswa yang berprestasi, itu akan mendapatkan apresiasi dari fakultas, maupun dari universitas juga mereka akan memperoleh reward maupun apresiasi. Nah, untuk di bidang kemahasiswaan juga, mahasiswa yang berminat di bidang olahraga, seni dan sebagainya, itu disediakan unitas yang untuk mereka bergabung di dalamnya. Kegiatan kemanusiaan juga sering kita lakukan, ya antara lain kunjungan sosial terkait juga dengan kegiatan pada kekeluargaan Fakultas Ekonomi, BEM Fakultas Ekonomi itu melakukan kunjungan sosial ke masyarakat yang membutuhkannya. Kemudian untuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, ya, setiap tahunnya mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi, khususnya mahasiswa baru, itu melaksanakan bakti sosial mahasiswa. Nah, ini tentunya desa yang kita tuju yang benar-benar membutuhkan tenaga dari mahasiswa untuk ikut membantu membangun desa tersebut.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berwawasan ekowisata, dan kompetitif secara global pada tahun 2034. Universitas Warmadewa yang berdiri pada tahun 1984 berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali sebagai badan penyelenggara perguruan tinggi swasta. Kampus yang berlokasi strategis di pusat kota Denpasar berdiri di atas lahan seluas 5 hektar dengan luas bangunan 20.353,19 meter persegi. Memiliki program pasca sarjana dengan 7 program studi magister, 1 program studi doktor hukum, 7 fakultas dengan 14 program studi strata 1, dan 3 sekolah vokasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, yakni program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Menjadi universitas yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034 adalah visi Universitas Warmadewa yang telah diimplementasikan oleh masing-masing program studi, khususnya di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa. Hal tersebut terbukti atas raihan prestasi serta capaiannya baik di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa telah menyiapkan layanan pendidikan berbasis IT untuk menjawab tantangan serta permintaan masyarakat. Sistem pembelajaran e-learning dengan dukungan sarana prasarana penunjang seperti gedung berlantai 4 dengan fasilitas lift, Wi-Fi, ruang kelas dengan AC dan juga LCD proyektor, ruang pertemuan atau rapat, sekretariat, serta perpustakaan yang berbasis digital. Didukung dengan kualitas tenaga pengajar yang berpengalaman dan kompeten di bidangnya, sudah disiapkan untuk mencetak lulusan yang unggul dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Di samping itu, para mahasiswa juga dibekali keterampilan khusus seperti keterampilan perpajakan untuk program studi akuntansi, keterampilan perbankan untuk prodi ekonomi pembangunan, serta keterampilan bisnis untuk program studi manajemen.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa itu bersama-sama berdirinya dengan 5 fakultas yang lain pada tahun 1984. Dalam perjalanan memang Fakultas Ekonomi selalu menjadi favorit ya, karena memang jumlah yang ingin kuliah di Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa itu selalu menjadi barometer keberlanjutan daripada universitas. Adapun visi yang kami tuangkan di dalam pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi ke depan, itulah menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa sebagai suatu lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang bermutu, ya, berwawasan ekowisata, berdaya saing secara global di tahun 2034. Dan ini memang memberikan nuansa bahwa ke depan kita tidak saja hanya berharap ya pengembangan pariwisata itu hanya menghadirkan wisatawan yang datang ke Bali ya, untuk menikmati Bali, akan tetapi mereka juga peduli dengan lingkungan yang ada di pengembangan pariwisata. Jadi sehingga lebih menekankan pada ekowisata. Dalam kaitan untuk pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi, ini memang beberapa unit-unit yang terkait dengan kompetensi yang dituntut oleh para lulusan sarjana itu sedang kami dorong dalam kaitan pengembangan daripada pelatihan di masing-masing prodi. Tadi sudah juga kami sampaikan di perbankan itu lebih kami dorong nanti bagaimana mengimplementasikan teori-teori perbankan itu tidak saja sebatas teori, akan tetapi secara praktis, sehingga nanti akan menjadi kompetensi mereka di dalam menyelesaikan studi untuk ISP. Dan itu tidak milik ISP saja, tapi ke semua prodi. Ada manajemen perbankan, ada keuangan masalah perbankan, ada perencanaan perbankan, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, kemudian di manajemen, lebih mendorong kepada kewirausahaan. Ini pun dalam kaitan untuk kompetensi. Bagaimana memunculkan jiwa entrepreneur ini. Jadi kami sedang mencoba berkoordinasi dengan praktisi-praktisi yang ada itu untuk mencoba mengembangkan bahwa di dalam pelatihan itu tidak saja kembali teori, tetapi implementasi daripada teori itu sendiri. Kemudian di akuntansi, kami sering disasar oleh DJP, ya, daerah mengenai tentang pajak, ya, dari dinas pajak yang ada di daerah untuk mensosialisasikan, jadi menyadarkan masyarakat, menyadarkan para pengusaha dan lain sebagainya untuk sadar dengan pajak. Ini sekaligus sebagai kehidupan bernegara yang baik, itu harus sadar untuk membayar pajak. Nah, ini keunggulan-keunggulan yang memang kita tawarkan di masing-masing prodi.
Baik ya, jadi saya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya, jadi sesuai dengan job yang diberikan ya, sesuai dengan OTK ya. Jadi saya membidangi masalah tridharma ya, yang di dalamnya ada pendidikan, nah, kemudian ada pengabdian masyarakat, kemudian ada penelitian gitu ya. Nah, kemudian untuk bidang pendidikan itu ya, jadi kita di wakil dekan 1 ya, kemudian bekerja sama dengan prodi ya, jadi masing-masing prodi ya untuk melaksanakan ya sebagian ya dari tugas-tugas pembelajaran ya. Nah, kemudian termasuk juga bidang penelitian ya, karena memang untuk penelitian itu kan ada di wakil dekan 1 juga. Nah, sehingga apa yang akan kita rancang itu ya, jadi apa yang akan kita buat itu ya akan selalu nanti dikoordinasikan ya dengan Bapak Dekan. Nah, kemudian supaya nyambung dengan prodi, jadi dari prodi yang ada. Nah, termasuk juga di bidang pengabdian masyarakat ya, jadi baik pengabdian masyarakat, nah, kemudian maupun penelitian itu ya, jadi harus ada roadmap-nya ya, supaya nanti apa yang kita laksanakan atau apa yang akan kita lakukan ya sesuai dengan roadmap yang ada gitu ya. Nah, kemudian yang lainnya ya juga tugas kami di wakil dekan 1 adalah monitoring ya, jadi monep itu ya istilahnya ya, bersama-sama prodi ya terkait dengan ya proses pembelajaran, kemudian ya penelitian maupun pengabdian masyarakat ya. Nah, barangkali ya secara garis besar ya, jadi itu tugas kami ya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya. Nah, kemudian untuk kedepannya juga ya, jadi terkait dengan pengembangan ya, jadi masing-masing prodi. Jadi demikian kira-kira ya.
Kalau lebih dirinci lebih jauh, jadi yang menjadi wewenang daripada wakil dekan 2 sesuai dengan pasal 12 yang ada di OTK, yang bertindak, yang pertama bertindak untuk mewakili dekan dalam bidang pengambilan keputusan mengenai keuangan, administrasi dan umum, sarana prasarana, dan rumah tangga. Kemudian wewenang yang lainnya juga memberikan penilaian di dalam SKP, yaitu sasaran kinerja daripada pegawai. Kemudian yang ketiga, wewenangnya juga melimpahkan tugas yang diberikan kepada bawahan sesuai dengan bidangnya masing-masing. Adapun setelah kita wewenang ada, kita juga harus memberikan pertanggungjawaban kepada publik, yaitu mengenai pertanggungjawaban penyusunan laporan akuntabilitas dalam bidang administrasi dan umum, bidang keuangan, bidang sarana prasarana, serta bidang rumah tangga. Bahwa dalam bidang sarana prasarana di sini sangat bagus. Kenapa saya katakan sangat bagus? Karena semua sarana dan prasarana pembelajaran, terutama ruangannya sudah ber-AC, kemudian ada LCD. Di samping itu juga ruangannya dengan kapasitas sesuai dengan kebutuhan daripada mahasiswa. Nah, itu dari segi sarana prasarana. Sedangkan dari segi keuangan ini berbasis kinerja, dan semua keuangan itu terpusat satu. Jadi kita dalam hal keuangan telah ditentukan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri melalui rektor, dan kita diberikan keuangan untuk menunjang kegiatan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi melalui RKA yang telah diberikan kepada Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Kemudian dalam bidang rumah tanggaan itu sudah juga berjalan dengan baik, di mana di sini fasilitas yang ada juga sudah ada dan semua sudah ditunjang sesuai dengan kesejahteraan yang telah diberikan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri selama ini.
Bidang kemahasiswaan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki segudang prestasi, baik bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Nah, untuk di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, bagi mahasiswa yang berprestasi, itu akan mendapatkan apresiasi dari fakultas, maupun dari universitas juga mereka akan memperoleh reward maupun apresiasi. Nah, untuk di bidang kemahasiswaan juga, mahasiswa yang berminat di bidang olahraga, seni dan sebagainya, itu disediakan unitas yang untuk mereka bergabung di dalamnya. Kegiatan kemanusiaan juga sering kita lakukan, ya antara lain kunjungan sosial terkait juga dengan kegiatan pada kekeluargaan Fakultas Ekonomi, BEM Fakultas Ekonomi itu melakukan kunjungan sosial ke masyarakat yang membutuhkannya. Kemudian untuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, ya setiap tahunnya mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi, khususnya mahasiswa baru, itu melaksanakan bakti sosial mahasiswa. Nah, ini tentunya desa yang kita tuju yang benar-benar membutuhkan tenaga dari mahasiswa untuk ikut membantu membangun desa tersebut.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berwawasan ekowisata, dan kompetitif secara global pada tahun 2034. Universitas Warmadewa yang berdiri pada tahun 1984 berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali sebagai badan penyelenggara perguruan tinggi swasta. Kampus yang berlokasi strategis di pusat kota Denpasar berdiri di atas lahan seluas 5 hektar dengan luas bangunan 20.353,19 meter persegi. Memiliki program pasca sarjana dengan 7 program studi magister, 1 program studi doktor hukum, 7 fakultas dengan 14 program studi strata 1, dan 3 sekolah vokasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, yakni program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Menjadi universitas yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034 adalah visi Universitas Warmadewa yang telah diimplementasikan oleh masing-masing program studi, khususnya di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa. Hal tersebut terbukti atas raihan prestasi serta capaiannya baik di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa telah menyiapkan layanan pendidikan berbasis IT untuk menjawab tantangan serta permintaan masyarakat. Sistem pembelajaran e-learning dengan dukungan sarana prasarana penunjang seperti gedung berlantai 4 dengan fasilitas lift, Wi-Fi, ruang kelas dengan AC dan juga LCD proyektor, ruang pertemuan atau rapat, sekretariat, serta perpustakaan yang berbasis digital. Didukung dengan kualitas tenaga pengajar yang berpengalaman dan kompeten di bidangnya, sudah disiapkan untuk mencetak lulusan yang unggul dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Di samping itu, para mahasiswa juga dibekali keterampilan khusus seperti keterampilan perpajakan untuk program studi akuntansi, keterampilan perbankan untuk prodi ekonomi pembangunan, serta keterampilan bisnis untuk program studi manajemen.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa itu bersama-sama berdirinya dengan 5 fakultas yang lain pada tahun 1984. Dalam perjalanan memang ya, Fakultas Ekonomi selalu menjadi favorit ya, karena memang jumlah yang ingin kuliah di Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa itu selalu menjadi barometer keberlanjutan daripada universitas. Adapun visi yang kami tuangkan di dalam pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi ke depan, itulah menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa sebagai suatu lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang bermutu, ya, berwawasan ekowisata, berdaya saing secara global di tahun 2034. Dan ini memang memberikan nuansa bahwa ke depan kita tidak saja hanya berharap ya pengembangan pariwisata itu hanya menghadirkan wisatawan yang datang ke Bali ya, untuk menikmati Bali, akan tetapi mereka juga peduli dengan lingkungan yang ada di pengembangan pariwisata. Jadi sehingga lebih menekankan pada ekowisata. Dalam kaitan untuk pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi, ini memang beberapa unit-unit yang terkait dengan kompetensi yang dituntut oleh para lulusan sarjana itu sedang kami dorong dalam kaitan pengembangan daripada pelatihan di masing-masing prodi. Tadi sudah juga kami sampaikan di perbankan itu lebih kami dorong nanti bagaimana mengimplementasikan teori-teori perbankan itu tidak saja sebatas teori, akan tetapi secara praktis sehingga nanti akan menjadi kompetensi mereka di dalam menyelesaikan studi di ISP. Dan itu tidak milik ISP saja, tapi ke semua prodi. Ada manajemen perbankan, ada keuangan masalah perbankan, ada perencanaan perbankan, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, kemudian di manajemen, lebih mendorong kepada kewirausahaan. Ini pun dalam kaitan untuk kompetensi. Bagaimana memunculkan jiwa entrepreneur ini. Jadi kami sedang mencoba berkoordinasi dengan praktisi-praktisi yang ada itu untuk mencoba mengembangkan bahwa di dalam pelatihan itu tidak saja kembali teori tetapi implementasi daripada teori itu sendiri. Kemudian di akuntansi, kami sering disasar oleh DJB, ya, daerah mengenai tentang pajak, ya, dari dinas pajak yang ada di daerah untuk mensosialisasikan, jadi menyadarkan masyarakat, menyadarkan para pengusaha dan lain sebagainya untuk sadar dengan pajak. Ini sekaligus sebagai kehidupan bernegara yang baik itu harus sadar untuk membayar pajak. Nah, ini keunggulan-keunggulan yang memang kita tawarkan di masing-masing prodi.
Baik ya, jadi saya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya, jadi sesuai dengan job yang diberikan ya, sesuai dengan OTK ya. Jadi saya membidangi masalah tridharma ya, yang di dalamnya ada pendidikan, nah, kemudian ada pengabdian masyarakat, kemudian ada penelitian gitu ya. Nah, kemudian untuk bidang pendidikan itu ya, jadi kita di wakil dekan 1 ya, kemudian bekerja sama dengan prodi ya, jadi masing-masing prodi ya untuk melaksanakan ya sebagian ya dari tugas-tugas pembelajaran ya. Nah, kemudian termasuk juga bidang penelitian ya, karena memang untuk penelitian itu kan ada di wakil dekan 1 juga. Nah, sehingga apa yang akan kita rancang itu ya, jadi apa yang akan kita buat itu ya akan selalu nanti dikoordinasikan ya dengan Bapak Dekan. Nah, kemudian supaya nyambung dengan prodi, jadi dari prodi yang ada. Nah, termasuk juga di bidang pengabdian masyarakat ya, jadi baik pengabdian masyarakat, nah, kemudian maupun penelitian itu ya, jadi harus ada roadmap-nya ya, supaya nanti apa yang kita laksanakan atau apa yang akan kita lakukan ya sesuai dengan roadmap yang ada gitu ya. Nah, kemudian yang lainnya ya juga tugas kami di wakil dekan 1 adalah monitoring ya, jadi monep itu ya istilahnya ya, bersama-sama prodi ya terkait dengan ya proses pembelajaran, kemudian ya penelitian maupun pengabdian masyarakat ya. Nah, barangkali ya secara garis besar ya, jadi itu tugas kami ya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya. Nah, kemudian untuk kedepannya juga ya, jadi terkait dengan pengembangan ya, jadi masing-masing prodi. Jadi demikian kira-kira ya.
Kalau lebih dirinci lebih jauh, jadi yang menjadi wewenang daripada wakil dekan 2 sesuai dengan pasal 12 yang ada di OTK yang bertindak, yang pertama bertindak untuk mewakili dekan dalam bidang pengambilan keputusan mengenai keuangan, administrasi dan umum, sarana prasarana dan rumah tangga. Kemudian wewenang yang lainnya juga memberikan penilaian di dalam SKP, yaitu sasaran kinerja daripada pegawai. Kemudian yang ketiga, wewenangnya juga melimpahkan tugas yang diberikan kepada bawahan sesuai dengan bidangnya masing-masing. Adapun setelah kita wewenang ada, kita juga harus memberikan pertanggungjawaban kepada publik, yaitu mengenai pertanggungjawaban penyusunan laporan akuntabilitas dalam bidang administrasi dan umum, bidang keuangan, bidang sarana prasarana, serta bidang rumah tangga. Bahwa dalam bidang sarana prasarana di sini sangat bagus. Kenapa saya katakan sangat bagus? Karena semua sarana dan prasarana pembelajaran, terutama ruangannya sudah ber-AC, kemudian ada LCD. Di samping itu juga ruangannya dengan kapasitas sesuai dengan kebutuhan daripada mahasiswa. Nah, itu dari segi sarana prasarana. Sedangkan dari segi keuangan ini berbasis kinerja, dan semua keuangan itu terpusat satu. Jadi kita dalam hal keuangan telah ditentukan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri melalui rektor, dan kita diberikan keuangan untuk menunjang kegiatan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi melalui RKA yang telah diberikan kepada Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Kemudian dalam bidang rumah tanggaan itu sudah juga berjalan dengan baik, di mana di sini fasilitas yang ada juga sudah ada dan semua sudah ditunjang sesuai dengan kesejahteraan yang telah diberikan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri selama ini.
Bidang kemahasiswaan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki segudang prestasi, baik bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Nah, untuk di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, bagi mahasiswa yang berprestasi, itu akan mendapatkan apresiasi dari fakultas, maupun dari universitas juga mereka akan memperoleh reward maupun apresiasi. Nah, untuk di bidang kemahasiswaan juga, mahasiswa yang berminat di bidang olahraga, seni dan sebagainya, itu disediakan unitas yang untuk mereka bergabung di dalamnya. Kegiatan kemanusiaan juga sering kita lakukan, ya antara lain kunjungan sosial terkait juga dengan kegiatan pada kekeluargaan Fakultas Ekonomi, BEM Fakultas Ekonomi itu melakukan kunjungan sosial ke masyarakat yang membutuhkannya. Kemudian untuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, ya, setiap tahunnya mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi, khususnya mahasiswa baru, itu melaksanakan bakti sosial mahasiswa. Nah, ini tentunya desa yang kita tuju yang benar-benar membutuhkan tenaga dari mahasiswa untuk ikut membantu membangun desa tersebut.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berwawasan ekowisata, dan kompetitif secara global pada tahun 2034. Universitas Warmadewa yang berdiri pada tahun 1984 berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali sebagai badan penyelenggara perguruan tinggi swasta. Kampus yang berlokasi strategis di pusat kota Denpasar berdiri di atas lahan seluas 5 hektar dengan luas bangunan 20.353,19 meter persegi. Memiliki program pasca sarjana dengan 7 program studi magister, 1 program studi doktor hukum, 7 fakultas dengan 14 program studi strata 1, dan 3 sekolah vokasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, yakni program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Menjadi universitas yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034 adalah visi Universitas Warmadewa yang telah diimplementasikan oleh masing-masing program studi, khususnya di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa. Hal tersebut terbukti atas raihan prestasi serta capaiannya baik di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa telah menyiapkan layanan pendidikan berbasis IT untuk menjawab tantangan serta permintaan masyarakat. Sistem pembelajaran e-learning dengan dukungan sarana prasarana penunjang seperti gedung berlantai 4 dengan fasilitas lift, Wi-Fi, ruang kelas dengan AC dan juga LCD proyektor, ruang pertemuan atau rapat, sekretariat, serta perpustakaan yang berbasis digital. Didukung dengan kualitas tenaga pengajar yang berpengalaman dan kompeten di bidangnya, sudah disiapkan untuk mencetak lulusan yang unggul dan berkompeten di bidangnya. Di samping itu, para mahasiswa juga dibekali keterampilan khusus seperti keterampilan perpajakan untuk program studi akuntansi, keterampilan perbankan untuk prodi ekonomi pembangunan, serta keterampilan bisnis untuk program studi manajemen.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa itu bersama-sama berdirinya dengan 5 fakultas yang lain pada tahun 1984. Dalam perjalanan memang Fakultas Ekonomi selalu menjadi favorit ya, karena memang jumlah yang ingin kuliah di Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa itu selalu menjadi barometer keberlanjutan daripada universitas. Adapun visi yang kami tuangkan di dalam pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi ke depan, itulah menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa sebagai suatu lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang bermutu, ya, berwawasan ekowisata, berdaya saing secara global di tahun 2034. Dan ini memang memberikan nuansa bahwa ke depan kita tidak saja hanya berharap ya pengembangan pariwisata itu hanya menghadirkan wisatawan yang datang ke Bali ya, untuk menikmati Bali, akan tetapi mereka juga peduli dengan lingkungan yang ada di pengembangan pariwisata. Jadi sehingga lebih menekankan pada ekowisata. Dalam kaitan untuk pengembangan Fakultas Ekonomi, ini memang beberapa unit-unit yang terkait dengan kompetensi yang dituntut oleh para lulusan sarjana itu sedang kami dorong dalam kaitan pengembangan daripada pelatihan di masing-masing prodi. Tadi sudah juga kami sampaikan di perbankan itu lebih kami dorong nanti bagaimana mengimplementasikan teori-teori perbankan itu tidak saja sebatas teori, akan tetapi secara praktis, sehingga nanti akan menjadi kompetensi mereka di dalam menyelesaikan studi untuk ISP. Dan itu tidak milik ISP saja, tapi ke semua prodi. Ada manajemen perbankan, ada keuangan masalah perbankan, ada perencanaan perbankan, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, kemudian di manajemen, lebih mendorong kepada kewirausahaan. Ini pun dalam kaitan untuk kompetensi. Bagaimana memunculkan jiwa entrepreneur ini. Jadi kami sedang mencoba berkoordinasi dengan praktisi-praktisi yang ada itu untuk mencoba mengembangkan bahwa di dalam pelatihan itu tidak saja kembali teori, tetapi implementasi daripada teori itu sendiri. Kemudian di akuntansi, kami sering disasar oleh DJP, ya, daerah mengenai tentang pajak ya dari dinas pajak yang ada di daerah untuk mensosialisasikan, jadi menyadarkan masyarakat, menyadarkan para pengusaha dan lain sebagainya untuk sadar dengan pajak. Ini sekaligus sebagai kehidupan bernegara yang baik itu harus sadar untuk membayar pajak. Nah, ini keunggulan-keunggulan yang memang kita tawarkan di masing-masing prodi.
Baik ya, jadi saya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya, jadi sesuai dengan job yang diberikan ya, sesuai dengan OTK ya. Jadi saya membidangi masalah tridharma ya, yang di dalamnya ada pendidikan, nah, kemudian ada pengabdian masyarakat, kemudian ada penelitian gitu ya. Nah, kemudian untuk bidang pendidikan itu ya, jadi kita di wakil dekan 1 ya, kemudian bekerja sama dengan prodi ya, jadi masing-masing prodi ya untuk melaksanakan ya sebagian ya dari tugas-tugas pembelajaran ya. Nah, kemudian termasuk juga bidang penelitian ya, karena memang untuk apa namanya ya penelitian itu kan ada di wakil dekan 1 juga. Nah, sehingga apa yang akan kita rancang itu ya, jadi apa yang akan kita buat itu ya akan selalu nanti dikoordinasikan ya dengan Bapak Dekan, nah kemudian supaya nyambung dengan prodi, jadi dari prodi yang ada. Nah, termasuk juga di bidang pengabdian masyarakat ya, jadi baik pengabdian masyarakat, nah kemudian maupun penelitian itu ya, jadi harus ada roadmap-nya ya, supaya nanti apa yang kita laksanakan atau apa yang akan kita lakukan ya sesuai dengan roadmap yang ada gitu ya. Nah, kemudian yang lainnya ya juga tugas kami di wakil dekan 1 adalah monitoring ya, jadi monep itu ya istilahnya ya, bersama-sama prodi ya terkait dengan ya proses pembelajaran, kemudian ya penelitian maupun pengabdian masyarakat ya. Nah, barangkali ya secara garis besar ya, jadi itu tugas kami ya selaku wakil dekan 1 ya. Nah, kemudian untuk kedepannya juga ya, jadi terkait dengan pengembangan ya jadi masing-masing prodi. Jadi demikian kira-kira ya.
Kalau lebih dirinci lebih jauh, jadi yang menjadi wewenang daripada wakil dekan 2 sesuai dengan pasal 12 yang ada di OTK yang bertindak, yang pertama bertindak untuk mewakili dekan dalam bidang pengambilan keputusan mengenai keuangan, administrasi dan umum, sarana prasarana dan rumah tangga. Kemudian wewenang yang lainnya juga memberikan penilaian di dalam SKP, yaitu sasaran kinerja daripada pegawai. Kemudian yang ketiga, wewenangnya juga melimpahkan tugas yang diberikan kepada bawahan sesuai dengan bidangnya masing-masing. Adapun setelah kita wewenang ada, kita juga harus memberikan pertanggungjawaban kepada publik, yaitu mengenai pertanggungjawaban penyusunan laporan akuntabilitas dalam bidang administrasi dan umum, bidang keuangan, bidang sarana prasarana, serta bidang rumah tangga. Bahwa dalam bidang sarana prasarana di sini sangat bagus. Kenapa saya katakan sangat bagus? Karena semua sarana dan prasarana pembelajaran, terutama ruangannya sudah ber-AC, kemudian ada LCD. Di samping itu juga ruangannya dengan kapasitas sesuai dengan kebutuhan daripada mahasiswa. Itu dari segi sarana prasarana. Sedangkan dari segi keuangan ini berbasis kinerja, dan semua keuangan itu terpusat satu. Jadi kita dalam hal keuangan telah ditentukan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri melalui rektor, dan kita diberikan keuangan untuk menunjang kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi melalui RKA yang telah diberikan kepada Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Kemudian dalam bidang rumah tanggaan itu sudah juga berjalan dengan baik, di mana di sini fasilitas yang ada juga sudah ada dan semua sudah ditunjang sesuai dengan kesejahteraan yang telah diberikan oleh Yayasan Kesejahteraan Polri selama ini.
Bidang kemahasiswaan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki segudang prestasi, baik bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Nah, untuk di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, bagi mahasiswa yang berprestasi, itu akan mendapatkan apresiasi dari fakultas, maupun dari universitas juga mereka akan memperoleh reward maupun apresiasi. Nah, untuk di bidang kemahasiswaan juga, mahasiswa yang berminat di bidang olahraga, seni dan sebagainya, itu disediakan unitas yang untuk mereka bergabung di dalamnya. Kegiatan kemanusiaan juga sering kita lakukan, ya antara lain kunjungan sosial terkait juga dengan kegiatan Badan Kekeluargaan Fakultas Ekonomi, BEM Fakultas Ekonomi itu melakukan kunjungan sosial ke masyarakat yang membutuhkannya. Kemudian untuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, ya, setiap tahunnya mahasiswa Fakultas Ekonomi, khususnya mahasiswa baru, itu melaksanakan bakti sosial mahasiswa. Nah, ini tentunya desa yang kita tuju yang benar-benar membutuhkan tenaga dari mahasiswa untuk ikut membantu membangun desa tersebut.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa menjadikan Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Warmadewa sebagai lembaga pendidikan tinggi yang menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berwawasan ekowisata, dan kompetitif secara global pada tahun 2034. Universitas Warmadewa yang berdiri pada tahun 1984 berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kesejahteraan Korpri Provinsi Bali sebagai badan penyelenggara perguruan tinggi swasta. Kampus yang berlokasi strategis di pusat kota Denpasar berdiri di atas lahan seluas 5 hektar dengan luas bangunan 20.353,19 meter persegi. Memiliki program pasca sarjana dengan 7 program studi magister, 1 program studi doktor hukum, 7 fakultas dengan 14 program studi strata 1, dan 3 sekolah vokasi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa memiliki 3 program studi strata 1, yakni program studi manajemen, program studi akuntansi, dan program studi ekonomi pembangunan. Menjadi universitas yang bermutu, berwawasan ekowisata, dan berdaya saing global tahun 2034 adalah visi Universitas Warmadewa yang telah diimplementasikan oleh masing-masing program studi, khususnya di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Warmadewa. Hal tersebut terbukti atas raihan prestasi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the second session of the international seminar today. Now we proceed to the conference agenda. This presentation will be delivered by Dr. Niluh Putu Indiani, SEMM, and Hesti Aryani, BA MA will be available online. And also this agenda will be guided by Dr. Imade Suniaste Amarta, SS Empar, as the moderator. Dr. Imade Suniaste Amarta, SS Empar, is a lecturer in the Management Study Program at the Faculty of Economics and Management at Warmadewa University. He is also the secretary of the Master of Management Study Program at the Warmadewa University Postgraduate Program, supervisor of the Unwar Nagata Student Residency Unit, General Secretary of the Sekar Forum Bali Province, and Secretary of the Sekar Kamalasana Foundation Denpasar. Dr. Imade Suniaste Amarta, SS Empar, complete undergraduate studies in the English Literature Department, Literature Faculty, Warmadewa University, complete master studies in tourism studies at Udayana University, and also he completed the doctoral program in cultural studies doctoral program at Udayana University. Dr. Imade Suniaste Amarta SS Empar is an instructor at a cruise line school in Denpasar. He also being an instructor at Warmadewa College and as well as instructor at the Bali Aviation and Tourism Center or BATC Denpasar. We invite the distinguished moderator to come to the stage. Please welcome Dr. Imade Suniaste Amarta, SS Empar.
Thank you for the time given to me to MC. Right, the company as moderator of our second session today. Right, Patty. Good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, especially the participant who joined our conference here at this auditorium. Right, so did you enjoy your lunch? Right, yeah, and hopefully, I think, is there any copy session? All right, so yeah, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Salam Nama Budaya. My God Almighty bless all of us, right? The Honorable, I wonder if some officers, some faculty members still here with us, right? Yeah, of course, the head of Corporate Bali, Province Pendensian, your Honorable Rector also, our Dean, right? Dean Deputies, and yeah, especially to our distinguished speaker today, Ms. Hesti Aryani, right, from Business Development Switzerland, and Dr. Nilo Indiani as the hosting speaker from Warmadewa University, right. And yeah, the Honorable also, the head department lecturers, students, and all the participants who joined this international conference, onlinely and also offlinely here, and ladies and gentlemen. In every crisis, doubt or confusion, please take the higher path, the path of compassion, courage, understanding, and love. I quoted from the book Non-Violent, The Transferring Power, written by Amit Ray. He is an enlightened spiritualist. Yeah, I hope his word will give us inspiration to face and handle the economic outlook. A global economic recession is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, as already introduced by the MC, I'm Sunyasta, right? I'm happy to be your moderator today and would like to welcome all of you on this second session, right, of our seminar today. And of course, we have just started a new life after the pandemic, right? And we hope that our economic condition will return to normal soon, even though it is predicted that there will be a global economic recession, right? Yeah, the International Monetary Fund, right, forecasts global growth to slow from 6% in 2021 to 3.2% in 2022 and 2.7% in 2003, right? This is the weakest growth in 2001, right, except for the global financial crisis and the acute phase of the pandemic, right? Of course, to anticipate and overcome this condition, we need to formulate relevant strategies, right, related to these global issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get some more solution, probably information, right, from the speaker today, right? And welcome again to the second Warmadewa International Conference of Economic 2022, with the theme Economic Outlook, Strategies in the Face of a Global Economic Recession, which is held today, Friday, November 18, 2022. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste any more time. Please enjoy your conference, and hopefully you could get some more additional knowledge and information and solution dealing with how to handle the global economic recession from our great speaker today. And now I would like to invite our distinguished speaker, right? First, maybe to Dr. Niloh Indiani, as the hosting speaker from Warmadewa University. And also, I'd like to say hello to Miss Hesti Aryani. Hello, Bu
Hi,
Hesti
good morning from
Aryani.
Zurich, Mr. Made. Can
Hello.
you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, hi, yeah. Okay, thank you, right, for joining our second session of our conference today. Miss Hesti, where are you now? Where are you? Still in
I am now
Switzerland?
in Zurich. I'm in another part of the world. I'm in Switzerland now. Yeah, so it's 7 a.m. in the morning here now in Zurich.
Yeah. Sorry, your voice wasn't very clear. Maybe a little bit problem. So I just want to make sure again that you join us today, and then ready to share your ideas and experiences to the audience, right? Yeah. So I'd like to invite Dr. Niloh Indiani. Please, yeah, join us here, right? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have nearly 2 hours, right, to finish our session this afternoon. I'd like to give opportunity to each speaker about maybe 20 minutes to present their thoughts, their presentation, and then will be continued by discussion session, right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, let me introduce you, our hosting speaker from Warmadewa University, Dr. Niloh Putu Indiani. Yeah, he's one of the lecturer at the Warmadewa University. Yeah, he also has book writer, right? Especially English for Business and some others book, a key antecedent of consumer purchasing behavior in urban online retail market. And of course, I didn't want to read all of her books, right? And also, he has also teach some subject here at Warmadewa, especially at the Faculty of Economic, and also as lecturer at Warmadewa International Program. Yeah, he has experience being lecturer at Warmadewa since 2014, and since 2012 until now, he's directress of Sari Arta Falas and instructor, character English at IF Denpasar. And yeah, she is sales and marketing manager at Bagus Discovery. This is like hospitality, hotel chains, travel very popular in Bali, Bagus, right? And also she involved in some, let's say, in business incubator at Warmadewa, and also experience in creating or making, Journal of Jagadita at Warmadewa and some others. And yeah, also he also has invited as the speaker at the Asian Youth Friendship Network with the topic digital marketing and branding strategy. And also that was in September 2022, in March at the summer school. She also invited as speaker with the topic economic recovery after COVID-19 pandemic. And also she gets some reward, and I'm sorry that I will not mention one by one. That's a little bit about Dr. Niloh Putu Indiani, our hosting speaker today. And let me continue introducing our second speaker, Ms. Hesti Aryani, right? Actually, her nationality is Indonesian, but I believe that she now lives in Switzerland, right? Yeah, she also has teaching experience over than 10 years, right? Has demonstrated her competence within professional role in academic environment and education, dealing with education. She has graduated from Bachelor of Art in English Literature in Gajah Mada University and Chiang Mai University for her Master of Art. And training and certification, she got Teaching English as Foreign Language Certificate, TEFL, and a 120-hour TFL certification also, including training, class observation, micro teaching, and so on, and BIPA, Bahasa Indonesia untuk Penutur Asing. Also she get that one, and some other training and certification. Right. Yeah, because of limited time, everyone, I think that's all our introduction to our distinguished speaker today. Now, directly I'd like to invite Bu Esti. Hang on. Bu Esti, I think we have enough time, so I'd like to invite you to share your thoughts after Bu Dr. Indiani, right? Bu Esti, is it okay?
Sure, please.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first speaker on this second session, Dr. Niloh Putu Indiani, SAMM. Right, for next 20 minutes, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Made Suniasta, for the introductions and the opportunity for me to deliver my presentations. So, could the committee help please to display my presentations? My presentations about digital entrepreneurship as one of the ways, as the engine of growth during the heading to recession world. So this is my thought on how digital entrepreneurship could be one of the engine of growth that could help Asia or Indonesia in particular to survive the coming toward recession. Yeah, so this the topic of my presentation, which is digital entrepreneurship as the engine of growth. Yeah, we start with the outlook first. Yeah, as we know that Asia's strong economic rebound early this year is losing momentum with a weaker than expected second and third quarter. Growth forecast for Asia was cut already to 4% this year and 4.3% next year, below the 5.5 average over the last 2 decades. So despite this, Asia remains a relative bright spot in an increasingly dimming global economy. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this decreasing in economic outlook is due to some headwinds that happen in the global environment. The first is the sharp tightening financial conditions, which is rising the government borrowing costs. It could become even more constricting as central banks in major advanced economies continue to raise interest rate to tame the inflation that is the fastest in decades. So rapidly depreciating currency could also further complicate the policy challenges. The other headwinds, which is make it more difficult economically for Asia, is the Russia invasion of Ukraine, which is still raging right now and continues to trigger a sharp slowdown of economic activity in Europe that will further reduce external demand for Asian export. The third headwinds, which is also has a strong impact on Asia's economic, which is China's strict zero COVID policy and related lockdown, which is led to a slowdown in growth, which is in turn weakening momentum in connected economy. And unfortunately, Indonesia is also connected with the Chinese in terms of economy. Next slide, please. Yeah, amid broad slowdown, so East Asia is still likely to enjoy a strong recovery amid broad slowdown globally. For example, Vietnam benefits from its growing importance in global supply chain, which Vietnam expects 7% growth and still slight moderation next year. Philippines, for example, is forecasted to see a 6.5% expansion this year. Next slide, please. And as Indonesia and Malaysia, we will expect, and it's forecasted that growth will top 5% in Indonesia and Malaysia, which is still a good news if we compare it to the Europe and also American continent's country. As for Cambodia and Thailand, they are forecasted to expand faster in 2023 on a likely pickup on foreign tourism. And Myanmar, which has endured a recession due to the coup and the pandemic, growth is still expected in Myanmar to stabilize at a low level. Next slide, please. And what is happening right now is inflation remains elevated. Inflation now exceeds central bank targets in most Asian economies, which is driven by a mix of global food and energy prices, currency falling against US dollar, as we see also in Indonesian rupiah, which is the value of the Indonesian rupiah is fluctuated against US dollar and also shrinking output gaps. Next slide, please. Yeah, strong dollar. So because of the action taken by the Federal of the American, the US dollar now experience a phenomenon called strong dollar. They are getting stronger and stronger, which could trigger raising interest rates in other countries. The US dollar has strengthened against most major currency as the Fed raised interest rate and signal further hikes. And it also has the effect on Asian currencies, where most Asian emerging market currency, they have lost between 5 and 10% of their currency value against US dollar this year. And this could also trigger inflation, which is started pacing through to core inflation across the region. And this may keep inflation high for longer than what has been previously expected. Next slide, please. Yeah, not to mention also because of the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, it spikes global food and energy prices. So with the spike in prices, it could trigger a rising cost of living. It could also particularly have a strong implication for the real incomes of lower income households that spend more of their disposable income on this commodity. So the category of a lower income household will be the one that hit the hardest because of the recession. Next slide, please. Yeah, of course, during this time of recession, the government is expected to take some actions and policies for these challenging times. So there are some measures that the government already taken. The first is the tight policy, where central banks, they will need to still persevere with policy tightening until inflation will durably falls back to target. And regarding to exchange rate should also be allowed to adjust to reflect its fundamentals. And some intervention is needed when the inflation, they threaten financial stability of country. Foreign exchange intervention may be necessary for countries with adequate reserve alongside other macro-prudential policies that has been implemented by the government. Next slide, please. Yeah, also about debt. Yeah, public debt has risen substantially in Asia over the past 15 years, and therefore fiscal policy should continue its gradual consolidation to moderate demand alongside monetary policy. Next slide, please. Another important policy to maintain the spending or consumption of the citizen is to measure to shield vulnerable population from the rising cost of living. It will need to be well targeted, and it needs to be only temporary, because if it's done long term, it will trigger a negative effect to the country economy. And the government, they must ensure that policies on public financial assistance, or what we call in Indonesia is BLT, Bantuan Langsung Tunai, it needs to be ensured and it needs to be on track to enable the people's affordability to spend money. If private consumption can be maintained at 50% of the GDP, the economy will still grow, maybe not 5%, but close. Next slide, please. Yeah, in every cloud there will be silver lining, and during this recession there's also a silver lining for Asia, which is Asian or Southeast Asia is not a stranger to surviving recession, as statistics shows that the region experienced minimal impact during the recession in 2007. And Southeast Asia has also recovered quite quickly from the economic downturn brought by the pandemic, as resultant lockdowns stimulated the digital transformation in the regions. Investors, they still see room for growth in digital economy, especially in some sectors like financial technology, health technology, and also educational technology. It's kind of sectors that is still growing in Southeast Asia. Yeah, despite the current global challenges, research shows that digital investment in Southeast Asia will grow to approximately $50 billion by 2026. There is still, as you can see in this statistic, there is still so many rooms to grow for the digital economy of Southeast Asia. And private equity may continue to flow as the region has a large, young, and rapidly digitizing population. It means that there is a huge market for startup despite the economic crisis and recession that we are heading. So therefore, because of the opportunity and so much room to grow in digital economy, I propose that digital entrepreneurship would help keep the economies during this recession as what it has been done in during the COVID-19. It could become a major engine of growth in this recession time. Next slide, please. Yeah, innovative entrepreneurs, it could help fuel economic dynamism. So the economic growth of a country, it depends on vibrant private sectors, and its development depends in turn on innovation and the emergence of new business, which is on entrepreneurship. So innovative entrepreneurs, they generate dynamic competition in which new firms, products, and technologies compete with existing counterparts. And transformative entrepreneurs is also kind of entrepreneurs that is needed in country because they play a central role in the introduction of a game-changing product, for example, like PC and mobile phone. So a country, they need a certain amount of transformative entrepreneurs in their economy to trigger the economic growth further. Next slide, please. Yeah, so digital entrepreneurship, it could sustain Asia's growth momentum. Developing Asia has reached a development stage where the private sector assumes a larger role in economic growth. So while the government role remains vital, but the government, they also needs to provide an enabling environment for private investment and also entrepreneurship to flourish even more. Next slide, please. And Asia is reflected, or it could be associated with the rapid growth. And this rapid growth has transformed Asia into a predominantly middle income region where sustaining rapid growth becomes harder than at a low income country. So at this stage is where innovation becomes critical. So in economies that succeed, for example, like Korea, visionary entrepreneurs and innovators, they created world-class companies which contributed greatly to the country journey from the middle income to high income. So Indonesia and other countries in Southeast Asia are now in the middle income range of country, and they are trapped in what is called middle income trap. So in this stage, innovation is key. Yeah. The ongoing digitalization of economic activity that accelerated during COVID-19 has fortunately opened up a world of entrepreneurial opportunities. And digital entrepreneurship can thus become an engine of growth in the post-COVID and this recession-heading world. Next slide, please. Yeah, so these are some examples of how technology is implemented in the business functions. It could be implemented in the operational functions, in marketing functions, HR, finance, R&D, and other business functions to help improve productivity, improve efficiency, and other benefits. I think this slide is very self-explained, so I will move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, when implementing or integrating technology into business function, there are some advantage that could be taken by the business. Starting from improved efficiency and productivity, encouraging knowledge sharing and collaboration, facilitating decision making, reducing costs to higher return on investment are the benefits of the company or small and medium enterprise who integrating technology into their business functions. Next slide, please. Yeah, as the opportunities for the small and medium enterprises and also to the business in Indonesia to participate in digital economy, there are enabling environment which is already established So it's not a hard work anymore if we would like to participate in a digital economy because the ecosystem is there already. The ecosystem is already established. The contributing factors is the pandemic is believed to increase the number of e-commerce customers. So it affects people's lifestyles to become more digital. So this become an opportunity for business, small medium enterprises in Indonesia to enter the digital economy and become digital entrepreneurs. And another enabling environment, also business, they benefit from established online ecosystem, for example, like ride-hailing app, which is Grab and Gojek, for example, and e-marketplace, which is already established, well established in Indonesia, like Tokopedia, Shopee, and also other apps like virtual meetings, e-payments, and financial technology, which they gather fundings from the crowd to small and medium enterprises, which is enable, makes small and medium enterprises be able to expand, to grow, and to participate in the digital economy. And other enabling environment is a huge support from the government, for example, like what Jakarta do with the Jakpreneur program, and in other opportunity as well is online. Self-learning media is widely available online for the business to learn how to digitize their business process. Okay, next slide, please. So as the conclusions, there are some key which I would like to highlight, which is the points of my presentation. The first is formidable headwinds in global environment are waning Asia's growth momentum, and government intervention through accurate fiscal and monetary policy becomes key to Asia's to be able to survive these recessions. And citizen participation by embracing digital entrepreneurship is likely to be the engine of growth, as it was proven during the pandemic. And at this stage right now, innovation becomes critical to survive recession and thrive from middle to high income country. So that was my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity. And there is one quote that I take from Robert Bennett. As sure as the spring will follow the winter, growth and prosperity will follow recession. So that's quite a very optimistic quote from Robert Bennett. So we will stay optimistic despite these recessions. Thank you, Bapak Dr. Bande Suniasta, for the opportunity. Please.
Yeah. All right, everyone, please give big applause to Dr. Indiani, right? Yeah, who just explained us about digital entrepreneurship as engine of growth. So I'd like to quote her last words: "Be optimistic." Right. So this is very give inspiration to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, actually for 18 minutes, Ibu Dr. Indiani has explained, shared her thoughts and idea dealing with the digital entrepreneurship and engine of growth, right? She just told us about the outlook of Asia, which is losing momentum with weaker than expected, especially on the second and third quarter. And then it's also it's predicted that for the growth of in Asia cut to 4% this year and will be 4.3% next year. And yeah, how to get solution to overcome this one? So what's the next, right? Also, she explained about the role of the strong dollars of especially US dollar, right? Which also affect on the Asian currencies, right? Also create higher inflation, right? And rising cost of living and so on. And yeah, also some policies, challenging times, like as already mentioned by Dr. Indiani, the tight policy, exchange rate, and foreign exchange intervention and so on. And the most important thing that she offered to all of us is what we call is digital entrepreneurship, right? So she said that during the pandemic, we learned a lot about the digitalization, whether in e-commerce, right, the increasing of e-commerce, and also for us at the Warmadewa, especially here, in using the e-learning platform, right? This is, I think, one impact of the pandemic of COVID-19, the positive one for us, right? And yeah, also by having the digital entrepreneurship, either will get entrepreneurial opportunity and engine also growth during recession, right? Technology for business function or dimension within term of operational marketing, human resource, and also especially financial, right? And of course, yeah, business benefit from established online ecosystem, such as we like in Indonesia, we have Grab, Gojek. A market is yeah, increasing rapidly at the moment, right? So this is probably to my mind, it's one of the what call as digital entrepreneurship by Dr. Indiani. Well, ladies and gentlemen, would you please give her a big applause once again? Right? Okay, thank you. All right. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to invite our second distinguished speaker, Ms. Hesti Aryani. Ibu Esti.
Hello, good morning.
Apa kabar Bu? So ya,
Baik, salam kenal Ibu Dr. Nilu dan Bapak Dr. Made. Terima kasih atas undangannya.
Ibu mohon maaf ya, mungkin ada apa ya? Apa ketika Ibu berbicara agak gini ya, agak apa ya?
Oke.
Ya agak jadi agak bobo gitu ya. Ya, tapi nggak apa-apa. Ya, right. So, same with the first speaker, I'd like to offer you next 20 minutes, right, to share your probably knowledge and experiences dealing with our conference today, right? Ibu Esti Aryani, time is totally yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Made, for your introduction. I would like to make sure just one more time if you can hear my voice clearly now, better. Yes. Okay. So let me now share my screen. Well, following the optimism that Ibu Dr. Nilu has presented on digital entrepreneurship, I strongly agree, and I would like to continue this spirit and motivation on how to face the global recession and what can we, particularly the youth, can do to face this difficult situation, which is expectedly to be coming very soon. So the main agenda, I will quickly highlight the overall ideas or issues on the global recession that we are all now concerning about, and especially coming from a youth organization, the ASEAN Youth Friendship Network, that has long been engaged with the youth activities, and also some experience in the practical business situation. So I would like to share probably some of my thoughts. All right. So, excuse me. All right. Can you see my screen clearly? Yep. All right. So, speaking of,
can see clearly.
Yeah. Thank you. Speaking of the global recession, which is predicted to be happening soon, or even now already, many world leaders and economies have warned us to be aware of its coming in various different ways. And some sounded even more like a threat than a motivating one, which may lead to panic and excessive fear among society and corporates. And as a practitioner myself, I'm not speaking as an academia here. As a practitioner in the labor market sector and the IT industry where I work now, I would like to take the opportunity today to share my thoughts through my day-to-day observation while doing the semantic-based job parsing and CV annotation, which has become my daily task as an ontology and data science maintenance support for a Swiss software company here in Zurich, Switzerland, where I specifically take care of the Indonesian labor market data in addition to the business development. So when do we feel recession? It's actually when you start worrying about your job, quoted from the Wall Street Journal's senior writers. And I would like to begin my presentation here with the overview to what always happens in recession, according to the Wall Street Journal. Very broadly and very general, it is when the GDP measures of economic output always goes down and the unemployment goes up. But what happens now, what happens now, the US Federal Reserve said that recession is certainly possible, seeing the fact that GDP is going down, but the unemployment rate is falling, which is very interesting. It is interesting to find out that millions of jobs opportunities are out there that they fit or find the people to fit or to fill. So there are a lot of opportunities in terms of the labor market system. More and more people are getting jobs, not losing them, which is interesting, which is different to the probably the previous recession back then. But of course, many would think that speaking of the global recession, it's not only about what happens in the United States, but it happens also in Indonesia. So following the report from JobStreet platform on Indonesia's job outlook in 2022, there has been a rise on job vacancy available in their platform, which was even double the number from 2020 to 2021, while the unemployment rate is falling from 7.07% to 6.49%. And as of December 2021, the number of job vacancy increased up to 45% following the rising number of vaccinated people in the Indonesian society. So what I'm trying to highlight here is the availability of jobs vacancy in the market out there. Although another question raised why this could happen, what issues need to solve, difficulties in finding potential candidate for a position which is widely available on public, while other people are struggling to get a job. So I believe further studies are necessary. And following the previous concern why job openings are high this time, it is believed that generational change happening in the economy is one of the reason. So millions of baby boomers are retiring, so there are many positions need to fill by obviously the next generation, which is quite different to the previous recession. Without any intention to simplifying the current phenomena, this might also be an interesting fact to admit that we take this more as opportunities rather than a challenge for other generations, so that we might not face the same recession like before. You can see that each generation has different characteristic, motivation in earnings and in living, different lifestyle, different trend, different phenomena, and also different directions in the future. So although some other sources also mentioned that problems may occur from the generation itself. So those who are retiring needs to be replaced by the next one. But the next generation might tend to be more selective in job searching or by setting up expectations just too high. expecting for better pay, for example, or more facilities, equalities, fairness, and so on. Some other factors are briefly explained in the UN World Youth Report titled Youth Employment, Youth Perspectives on the Pursuit of Decent Work in Changing Times, including the first one, growing gaps in decent work for young people. And the second one is trends and young people's views, such as insufficient academic training, excessive obsession for qualifications or certifications, unsecured job positions, lack of innovation at workplace, and the need of others' validation to fulfill self-proving. I'm taking this one interesting article from my company where I work here in Switzerland, Science Technology. It's interesting that the global market news, despite strong vacancy recovery, long-term unemployment remains. So it doesn't happen only in Indonesia, in the US, but also here in the EU region. It is mentioned that a report released by the OECD in July warned that rich countries may face sustained growth in long-term unemployment. Their data shows by the end of 2020, the number of people who have been unemployed for more than 6 months is 60% higher than the pre-pandemic level. This is because the low-skilled workers who are most likely to lose their jobs in the early stages of the crisis do not have the skills needed to enter the most extensively recruited industries. So I think this is an interesting fact for us, the youth or the young people, the next generation, to really get ready for what to do next. So we can already forecast that unemployment rate is high, but also the opportunities in terms of job vacancies are also high. So this both parties need to find a match somehow to fill each other. And defining youth itself, there are some perspectives on or categories according to the 2007 World Development Report. Outlines key transitions. So youth are the transitions from childhood to adulthood, which is moving into the productive age that relate to education, learning for work and life, moving into employment, growing up healthy, family formation, and exercise and citizenship. And the UN definition of youth used for this report that I mentioned covers people age 15 to 24, inclusive as a broad spectrum, including people who are essentially children, supported by adults, and with limited decision-making power, as well as autonomous adults with independent livelihoods and who have formed their own family. But it is also interesting to know that the idea or the conception of youth in the ASEAN countries, as approved by the ASEAN member states or agreed on an age range of population categorized as youth, which are between 15 to 35 years old. For the purpose of the ASEAN Youth Development Index, as follow here. So it's crucial, it is believed that it's crucial for young people to carefully consider what skills and industries will remain in high demand. So talking about recession is really like a big thing that maybe some of the young people might not be aware of, or it's not that close to our daily life. But it is also interesting to forecast the future profession or the future of work, especially for university students. We are all already lucky to obtain this formal education, high education in Indonesia with whatever situation, but it's really a good time to start planning on or being aware on what's going to happen next. So economists are currently predicting that industries including healthcare, especially the post-pandemic after it hit us hard, we become more aware into the healthcare system. Information technology, as also mentioned by Ibu Dr. Nilu previously on digital entrepreneurship, which is related to the information technology. Education and government will continue to be in demand, even if the market takes a turn for the worse. And if they're considering a job in any of these industries, then young people should also recognize that each industry offers a full range of positions. So don't be pessimistic in a way of not only losing job, but we have to start think of the innovations on what sector or what kind of profession that can last without any or with the really minimum impact from the recession. So these are the list of occupations by cluster from the Indonesia's Occupational Employment Outlook Technical Report back in 2020 from Bappenas, the Australian government, and World Bank. We are still all waiting for the updated version, but I guess it is overall can help us or navigate us on forecasting the future work. So occupations, you can see that from all these 4 clusters, occupations with the medium, at least medium education requirements is in high value compared to the low education or the no education backgrounds needed. But we cannot also underestimate that, because this sector is, or this industry is probably also the skilled labor, the domestic sectors, which is also highly in demand. And it is also interesting, I can see from an article that we published from our newsletter, that healthcare workers are wanted, highly wanted, but why aren't these jobs being filled? So again, problems in difficulties to find the perfect candidates for a position. So we have to find out more what are actually the problems. Some other sectors are nurses, childcare workers are highly in demand, police and sheriff's officers. This is in the US from CNBC. Court, municipal and licensed clerks, mental health counselors, and so many more jobs opportunities are out there. I am doing the job ads parsing every day, extracting information from digitally from so many sources, and it is really surprising to see that there are a lot of job positions out there. And the range of occupations are even getting more broad, or getting broader in a way, or getting more specific. Like there is an occupation of TikTok live host. So it's not only a digital creator, a content creator, influencer, but a very specific role in the job market or in the business industry. So what can youth do, the strategies to gain full opportunities? I would like to suggest at least 4 steps or strategies to deal with the global recession, which is coming very soon. The first one is financial literacy that plays a significant role in preparing the global recession. So by being aware to what's going on next to even the worst downturn that could possibly happen is already a good kick. For example, like the Warmadewa University students are here attending this conference. It's actually already a good step to hear the information and the knowledge from distinguished speakers invited in this conference, to know what is actually happening out there here in this world. So this awareness can actually activating our mind to strategize on what to actually do next. It includes self-control on spending and consumerism, and to determine our attitude towards our earnings. So I can completely relate that young people are now served with so many tempting offers, especially digitally on our screen every day out there, including the investment that may improve their consuming behavior. But then this can be challenging or even a dangerous threat to our individual future plan if we don't plan it wisely. Therefore, it is advantageous to discover our own capacities, both financial and personal capabilities that can help us determine our next projection. And the next one is personal skills development. Never be tired of learning. So never stop learning. So we have to invest in ourselves, in educating ourselves, in training ourselves, in learning different new skills or roles in the society. Because personal development is really important, and I would say it's the best investment wherever, and it can take you to wherever you are in this world. I would like to share a little bit. I used to teach English and Indonesian language at some universities, in Chiang Mai University and the University of Zurich, for 11 years. But this year I decided to step out and completely start a new challenge, working as an ontology and data science maintenance support in a software company, which is like a completely different world, different life. But I believe that young people are always strive for new challenges and new opportunities. So this is really the time. The next one, building up personal portfolio. So these are the example of some entities that that we always, parse in our day-to-day life, in our ID company. At least there are 55 entities or elements that we extract or we gain for a CV, because as you know that some big job matching, job searching platforms like JobStreet, Indeed, LinkedIn, or so many others, giant HR systems, are working on or relying on the artificial intelligence matching technologies. And that's what we are doing behind the system. We are curating every single word that you put on the CV and that the companies do on the a job advertisement in order to solve the issues of difficulties finding the perfect match or candidates for a position. So hopefully that it will help to reduce the unemployment rate and also to fill the positions of the job vacancies which is available everywhere in this world. So these are all the elements: occupations, function, what your function, and then your skills, especially soft skills, language skills, how many languages do you speak, what are your language level or proficiency, and your education background, not only the formal but also non-formal experience, not only working but also the training, internship, and also some other authorization certifications. Of course, it doesn't happen in a night. You need at least a process, a long process, and it's not always smooth. It can be a painful process in order to build your personal portfolio to look great and professional. But invest your time in all of these good things to really make the path easier later in the future. And last but not least, mapping your own path or mapping your future is advisable to begin sketching your own plan for the future. This is just an illustration. I believe that you have your own priorities. It's not always about traveling. It's not always about family. It's not always about your home. It's not always about your job. But make sure that everything is in a balanced portion to be able to make it all work. And you may take step as small as a daily plan, then it goes further weekly, monthly, or even a bigger plan of a yearly or as far as the next 5-10 years goals of your life. So this is what I always do while giving a training for the ASEAN Youth Friendship Network. and usually we had it in Bali. And I always highlight that preparing for the future is necessary, especially now for the university students. Regardless of what the economy does next, it will always be valuable for young people to have a plan. And it's never a bad time to start thinking about how to prepare for the future. Based according to Forbes, it is said that career preparation courses, mentorship programs, scholarship applications, and other resources can all help ensure the next generation to be well prepared for whatever the future may bring. So that's all from my presentation today. I hope I'm not taking that much time from the moderator. Thank you for listening. I hope you learned something. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer. Thank you.
Well, give applause to Ibu Esti Aryani. Thank you so much, Ibu, for sharing your idea related with the youth, right? Young people, what actually they can do. Yeah, this is relating with strategies to get full opportunity. Right? Yeah, it was interesting, ladies and gentlemen, especially Ibu Esti. The most of the participants that I could see here with us this afternoon are youth, young people, right? Youth. So I think your explanation will be very beneficial to add the young people, especially the student, to add their rising, especially, of course, in facing the unpredictable recession, right? So I'd like to record your quotation, right? When actually the recession happened, right? So it is when you start worrying about your job, right? So it's seem to be give inspiration to all of us. As long as you don't worry about your job, actually there will be no recession, right? So that is very interesting. And also, you have explained to all of us about the why job opening are high in this time, right? And yeah, the generational change happening in the economic. Yeah, most of our students now, they coming from Gen Y, Z, right? Z, right? So in the X. So I am baby boomer. X, too old, right? It's okay. Yeah, it's good for them actually in this post-pandemic, right? So we actually also, as I explained, as the was that there are wide opportunity for the young people, right? Workforce for the young people, right? So of course, yeah, you need to fulfill some requirement, right? And Buesti also has explained us some list of occupation by cluster, right? And yeah, this is very important for us to know, especially for young people, and that actually you don't have to be worried, right? Be optimistic to face what, let's say, people say that there will be global economic recession, right? So thank you again to Bu Esti for your great presentation. Absolutely, you took 20 minutes, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to Q&A session, right? So, for the participant who join us offline here, I'd like to give you a chance to raise question. You may dedicate your question either to Dr. Indi or to Ibu Estiariani. And also, the operator, would you please help me whether the participant who join us online also could raise question. And first, I'd like to invite the participant in this room. So, yeah. The question, yes? Is that question from our participant? Yeah.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
So, good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
First of all, Om Swastiastu.
Om Swastiastu.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask in this question and answer round in this very incredible conference that held today. It's such a great, a golden opportunity for us, especially for the students of the economy, to know more about what's going on in the world nowadays, especially to get to know about the world
Sorry for interrupting. Would you please speak a little bit slower because we got a little bit problem with the sound system here.
Okay.
And your name, please?
My name is Jerry Kusuma. I'm at the 5th degree of the management student.
Excuse me? Oh,
My name is...
fifth semester now at the Faculty of Economics?
Exactly.
All
I'm a management student. Right. Can you hear me there?
Yeah. So straight to the point, please, because got a little problem with the.
So I would raise a questions like, many people currently have no idea about what to do in order to counter the 2023 economic global recessions. The effect that can be received is up to us on how we define or counter it. This economic recessions could be a silver lining sometimes as a learnings to those people who are accepting it very well, or getting worse to those who really don't understand of what's going on. So my question is, what can be the greatest first way to convince to those who don't believe in these recessions in otherwise? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jaya Kusuma, right? Yeah. Actually, I felt so sorry again, right? So, your sound, your question wasn't very clear for us. So, is it, if possible, would you please just type your question in the chat room, please? Just make it yeah, simple question 1, 2, right? So sorry for this inconvenient situation, please. Ibu Hesti, Ibu
Yes.
Hesti, yeah. Also, I wonder if you could catch the point of our participant question. As for us here, we partly cannot catch the point. So please, operator, help us to probably the participant is going to type his question and then yeah, let us catch the point easier than with what happened with the sound system here, right? Yeah. So just a moment, please. Yeah. To other participants who interested in raising question, I suggest you directly, please type your question just straight to the point. Type in the room chat, please. Right? Just type your question in room chat. So sorry, we cannot well hear your sound clearly. Sorry for this one, for the situation. Yeah, from the audience here probably, please. Adik Jaya Kusuma, would you please wait a moment, right? right away after we got your question, I will share the speaker, and then they will respond to your question. To the participant here, the student, would you like to raise question, please? I think if directly here, yeah, it will be better. Yeah, I mean, we could hear better. Oh, sorry. Yeah, already. Many people currently have no idea about what to do in order to encounter the 2023 economic global recession. The path could be received is up to us in how we encounter it. Therefore, my question is, what can be the greatest first way to convince to those who don't believe in this global recession and otherwise? Thank you. This is a question given by Jerry Kusuma, right? Ibu, Bu Esti, I think you could directly read our participant question.
Sure.
And also,
Okay.
yeah. So, yeah, who going to first respond? Yeah, Ibu Esti, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, time. Yeah, it's.
Thank you very much, Jerry Kusuma, for the question. I was not sure actually if this question is intended to the first or the second speaker, but I would like to try my best to answer your question. It's interesting to know what is the first way to convince those who don't believe in this global recession. And I ask you back, why we have to make or to convince people to believe that recession is happening? It's interesting because we get back to the first quotation that we feel recession when we feel unsecured about the job. So with or without recessions, we can't experience the recessions in our own life when we feel unsecured, financially unstable situation, or we have a job but it doesn't offer a great plan for the retirement, or it doesn't benefit us with so many facilities to support our work-life balance. That is actually can be considered a recession. But what the recession which is voiced out loud here is, for me, it's a really big thing that I couldn't reach because I'm so far away. For example, people here in Switzerland might not feel the great impact of recession because the country is neutral, it is stable, it's more stable, it is a developed country, so it's probably different to other people in other different countries. So how to convince to those who don't believe, then maybe we don't need to convince anyone. Maybe they don't feel any differences. Maybe for some other grassroots levels society, it doesn't matter with or without recession, they are still struggling, you know, to work hard every day to fulfill their daily needs. So what can I say is that convince ourselves if we feel not okay with the situation. It means that we are already alert. We are aware that something is going on. For example, during the pandemic, or no, how long, we don't know it will last. So we have to start, or at least keeping what we are doing at the moment, keep the job that we have, because it's already like helpful for and secured, and then to what to do next. So I think that is the answer that I could give you. Thank you. Maybe Ibu Niluh can give you a more comprehensive answer to your questions.
Thank you so much, Ibu Esti Aryani, right? I'd like to directly invite Dr. Rini to add some response, right? From the
Thank you,
question.
Pak Dr.
Go on, please.
Suniasta, for the opportunity. Thank you for the question, Adi Jaya Kusuma, which is an interesting question. Yeah, how do we convince people that do not believe there is recession coming? I do agree with the point which is said by Miss Hesti, We don't need to convince anyone, exactly. No need, because it's a good thing in the question is, when they do not believe there is a recession, actually that's a good thing. It means that they don't hold the spending. I mean, people still spend their money, consume, do the similar consumption as they did as before. So it could help actually with the economy. So the economy will still grow. So actually, in my perspective, this, when people do not believe that there is a recession, it's actually a good thing. They don't hold spending, they still do consumption, they still do things as usual. But if you think, I do agree with Ms. Hesti, if you think there is something bad coming on, and you need to prepare yourself. I mean, like what Ms. Hesti said, that they upgrade their skill, and like what I mentioned before, that people can start participating in digital economy, which is growing right now. So yeah, the point is, we do not need to convince anyone. So let them be, let them think that there is no recession, and that's a good thing actually. That's what my perspective, Pak Dr.
Yeah.
Suniasto.
Thank you, Dr. Randy, right? As the respond dealing with the question by our participant. Hopefully, our participant, Kusuma, could feel satisfied of the response. Right? So we still open another session. Bu Hesti and Bu Dr. Indi, I'd like to give you actually challenge to respond my question actually in Bahasa, right? So I don't know, probably one of the problem about us is the sound system today. And to give better understanding about our discussion, I'd like to raise a question in Bahasa, and then probably, everyone here, especially the young people, could understand it. So in Bahasa, to both, especially to Bu Hesti and also Dr. Indi, tadi Ibu berbicara banyak ya, termasuk Bu Indi juga, ya di balik challenges itu selalu ada opportunities, gitu kan. Kita harus optimis. Nah, tadi Bu Hesti banyak menyampaikan peluang-peluang yang bisa dicapai, diraih, diambil oleh para generasi muda, gitu. Nah, jadi Ibu sekarang kan di Switzerland, Ibu ya. Nah, ya.
Betul, Pak.
Ya, Ibu, tentu kapabilitas, the quality, kompetensi the young people di Switzerland itu berbeda dengan kondisi kita di sini, gitu kan. Tentu dalam berbagai katakanlah aspek atau indikator lah. Jadi ada beberapa kriterianya berbeda gitu secara umum ya. Nah, tentu apakah peluang-peluang yang Ibu tadi sampaikan itu kan, itu juga ya bisa diraih, diambil oleh adik-adik kita mahasiswa di sini gitu kan. Nah, bagaimana, karena tadi Ibu Dokter ini juga sekarang kan semua digital gitu kan, digital entrepreneurship. Jadi segmen pasar kita ya tentu tidak hanya lokal gitu kan. Jadi begitu kita share something itu seluruh dunia gitu. Nah, apakah peluang-peluang yang Ibu tadi sampaikan itu bisa diraih oleh generasi-generasi muda kita, adik-adik kita yang masih kuliah di sini gitu. Nah, mohon tip and trick untuk bisa mencapai, termasuk barangkali mereka malu, kalau saya ini Bu Hesti kok bisa di sana ya gitu kan. Wah, ini ngambil PhD program ya, ada scholarship enggak, beasiswa enggak. Nah, ini harusnya ditanya oleh adik-adik kita. Nah, ini challenges ya dari saya untuk Ibu. Nanti Bu Indi juga akan menambahkan. Silakan Ibu, please in bahasa. Ya, mudah-mudahan bisa langsung dimengerti.
Terima kasih Bapak Suniasti atas pertanyaannya, menarik sekali ya. Memang kalau menurut saya tidak ada bedanya. Apa sih bedanya anak muda di Swiss dan anak muda di Indonesia? Kita nggak kalah hebatnya. Sebetulnya kita sangat bisa mengejar, hanya kondisi geografis saja memisahkan kita. Kita berada di Indonesia, di Asia Tenggara, sedangkan Swiss berada di benua Eropa, yang mana memang dikelilingi oleh negara-negara yang sudah maju, sedangkan kita sedang berkembang. Tetapi in terms of skills and capabilities, kita sangat bersaing. Saya ingat nasihat ayah saya, dengan ilmu kita bisa hidup di mana saja, dan saya telah membuktikannya ya. Ini bukan untuk ria atau sombong, tetapi saya selalu mengatakan ini di depan teman-teman mahasiswa universitas dimanapun. Di saat sesi sharing seperti ini, saya selalu tekankan bahwa kita punya kapabilitas dan kita punya kesempatan yang sama. Tinggal bagaimana sebagaimana kerasnya kita bisa bekerja untuk mengejar, ya saya bisa katakan keterlambatan itu, karena pendidikan yang saya dapatkan di Indonesia tentu saja berbeda ketika saya kuliah S2 di Thailand contohnya. Kemudian ketika saya pindah lagi ke negara lainnya, sekarang di Eropa, kemampuan untuk beradaptasi dan kemampuan untuk berpikir kritis itu perlu kita latih ya sejak sedini mungkin. Jadi di Indonesia itu memang secara budaya, secara kultur kita banyak sekali distraksinya. Cara belajar, learning stylenya berbeda, cara menyampaikan ide juga berbeda. Jadi memang ada berbagai macam latar belakang atau faktor ya. Tetapi bagaimana caranya kok bisa saya sampai sini? Jadi kalau saya memang ke sini 3 tahun yang lalu, mulai tahun 2019 sebelum pandemi. Jadi sebelum pandemi saya datang untuk mengajarkan bahasa Indonesia bagi penutur asing di Universitas Zurich. Nah itu juga peluang yang saya ambil dan yang sudah saya persiapkan tidak dalam 1-2 tahun, tetapi sejak 2011. Jadi saya menarik kembali perjalanan karir dari 2011 saat saya dulu lulus S1, kemudian mengajar di Thailand. Jadi kejelian kita untuk mengambil peluang, apa sih yang belum banyak orang lirik gitu. Jadi kita harus lebih mengaktifkan sense of sensitivity dalam diri kita untuk melihat oh ini ya, dan cara pandang kita untuk melihat sebuah pekerjaan atau occupation, profesi itu mungkin harus kita ubah sedikit, bahwa itu bisa kita sulap menjadi sebuah peluang yang akan sangat menguntungkan kita di masa mendatang. Dan kita juga harus bisa berkaca untuk melihat apa kelebihan dan apa kekurangan kita, apa yang perlu kita perbaiki, apa yang perlu kita kejar. Jadi sebetulnya jika kita mengalami resesi dalam hidup kita setiap saat, itu sebetulnya sesuatu hal yang bagus. It means that we are aware. Artinya kita sadar bahwa ini tidak bisa hanya stagnan seperti ini. Kita harus bergerak lagi. Jadi itu memang energi optimisme dan motivasi diri itu sangat penting. Bagaimana caranya kok bisa sampai mungkin bekerja di Swiss, bahkan bekerja di perusahaan software atau IT. Memang di sini banyak sekali ya peluang untuk IT engineering, digital marketing, business development, banyak sekali perusahaan-perusahaan di Uni Eropa, di Amerika, di negara maju lainnya yang ingin mengekspansi bisnis mereka tidak hanya ke Asia Tenggara tapi secara spesifik ke Indonesia. Mungkin dilihat dari kemarin pertemuan G20 di Bali, luar biasa hebat, menarik perhatian dari segala penjuru dunia, karena memang kita ya Bali memang dan Indonesia memang semacam it's very attractive to do business, to travel, to visit Indonesia. Jadi memang kita sudah punya image baik itu. Dan sebagai orang Indonesia kita diuntungkan juga karena kita mungkin lebih lebih baik dalam hal mungkin bahasa dibandingkan dengan negara lainnya. Saya dulu pernah mengajar di Thailand, kendala mereka adalah banyak di kendala bahasa ya, bahkan berbahasa Inggris, atau mungkin negara-negara lainnya, Vietnam, Kamboja. Jadi kita sudah sebetulnya beberapa langkah lebih maju dan lebih kompetitif untuk bisa bersaing di ranah global. Jadi bagaimana caranya, ya itu mencari pekerjaan saya memang melibatkan pencarian lowongan pekerjaan setiap hari, dan saya melihat oh ada peluang di sini, tapi saya melihat CV-nya seperti ini. Jadi memang banyak yang harus ditata ya dalam hal building personal portfolio kita. Bukan CV-nya nampak secara visually menarik, tetapi investasi perbaikan di dalam diri kita itu yang sangat penting. Jadi mulai sekarang mungkin teman-teman khususnya mahasiswa dari Warmadewa University, kalian sudah berada di Bali, it's really the heaven on earth, yang mana heaven of practice English of course. Berbeda dengan saya yang dari Pekalongan dulu nggak punya teman bule untuk ngobrol bahasa Inggris gitu ya. Jadi teman-teman ambillah kesempatan sebaik mungkin dengan keberadaannya di Bali, sangat chance-nya sangat tinggi, kesempatannya sangat tinggi untuk berinteraksi langsung dengan orang asing. Bisa sesederhana itu untuk meningkatkan kepercayaan diri kita, yang kemudian di situ jangan lupa ketika kita berkenalan maka jalinlah jejaring, maintain your network. Jadi the real social networking is the actual social networking between human to human, not only digitally online, on the phone, on social media, tetapi bagaimana kita memelihara perkenalan dan pertemanan baik itu supaya itu bisa bermanfaat nanti di masa mendatang untuk karir kita. Maaf terlalu panjang, semoga menjawab Pak Made Suniasta.
Luar biasa Bu Isti ya. Tentu harapannya adik-adik kita bisa lebih memahami, karena agak lebih jelas gitu kan kalau kita pakai bahasa Indonesia. Dan tentu karena Ibu orang Indonesia gitu, our national language.
Of course.
Sebentar, mudah-mudahan ini karena masih ada waktu gitu kan, menggugah mereka untuk bertanya lagi. Nah selanjutnya mohon juga Ibu Dr. Indiani untuk menambahkan pertanyaan dari saya tadi. Terima kasih. Silakan.
Terima kasih Pak Dr. Suniasta. In bahasa or in English?
In bahasa please.
Ya baik, tadi Ibu Hesti sudah banyak sekali yang menyampaikan hal-hal tips dan trik yang bisa dilakukan oleh para Gen Z untuk meningkatkan kompetensi mereka. Jadi saya sedikit saja menambahkan saja dari yang sudah disampaikan oleh Ibu Hesti ya. Jadi menurut saya sebaiknya di samping upgrade skill, mahasiswa atau generasi muda mereka perlu untuk masuk ke industri-industri yang sedang growing. Karena industri-industri yang tidak lagi relevan itu juga sepertinya akan kurang memberikan advantage pada mahasiswa. Jadi industri yang growing seperti healthcare, kemudian teknologi, digital marketing sudah disebutkan tadi termasuk di bawahnya teknologi, kemudian educations, dan juga industri-industri yang ada di bawah service-based economy. Jadi ekonomi yang memberikan layanan seperti consultation, professional service seperti pengacara, dokter. Jadi industri-industri ini adalah industri yang sedang growing, yang memberikan return yang lebih tinggi, maksudnya salary yang lebih tinggi kepada mahasiswa. Walaupun industri lain juga seperti itu, cuma tren-tren di negara-negara maju bahwa mereka sudah mulai meninggalkan manufacturing industry, mereka lebih banyak masuk ke service based industry dan juga knowledge based industry. Artinya knowledge based industry adalah industri yang berdasarkan atas knowledge, seperti teknologi, informasi teknologi tersebut adalah contoh dari industri yang knowledge based, jadi berbasis knowledge, bukan lagi berbasis raw material seperti itu. Jadi seperti contoh Singapura, mereka sudah mulai meninggalkan manufacturingnya. Dulu mereka adalah produser hard disk ya, hard drive terbesar, tapi sekarang tidak lagi. Banyak bank-bank di negaranya. Jadi ini adalah suatu strategi sebenarnya untuk negara-negara berkembang untuk bisa moving ke high income country. Jadi masuk ke service based dan knowledge based industry. Dan satu lagi adalah untuk mahasiswa ya tipsnya adalah ya masuk mencoba peluang sebagai entrepreneur karena jumlah entrepreneur di Indonesia juga masih belum memadai untuk mendukung pertumbuhan ekonomi. Seperti yang saya sampaikan tadi, digital entrepreneurship. Jadi ini adalah bentuk inclusion. Jadi digitalisasi ini memungkinkan kita untuk meningkatkan social inclusion. Jadi masyarakat-masyarakat yang berlokasi di daerah remote pun dapat menikmati kesejahteraan dengan memanfaatkan teknologi. Jadi para UMKM mereka dapat berasal dari daerah-daerah remote pun juga masih bisa memperoleh growth atau pertumbuhan karena berpartisipasi atau mengintegrasikan teknologi di dalam proses bisnisnya. Jadi ya itu digital entrepreneurs adalah hal yang mungkin didorong di kalangan mahasiswa apalagi di tengah isu resesi ini ya. Jadi kita harus tetap keep spending karena kunci dari resesi adalah tidak menurunkan spending. Jadi makanya pemerintah memberikan bantuan langsung tunai dan sebagainya. Kunci dari keluar dari resesi adalah dengan keep spending. Jadi tidak menghold spending. Mungkin demikian Pak Moderator. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Dr. Indi. Ya sudah menambahkan tadi ya terkait dengan pertanyaan yang saya sampaikan. Mudah-mudahan apa yang disampaikan oleh Bu Isti dan Bu Dr. Indi ini ya paling tidak untuk adik-adik mahasiswa, para peserta mendapat pemahaman yang lebih baik terkait dengan apa yang disampaikan. Ya, actually we have another 20 minutes left. If any of you would like to raise question, untuk yang di sini adik-adik khusus ya. Jadi ya silakan kalau adik-adik lebih nyaman, if you more confident using bahasa, don't worry, right? So our speaker is Indonesian, don't worry. Ya pakai bahasa silakan. But of course this is international, if possible you may use English, please. Ya silakan. Oh ada yang katakan ya adik, silakan. Siapa? Ada? Silakan. Ada yang di sini ada? Ada? Ini kan bagus ya. Silakan Bu Esti gitu kan. Bisa setelah ini barangkali kalau nanti silakan minta sendiri gitu ya, minta kontak beliau gitu kan. Nanti siapa tahu beliau bisa share peluang-peluang karena beliau ada di business development gitu. In the most beautiful country in the world, Switzerland, and also in the most expensive living cost. Isn't it right, Ibu Esti?
It is. It is, exactly.
Right. Yeah, this is a good challenge for our participant, especially for our student here. Yeah, but I think, I don't know, they felt too shy probably to raise question. Ya, ada lagi adik-adik silakan. Waktunya masih dan Bu Esti masih berkenan untuk bersama kita untuk adik-adik ya yang ada di barangkali di ruang ini dan juga yang ikut online. I'm so sorry. Probably some of you, if there are any English speaking participant, so sorry, I'll use mix English and bahasa. Silakan ada, silakan adik mau bertanya, silakan. Mungkin minta tip apa gitu kan, silakan. Baik sama ya, oh ya, that's good, thank you. Tolong dibantu mic-nya. Ya. Silakan adik, bisa. Ya, ya, bisa ke depan dikit ya, boleh. Ya. Panitia nyiapin prize nggak ya pada penanya nggak ya? Nggak ada ya. Kalau ada silahkan. Ya, silakan dek nama.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia apa ya?
Bahasa Indonesia boleh.
Iya. Perkenalkan nama saya Ajianisa Rahmadina atau biasa dipanggil Anissa, mahasiswi dari PMM Pertukaran Mahasiswa Merdeka. Iya, pertanyaan saya pernah melihat kabar dari World Economic Forum dikatakan bahwa ekonomi Indonesia atau ekonomi global itu akan mengalami resesi pada tahun 2023. Nah, bagaimana cara kami generasi Z terutama untuk menghadapi hal tersebut supaya tidak panik gitu loh. Mungkin itu aja sih pertanyaannya. Terima kasih Pak.
Desia Nadia. Kenapa? Siapa Desia Nadia?
Anissa aja Pak.
Anissa?
Iya.
Oh sorry, oke Anissa, alright Anissa. Ya, dari kelompok berapa Anissa?
Kelompok 5 modul Nusantara.
Iya, kelompok berapa? Karena Pak dosen di kelompok 7.
Pak Iwan.
Hah?
Pak Iwan.
Pak Iwan kelompok 4 ya?
Kelompok 5.
5 ya, oke. Ya, terima kasih. Ya, saya dari kelompok 7. Baik.
Jadi ini masanya Pak
Anisya.
Iwan ya? Pak Iwan bawa masa.
Langsung saja ada Bu Indi. Jadi apa yang harus mereka lakukan? Apa yang harus mereka persiapkan sebagai generasi muda ya? Ibu Desi, saya informasikan bahwa Warmadewa sekarang ini menerima 141 mahasiswa mahasiswa Merdeka PMM, pertukaran mahasiswa Merdeka. Nah, itu ya. Jadi dari hampir seluruh Nusantara. Ya. Jadi adik tadi Anissa dari mana? Dari Cirebon, ya. Jadi sudah bertanya, terima kasih sekali lagi Anissa sudah bertanya dan ya pertanyaan cukup bagus ya. Dan ini ya saya kira bukan pribadi tapi untuk kita semua, udah adik-adik semua. Silakan langsung saja mungkin Ibu siapa duluan? Bu Anissa barangkali atau Bu Indi? Bu Anissa boleh? Bu Anissa, no. Sorry, Bu Esti. Bu Esti, would you please respond Anissa's question, but please in bahasa.
Ya, terima kasih Mbak Anissa atas pertanyaannya. Sebetulnya tadi jawabannya sudah secara komprehensif kita bahas bersama ya pada sesi saya ada 4 poin yang saya sampaikan khususnya untuk generasi mendatang, teman-teman yang saat ini sedang berada di bangku universitas, apa yang bisa dilakukan untuk menghadapi resesi? Yang pertama adalah financial literacy tadi ya. Jadi kita harus mulai belajar, tidak harus expert, apalagi teman-teman dari mungkin latar belakang Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis mungkin bisa lebih memiliki kesadaran diri yang lebih tinggi akan financial planning, tetapi tanpa harus menekan untuk spending ya, seperti apa yang tadi Dr. Indi sampaikan tadi. Jadi ketakutan dari resesi itu justru sebetulnya lebih menakutkan lagi ketika orang-orang berhenti untuk membeli barang. Nah, untuk bagi teman-teman mahasiswa financial literacy itu penting ya. Jadi itu akan menentukan attitude atau perilaku kita terhadap earning and spending. Selanjutnya adalah personal skill development. Jadi kita harus memikirkan investasi diri kita dalam hal ini waktu, pendidikan dan juga energi untuk mempersiapkan diri, upgrading skills dengan keterampilan-keterampilan lainnya di luar apa yang kita pelajari saat ini. Nah, keterampilan lainnya itu tidak melulu tentang keterampilan atau kemampuan dalam bidang akademis ya, tetapi bisa juga keterampilan lain. Contohnya sesederhana keterampilan memasak. Itu adalah skill penting ketika adik-adik nanti pindah ke negara lain, seperti saya pindah ke Swiss sejak 2019 ini, keterampilan memasak saya meningkat sangat tinggi, ditambah dengan pandemi. Jadi kita mulai dari hal-hal yang sederhana ya, keterampilan apa yang bisa kita kembangkan dari diri kita. Selanjutnya tadi ada juga dari financial literacy, kemudian personal skill development, building up personal portfolio. Ini kita sudah perlu menata lagi portofolio kita dengan mengikuti salah satunya ini adanya program Kampus Merdeka. Ini saya juga sudah cukup terlibat sejak tahun 2021 yang lalu. Saat saya mengajar dulu di universitas, kita bekerja sama dengan Universitas Negeri Jakarta pada waktu itu untuk mengirimkan mahasiswanya secara online ya, untuk membantu saya mengajar di kelas di sini. Jadi ada yang sit in juga, jadi ada 10 mahasiswa setidaknya mereka mencicipi bangku di Universitas Zurich secara daring atau di kampus di Swiss, sehingga ini membuka wawasan dan juga peluang mahasiswa di masa mendatang. Jadi sit in atau terlibat ke dalam program training atau internship, magang itu juga penting untuk membangun portfolio. Dan yang terakhir, tadi seperti yang saya sampaikan adalah mulai menata rencana-rencana kita ke depannya. Saat ini sedang S1 mengikuti program Kampus Merdeka pertukaran di Warmadewa University. Nah setelah itu lulus apa yang akan kita lakukan? Oh saya ingin tinggal di negara ini, saya ingin menjadi ini. Apalagi untuk mahasiswa ekonomi, saya rasa di semua sektor we need economist ya, kita membutuhkan ahli ekonom, baik itu akuntan, business management, business developer, peluangnya sangat besar, tinggal kita mau masuk ke sektor mana, apakah healthcare ataukah retail. Tadi Ibu Dr. Indi juga menyampaikan bahwa many countries are leaving manufacturing industries, mereka mulai mendigitalisasikan segala sesuatunya, atau teman-teman punya juga inovasi untuk membuat sebuah inovasi bisnis melalui sistem digital entrepreneurship, itu juga akan menjadi sesuatu hal yang sangat bermanfaat untuk menyiapkan diri kita dalam menghadapi resesi. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Esti atas responnya. Bu Dr. Indi, would you please add a little bit about the question from Anissa? Thank you.
Nggak kelihatan. Cek.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih Bapak Dr. Suniaste. Saya menambahkan saja yang disampaikan oleh Ibu Hesti ya. Tadi selain invest in yourself, juga invest wisely financially. Jadi juga siapkan juga secara finansial karena kita menghadapi resesi ya. Tapi saya optimis untuk Asia dan Indonesia tidak akan seburuk itu, tapi tetap harus menyiapkan dana cadangan juga dan miliki juga sumber penghasilan, penghasilan sampingan juga penting untuk menambah penghasilan. Jadi ya tadi dengan digital entrepreneurship seperti itu. Invest juga ada berbagai macam portfolio atau instrumen keuangan yang bisa dipilih. Tentu mungkin saat ini tidak yang agresif ya sifatnya karena ekonomi masih sangat volatile, jadi sebaiknya memilih instrumen-instrumen yang aman. Seperti mungkin reksadana pendapatan tetap bisa menjadi opsi karena saya lihat trennya mereka cukup bagus, reksadana pendapatan tetap bahkan ada yang sampai di angka masih 15% per tahun, tinggi sekali dibandingkan dengan deposito ya berapa 5-3%. Di reksadana kalau kita pintar memilih ada yang bagus gitu. Kemudian emas trennya sedang naik juga walaupun dia sangat volatile ya saat ini saya lihat, tapi trennya naik. Nah itu, jadi pelajari dengan baik instrumen-instrumen investasi itu dan pilih yang memang tepat. Kalau saran saya sekarang pilih yang low to moderate aja, jangan yang ke moderate agresif karena kondisi ekonomi sedang ketidakpastian yang masih tinggi. Itu dan terakhir adalah inovasi. Jadi dari inovasi ini, inovasi mungkin mahasiswa menghasilkan produk-produk inovatif atau layanan-layanan inovatif. Keep innovating karena itu sangat kritikal untuk menyelamatkan kita dari resesi. Sekian Pak Dr.
Okay. Terima kasih Bu Dr. Indi, right, for adding Bu Hesti and responding the question from the student. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have another 10 minutes left. I'd like to know whether there is some participant who join us online who would like to raise question. Operator, would you please help us?
Cek.
Oh yeah, please. Committee, please. Oh yeah, already. So mention your name. You could use bahasa or English. Thank you. Silakan.
Cek. Jadi baik, perkenalkan nama saya Parskalis Sapriadiambut, mahasiswa Universitas Warmadewa. Nah, berbicara tentang digital marketing, tentunya di era sekarang ini memiliki berbagai bentuk cara yang dilakukan oleh seorang UMKM atau seorang pebisnis dalam melakukan cek.
Ya, mungkin digeser dikit deh, masih. Tadi namanya siapa deh sambil bergerak?
Oh ya, jadi baik, perkenalkan nama saya Parskalis Sapriadiambut, mahasiswa Universitas Warmadewa. Jadi berbicara tentang digital marketing, tentunya di era sekarang ini memiliki banyak bentuk program di media sosial yang dapat membantu dalam mengiklankan segala barang atau produk yang dimiliki. Nah, yang ingin saya tanyakan kepada Ibu, bagaimana mensinergikan kearifan lokal dengan teknologi di era milenial sekarang ini yang berkaitan dengan pemasaran. Terima kasih.
Ya, tadi Dek, Lex, siapa? Panggilannya?
Paskalis.
Paskalis?
Ya, Pak.
Oke, thank you. Ya. Ya, terima kasih. Ya, Saudara Dek Paskalis, ya yang tadi ya menanyakan bagaimana mensinergikan ya antara kearifan lokal ya.
Ya, Pak.
Jadi kearifan lokal. Jadi local wisdom. Tadi kita akan berbicara di digitalize gitu kan. Nah, bagaimana barangkali mensinergikan itu, how to synergize. Nah, gitu kira-kira Dek Paskalis ya.
Iya, Pak.
Nah, mohon Bu Dr. Indi dan Bu Esti berkenan untuk merespon. Nah, ini ada kekhawatiran ada adik kita yang di luar sana teknologi sophisticated itu kan, sementara we don't want to lose our culture, our local wisdom. That's why we need to how to synergize, how to combine, right, to put in together in harmony. In one side we follow the sophisticated technology without losing our culture. Kurang lebih seperti itu. Silakan Bu Dr. Indi duluan.
Iya, mungkin saya tanya kembali ya kepada Paskalis, dalam konteks apa ya? Jadi pertanyaannya adalah sinergi kearifan lokal dengan teknologi. Mungkin bisa dispesifikasikan konteks, ruang lingkup konteksnya di mana?
Apa di Paskalis tadi apa yang ya mungkin langsung sajalah kita.
Ya, mungkin Pak Moderator bisa membantu.
Ya, nah, jadi ya coba sedikit pelan-pelan deh. Jadi yang kalau saya tangkap tadi kan bagaimana membersihkan kearifan lokal dengan teknologi gitu deh ya. Mungkin lebih spesifik deh, coba.
Ya, konteksnya.
Konteksnya seperti apa?
Oh ya, maksudnya tadi itu bagaimana mensinergikan antara kultur atau kearifan lokal di era teknologi khususnya dalam pengembangan sumber daya dan pemasaran.
Oke, saya coba aja ya. Jadi sebetulnya teknologi informasi ini itu bisa dimanfaatkan. Kalau tadi pertanyaan di pemasaran digunakan untuk membantu proses pemasaran. Kalau misalnya kita bicara kearifan lokal, kalau mungkin saya ambil contoh misalnya pariwisata Bali. Pariwisata Bali ini kan sangat kaya dengan kearifan lokalnya ya Pak Kadek ya.
Ya, culture, nature.
Ya, jadi bagaimana sinerginya? Ya contohnya adalah KTT G20 kemarin.
Ya.
Bagaimana berita tentang Bali, kearifan lokal Bali ini sampai di seluruh dunia. Bagaimana caranya? Ya dengan teknologi informasi itu, menggunakan media internet dan segala macam, makanya bisa sampai. Kalau nggak ada teknologi informasi, G20 di Bali ini tidak akan sefenomenal itu gaungnya, tidak akan sefenomenal itu awareness Bali itu tidak akan sefenomenal itu kalau tidak ada teknologi informasi. Jadi sepertinya kearifan lokal dan teknologi informasi ini harusnya bisa berjalan berdampingan gitu loh. Bisa diintegrasikan untuk mencapai suatu kemanfaatan. Saya rasa demikian sih Paskalis menurut saya. Terima kasih Paskalis.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Dr. India tadi sudah memberikan analog gitu. Ibu Esti juga beberapa saat yang lalu kita akan melaksanakan G20. Jadi sebagai sebuah informasi, saya yakin Ibu juga sudah mengikuti bahwa klip dinding-dinding di GWK sana itu disulap menjadi screen gitu ya. Jadi luar biasa. Nah barangkali apa itu yang tadi juga dimasukkan bahwa ada kombinasi gitu kan. Ada sinergi itu antara tari-tarian Bali tanpa menghilangkan itu ya. Dengan teknologi yang digunakan. Jadi fire, apa tadi, kembang api ya, itu luar biasa gitu, karena itu kan bagian teknologi. Sementara kearifan lokal, di Paskalis kan tarian-tarian hampir se-Nusantara itu tetap bisa ditonton dan buat kagum, tidak kagum para delegasi kepala negara 20 negara. Ibu Esti barangkali berkenan menambahkan, Ibu. Silakan pertanyaan adik kita, Paskalis.
Saya rasa tidak ada yang perlu saya tambahkan. Contoh yang tadi diberikan sudah sangat Halo?
Mohon maaf,
ya,
Ibu.
Ya. Halo?
Suaranya belum kedengaran.
Iya, apa sudah bisa didengar
ya.
Suaranya?
Silakan Bu, sudah.
Oke, saya rasa tidak ada yang perlu saya tambahkan. Tadi KTT G20 di Bali itu sudah menjadi salah satu contoh yang sangat dekat dengan kita, bagaimana kita mensinergikan kearifan lokal atau local wisdom dan juga in the IT industry, informasi teknologi. Mungkin dalam hal manufaktur atau benda produksi barang, karena tadi dikaitkan dengan UMKM, apa yang bisa, Paskalis tadi menyebutkan ya UMKM, sinergi apa tanpa harus meninggalkan kearifan lokal ya, kita sebetulnya menumbuhkan dari kepercayaan diri para pemuda Indonesia sendiri bahwa kita harus mulai lebih sering atau lebih bangga menggunakan produk-produk UMKM kita daripada produk luar. Itu sebetulnya kuncinya. Karena kalau kita memproduksi sesuatu yang bersifat atau mengandung unsur local wisdom untuk kita jual keluar, tapi kita sendiri tidak bangga menggunakan produk kita sendiri, maka itu seperti bumerang ya. Padahal Bali ini memang surganya di mana orang asing datang ke sana untuk mencari produk asli. Nah, tinggal nanti yang kita inovasikan adalah digital marketingnya, bagaimana kita narasi yang kita jual, bagaimana produk Songket ini bisa menjadi sangat cantik dan representatif, menjadi sangat menjual dan menjadi sebuah mahakarya yang luar biasa di luar Indonesia. Begitu yang bisa saya tambahkan, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Esti. Ya mudah-mudahan apa disampaikan dapat diterima oleh adik kita ya, Paskalis ya. Ya, baik, ladies and gentlemen, because the limited time we have, I think yeah, for this second session, that's all. I'd like to convey my again great appreciation to our speaker, the speaker today, Bu Esti Aryani. Thank you very much again. For your time from joining us from Switzerland, and also Bu Dr. Indiani, right, who also give some knowledge and experience to the audience, to the participant today. And well, some conclusion from me that well, in this post-pandemic, of course, we need to learn, well, fulfill ourselves with, as students especially, for you get as much as possible, right, to make sure that you get lot of, let's say, knowledge, skill, right, that can be useful for you, right, in facing the challenges outside, in facing the crisis, the recession that predicted will be happen next year. But I believe that Ibu Esti and also Dr. Indiani has given you some trick and tip that you can practice, right, to, let's say, to overcome probably the challenges, right, especially for you as student, right, to make sure that you could pass let's say, the situation of the recession that will be happen starting, let's say, next year. For my last word, I'd like to quote what Abraham Lincoln, the President of America, said that the best way to predict your future is by creating it, right? This is I think for you, especially young people, right? So what you want to be, right? The key is on your hand at the moment, right? As what has been explained by both of our distinguished speaker today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for any inconvenience during the second session, right? And thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to express my also appreciation for both participants who joined us online or offline today, and also for the participant who raised question, ada Adik Anissa, Pascalis, and also Jai Kusuma, who also raised question for our session today. And thank you. Let me close the session with Om Santi Santi Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat. Right, and I'll pay this time back to MC. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Suniasta, and also Dr. Indi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the next event is awarding certificates and awards to research person and moderators, which will begin by the chairman of International Seminar Committee and Deputy Dean. To the speakers and moderators are expected to remain on stage. To the chairman of the committee and Deputy Dean, please welcome to come on stage. Take a photo, please. The operator. And also the certificate to the moderators. All of the deputy deans and moderators, and also the speakers can back to the seat, please. Thank you very much for all speakers for the delightful speech and additional new insight. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of today's agenda. Those are the agenda we have presented to you all this afternoon. We hope you learned something from this conference. Thank you so much for your attention. See you on the next occasion. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. Good afternoon, everyone.